Good afternoon. Welcome. Good afternoon. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the City Council for the afternoon of Tuesday, April 25th. Tony, would you please call the roll?
Jimenez,
Present.
Torres, Cohen,
Here.
Ortiz,
Present.
Davis.
Here.
Doan,
Present.
Candelas,
Present.
Foley, Batra,
Present.
Kamei,
Here.
Mahan.
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, if you're able, please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Today's invocation will be a musical performance from Piedmont Middle School, and Councilmember Cohen will tell us more.
Yes, good afternoon. Want to welcome some folks here from Piedmont Middle School today. We take music very seriously in the Berryessa School District where I served on the board. We offer music programs starting in 3rd grade for students, and it leads to a great music program in our middle schools. While we suffer through some of those 3rd and 4th grade concerts, it means great things later. So we're very excited about the music program we have. And each year I've tried during April to bring one of the different schools. We have 3 middle schools, and 2 years ago, Sierra Mont's choir was here. And last year we had a performance from Morrill Middle School. And this year we have a choir performance from Piedmont Middle School. And with us today is Celeste Wilson, who is the choir teacher at Piedmont Middle School. She's been there for 16 years. And is a former student of Berryessa School District. She attended Laneview Elementary and Morrill Middle School. And the Piedmont Middle School Choir has received many awards and performed around the state in various competitions. And I know they're glad that since COVID is over, or we're coming out of COVID, they can begin traveling again and performing around the state one more time. They have 3 levels of choir, a 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. They mix based on their skill level, and each time they have about 3 concerts a year for each of the levels, and also perform throughout the community. We have with us Celeste Wilson and 2 of her students from the choir, sisters Kennedy and Mackenzie Soeo. So they're going to come up and introduce the video we have for you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Celeste Wilson, and I was able to bring a couple students, and they're going to introduce our video clip of our last performance. It's a Pops concert performance, and we did a performance from Moana. And usually our other concerts are more formal, and we do 1 Pops concert a year. Currently, we're getting ready for our spring concert that will be done at the end of May. That will be a formal concert. And so it's fun to kind of come back to the work that we already did. And let me introduce my students. These girls worked very hard on this show, our Pops concerts. I love collaborating with students. It's not just my vision and me telling the kids what to do. We get to work on it together to create something, and I hope you enjoy it.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie Sawal, and I've been in choir for 2 years.
Hi, I'm Kennedy Sawal, and I've been in choir for all 3 years. Moana is really special to us, and we were really excited to do it with our peers. We put a lot of time and effort into this performance, and even added onto it by putting special groups and dances, which made our amazing performance 21 minutes long.
We had 12 soloists, and the show was mostly choreographed by students. In 8 weeks, Miss Wilson had never had Miss Wilson has never had all 3 classes do 1 big performance, so this Pops concert was kind of special to her. The music from Moana is so beautiful and very powerful, and having all 12 students combine and sing these songs made it extra special.
Choir is an elective class, and we get to pick to be here, and I wouldn't have chosen anything else.
Thank you so much for inviting us to share our performance with you. We hope you enjoy 3 minutes of our performance.
Well, thank you for the performance, and this is an opportunity to plug the Berryessa Arts Festival in a few weeks. May 13th, we think all of our middle school groups will be there to perform, so you can come see them live.
Thanks, council member. Well done. We listened to a lot of Moana in my household, so I was not aware of all the dance moves, though. This is great. Just give me something to do on the weekend. All right. Sorry. We are on to ceremonial items. So, Councilor Torres, would you like to join me at the podium, and we will recognize National Library Week.
Library family, please come on down.
Some of them are hiding. They're like,
Come on down. Don't hide behind a book. All right. Good afternoon. It's an honor to proclaim National Library Week. First sponsored and celebrated in 1958, National Library Week has bloomed into an inspiring and motivating week of support for and appreciation of libraries and their incredible work of providing services and motivation for our communities. Our public libraries are jewels in our community, and for many, our public libraries are the only way to connect to technology or disconnect through reading. And I actually want to personally thank Linda Menes-Ortiz, Rita Torres, and Lisa Fehlberg, librarians and support staff at the Biblioteca Latinoamericana, a library that I utilized growing up. They were wonderful staff, and they always pushed many Washington youth to do better, and here we are today. So I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for our library family in our libraries. Libraries across the United States serve a shared purpose in fostering lifelong learning habits, enriching their communities, and nurturing the next generation of council members, scholars, other leaders, and innovative minds that will change the world. As stated, I am a product of our public libraries. I spent many hours utilizing their services, and they provided for me as a place to escape the rough streets of the Washington neighborhood. Their impact to the city of San Jose has served over 975,000 people, loaned over 6.9 million items, and provided unique services ranging from citizenship to early education to family learning centers and graduating high school. If you've ever worked in a library, I want to thank you. You are the reason many people are able to have access to free resources, free programs, and most importantly, safe spaces. Our libraries are an essential resource to the families of San Jose and continue to fight for innovation and recognition of our youth's education. I invite Jill Bourne, our Director of City of San Jose Libraries, to say a few words.
Thank you, council member. I could not possibly say it better, and I thank you so much. I will say, in our democratic society, the library stands for hope, for learning, for progress, for literacy, for self-improvement, and for civic engagement. The library is a symbol of opportunity, citizenship, equality, freedom of speech, and freedom of thought, and hence it is a symbol for democracy itself. Those are the words of Vartan Grigorian, who's an Armenian-American historian. And at the San Jose Public Library, we believe in the transformational power of libraries, of access to knowledge, and the importance of providing communities with the services and resources they need to thrive. As shared by our mayor and our council members in our recent Leaders in Libraries blog series, which you can find online, libraries provide free access to education, to lifetime for residents, open new worlds of thinking, act as laboratories for the imagination, and have helped shape people's lives while growing up. There's a reason that in a city of 1 million residents, more than 700,000 people own a San Jose Public Library card. It is one of the most valuable memberships you can have, and it is free. So thank you to Councilmember Torres and Mayor Mahan and all the council members for recognizing the value of libraries in this proclamation. I also want to acknowledge the incredible support of our many library volunteers, our Friends of the Library, our foundation, and our Library and Education Commission. Our chair, Wendy Mahaney-Guru, is here, as well as Commissioner Patricia Mendoza. And I want to leave you with a couple of other quotes about libraries. Even Albert Einstein said that the only thing you absolutely need to know is the location of your library. That's pretty impressive. But if you're more of like a Harry Potter fan, just remember the words of Hermione Granger: when in doubt, go to the library. And a special acknowledgement to all of our amazing library staff, because today happens to also be National Library Workers' Day today. So thank you to everybody. Have a great day.
Thank you all. Now I'd like to invite Zolma Maciel, Nick Kuwata, both from our Office of Racial Equity, as well as Rachel Parich, the Executive Director of Welcoming America, to come on down. Oh, there we go. Hey, welcome. And anybody else who should be here for this one? Sorry, I didn't have all the names, but come on over. Welcome.
We're
Hi.
welcoming America, of course.
There
We're
we go.
welcoming
Yes,
others,
we'll
yeah.
welcome everybody. Good to meet you as well. All right. Today, I'm honored to present a commendation to Welcoming America for their work on the Welcoming Interactive Conference that will be held here in San Jose from April 26th to April 28th. San Jose, of course, is a place that welcomes diversity and embraces the unique perspectives and backgrounds that make us who we are. Of course, though, as we look at our past and many other places around the world, we realize that we still have much work to do to be the open, inclusive, and welcoming society we all want to live in. In times like this, we must come together to reaffirm our commitment to inclusivity and acceptance. Welcoming America has worked tirelessly to promote cross-cultural understanding and foster a sense of belonging for all members of our community. They have provided a platform for people from different backgrounds to come together, share their stories, and build meaningful connections. I want to, sorry, I'm just looking at my notes here. We want to recognize Welcoming America as a certified welcoming community. Oh, I'm sorry. We were recognized by Welcoming America here in San Jose as a certified welcoming community. So thank you for that recognition. We're very proud to have that distinction. Yes, that's worthy of a round of applause. Thanks to the work of our Office of Racial Equity, Office of Cultural Affairs, and work from all of our other city departments, we are a more united and inclusive community. So now I'd like to welcome Rachel Parrish, the Executive Director of Welcoming America, to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to you and the Council for this commendation. I am deeply honored to receive it on behalf of Welcoming America. But more than that, deeply honored to be here in San Jose to celebrate the incredible work that this community has been doing to build a more inclusive place for all its residents, including people with immigrant and refugee backgrounds. And extremely excited to showcase that for the more than 650 people that we have coming to the Welcoming Interactive from all over the country and all over the world. And I have behind me not only the incredible leadership of San Jose, including the council and mayor. Thank you again for your leadership in this work. The Office of Racial Equity, Azuma Maciel and her team, who've just been incredible partners in the work they do every day and in bringing this conference to San Jose. My colleagues, Daniel Valdez and also Sofia Hernandez, and two individuals representing delegations from Australia and the UK. I have Aleem Ali, who is the Executive Director of Welcoming Australia, visiting us with a delegation from all the way from Australia, as well as Jackie Broadhead with the Compass program at Oxford University, who is here with a delegation from the UK. And I hope what that tells you is that people are traveling from every corner of the globe to see San Jose, which is so often recognized as a hub for tech innovation, but is also, I think this week, being recognized as a hub for welcoming innovation. So we are so pleased to be here, deeply honored to receive this commendation, and deeply grateful for the leadership in this room, and especially excited to be doing it during National Library Week. Thank you, librarians, for your work in creating welcoming libraries for all. Thank you so much.
Okay. Next, we are going to recognize and honor the solemn occasion of Black Friday. I'd like to invite all of our members of the Vietnamese American community to come join us. Please come on down. April 30th marks a painful period in the history of Vietnam, when the country fell to the forces of communism and millions of innocent people were forced to flee their homes or lose their lives. Black April is a time for us to reflect on the sacrifices made by those who fought for freedom and democracy in Vietnam. We remember the bravery, and determination of the 250,000 South Vietnamese soldiers who gave their lives valiantly defending their country, and the nearly 60,000 American soldiers who also gave their lives in support of South Vietnam. As we remember this dark chapter in history, we also honor the contributions of the Vietnamese community to San Jose. With over 180,000 residents of Vietnamese descent, our city is home to the single largest Vietnamese population outside of Vietnam. I'm grateful to our Vietnamese American community for their many contributions to our community. They have enriched our city culturally, economically, and civically. Today, we reaffirm our commitment to upholding the values of democracy, freedom, and human rights that are at the heart of the American dream. We support our Vietnamese community and appreciate how they remind our wider city of just how precious and fragile these core values are. Now I'd like to ask Councilmember Bien Duan to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. Thank you for the Vietnamese community and all of you who attend this meeting today. Today, the City of San Jose proclaimed April 30th, 2023 official as Black April, the 48th anniversary of the fall of Saigon. Many of our neighbors, friends who had fled the tyranny of socialism, communism in search for basic human rights and freedom that every person in this world deserves. Most family, just like mine, have lost everything they had, which sometimes meant valuable and possession, or for many others, it's meant the loss of loved ones who dies in the fight for liberty. Those who were lucky enough to escape the communism regime faced new challenges that they sailed across the oceans in boats, had to learn new languages, and were forced to restart their lives in a new country that was still in the process of defining itself. Now we, refugees of the fall of Saigon, have a strong community here in San Jose. We are businesses, we are owners, we are teachers, librarians, public servants, city council, if you will, restaurants owner, laborers, contractor, bankers, tech workers, and so much more. We have the freedom to follow our hearts and embark on the life that we want for ourselves, for our children, and for our families. We must continue to build up the relationship within our communities, unite our neighbors and our neighborhoods, stand up for our fight, and embrace the opportunity that found in the promise of the American dream to enrichen the diversity in our neighborhoods, our community, and plant the seeds for the prosperous and safe future for all. Thank you.
It's an honor to be here alongside the mayor and Councilmember Bien Duan to acknowledge Black April here for April 30th. My brothers and sisters in the Vietnamese American community, I want you to know that your hardships are my hardships, that despite differences, we are all one, and you can always confide in my office with anything you need. Thank you.
So at this time, we'll call Dr. Vuong, come on up to receive this proclamation, and also Mr. Layden Ta. Come on up. Yeah, the third one, and the second. And Jill, come on over here. Sure. Well, Mr. Tall would like to explain a particular flag here he has in his hand, and perhaps someone can assist him with holding it open.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I appreciate the mayor and city council member of San Jose. We are interested and happy today gathering with you to receive the award recognition Black April 30th. And every previous, we give you an idea. We want to raise the Vietnamese heritage flags at half staff, but it disqualified. So my idea to use the crisp banner for mourning the Black April. This banner will go with the Vietnamese heritage flags on April 30th when we raise the flag. So please approve. Please approve.
Any word?
Again, thank you very much to all of you help us. Memoir old country lost.
Dear Mayor and Council Member of City of San Jose, we take this opportunity to thank you and to receive this one. You recognize the April is Black April, that the sadness month in April 30th is Celeste Day of the South Vietnamese. Thank you for your recognize, and we hope that we work together for city of San Jose more and more better. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ha Trios. I resident in San Jose for a long time, 1984 until now. I live in district number 5, and I work for Vietnamese community. So today, I'm very excited to see San Jose proclamation 30 April 30 is a month. It's a month, remember, a month, the Black April, whole month. So just say thank you very much. You guys recognize us. We share with our loss, our hurt, and our everything. So thank you, 10 council member, especially a member number of District 5 and Mayor. Thank you. I would like to take photo with the whole council member. Can you come down here, please? And the picture will forever for my next generation also. And
good afternoon, everyone. Dear Mayor and San Jose Council member. My name is Steve Nguyen. On behalf of the Vietnamese community of the Northern California in San Jose. I'm so very happy and to be here and be here and to receive the recognize on April 30th as a National Painful Day for the Vietnamese community in San Jose by the City Council San Jose. And we are very pleased to thank you very much for interest and support to fight against communists of the Vietnamese people in the United States. of American in general, and the city of San Jose particular, right? Did you know that the communitarism just bring painful, divide, poor, not good, right? And we hope that we, with the concert and cooperation of the city council members in San Jose, we will not let communism grow in San Jose, right? To bring for us the peace, happiness, and unity to us. The best you got. Thank you. And so very, thank you so much, everybody here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Why don't we do a large group photo if everybody can squeeze together there? Okay, we are on to orders of the day. Does anyone on the council have any changes to the printed agenda? Not seeing any. Let's go to public comment. I'm sorry, Councilmember Batra, is your hand up? No, that must be from earlier for some reason. Okay, we'll just clear the list.
We don't do public comment if there's no action.
Very good point. Okay. So then do we need a vote if there's no changes? We do not, do we? Okay, then we're on to the closed session report.
Thank you, Mayor. We do not have a report out of closed session today.
Great. Okay, consent. Are there any items that the council would like to pull from the consent calendar? Okay, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Galaxy A13. A reminder, this is on consent calendar only. Are they not unmuting? Galaxy A13. Okay, I'm going to move on to caller 1324.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I'd like to talk about the Monterey Corridor issues that is on consent. It's not Monterey Corridor plan. You're going to be going from 280 in First Street all the way to Oak Hill Cemetery. That's basically what's going to be happening. Now, from the because you have one of those projects that is involved in this right there on First in Virginia. So this is not exactly Monterey Corridor because the name of that street is First Street. So it's being really deceptive. I don't appreciate that. I don't like it. This is my barrio. This is where I was born and raised. I was raised right around the block from that market rate housing unit that's going to be going up. So it's being very deceptive, and it's disrespectful when you just had, oh, well, this is an inclusive city. Oh, this is a welcoming city. Because that all that boo is
Paul, we're losing your audio. Okay, we're going to move on to Blair.
Hi, Blair Beekman. I had 3 items I wanted to talk about. Thanks for the words of Paul. There's a lot to balance with the future of the Monterey Corridor project. That was one of the items I wanted to talk about, 2.8. In one sense, you want to mellow it out and for the future of cars to go slower through there and just a safer area. Congratulations to that. But then on top of that, you want to build all these new developments that Paul mentioning, that there's kind of this dichotomy going on. It's good luck how to work on that. And when you work on the public safety issues, a real good luck how to address the concepts of open public policies. As always, you know, it just has to work hand in hand with the future of, you know, our public safety, our broadband infrastructure, our bridging the digital divide, all the good stuff. It's working together that works towards the positive sustainability and community thing we're working towards. I mean, with really good ideas, how to meld those good ideas together, not keep them separate. And from there, item 2.9 is pump station stuff for, I guess, water issues. I'm learning some important lessons. You guys really need water quality stuff, so you're allowed to offer enforcement issues around creek areas. It's real difficult. Just good luck that we don't have to overdo this, and just be mindful of it and say these words to each other to be aware of the situation. And finally, to conclude, I had a comment on sexual assault forensic stuff. Working on with the Santa Clara Valley Medical Center. These are the ideas of peer review practices that were turned specifically into the sexual assault things that I hope we can return back to.
Back to the council.
Thanks. Let's vote.
Move.
Oh, I'm sorry, we didn't have a motion. You're right.
Second.
Motion from Councilor Foley, second from Councilor Jimenez. Let's vote.
Councilmember Doan.
That passes. Great. We are on to the report of the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I do not have a report today.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're on to item 3.3. This is the San Jose Conservation Corps audit report. Welcome, Joe and team. We have a short presentation. Feel free to jump in whenever you're ready.
So good afternoon, Joe Royce, City Auditor. I'm here with Brittany Harvey, Ricky Tran, and Hawad Hyder from my office to present to you our audit. San Jose Conservation Corps, the Corps provides essential services to residents. However, the city can better monitor performance and promote workplace safety. Joined in the box by Neil Ruffino from the Department of Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services, and Dorsey Moore from the San Jose Conservation Corps. The San Jose Conservation Corps is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that connects young adults from under-resourced communities with job training and educational opportunities. The city has contracted with the Corps since its inception in 1987 for projects related to park maintenance, cleanup programs, and others. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the city expanded its reliance on the Corps to address impacts of the pandemic on the city. In 2022, the city spent $12.6 million on the agreements with the Corps. Prior to COVID-19, the city had been spending less than $500,000 per year. Department of Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services, or PRNS, is the primary city department that works with the Corps. And the objective of this audit was to review the Conservation Corps' service delivery and expenditures of funds under city contracts. At the time of the audit, the Conservation Corps was working with the city in three primary program areas. The first, the Resilience Corps Environmental Pathways Program. It's a jobs program for unemployed and underemployed young adults, primarily from low-resource census tracts, focusing on environmental impact projects in city parks and trails. Beautify SJ, which is a program, as you know, focused on cleaning up litter and blight in San Jose, and Corps members' work was focused on, or has been focused on, trash cleanup and sanitation services at encampments for residents experiencing homelessness. Lastly, Food Distribution, which was a program to help fill and distribute boxes of food through the Second Harvest Food Bank. The report has two findings. The first finding is that the city can refine performance tracking and improve contract monitoring. So the Conservation Corps agreements contain program participant performance goals, and overall the Corps generally met these goals by providing hundreds of young adults with employment and training opportunities. In fiscal year 21-22, there were more than 400 Corps members who worked over 250,000 hours across the different programs funded by the city. The slide details program results and expenditures in fiscal year 21-22 across the different program areas, including 89% of the 106 participants in the Resilience Corps Environmental Pathways Program were recruited from low-resource census tracts. Corps members in this program worked over 72,000 hours and received over 13,000 hours of training and professional development. Corps members also provided over 170,000 hours of food boxing and support to Second Harvest, and completed 370 cleanups at various sites across the city. We did find that the city can better measure and track performance goals by developing timeliness or effectiveness goals for the Beautify SJ work, and develop a process to better document post-program outcomes for the Resilience Corps. PRNS can also improve its contract monitoring by more consistently reviewing invoices and tying payments to completed work. Currently, there is an open audit recommendation to improve contract management within the department. Lastly, as some Conservation Corps funding has come from federal sources, the city is currently working to ensure compliance with federal uniform guidance around these agreements. In this finding, we have recommendations to address each of these areas. The second finding is the city can help promote a safer work environment for Corps members. As part of the Beautify SJ encampment cleanup program, Conservation Corps members work in the field and encounter safety hazards on a regular basis. In 2022, crews from the Conservation Corps encountered bio-waste or needles in roughly half of the 370 cleanups. At the time of the audit, Corps members were not expected to dispose of needles or other hazards, and as such, there were not established procedures to address these situations. I do want to note that for the most recent Corps program under the Beautify SJ program, the Conservation Corps was in the process of drafting new safety procedures around hazards in the field. Although the Conservation Corps provided various safety trainings to its members, not all Corps members were trained in Occupational Safety and Health Administration, or OSHA, or bloodborne pathogen standards. Lastly, upon completion of a site cleanup, crews completed an online survey which identified whether hazards were present. However, PRNS can improve the process to ensure follow-up service occurs at those sites. So to promote safety and address hazards found at the Corps cleanup sites, we recommend the city work with the Corps to finalize safety operating procedures for handling bio-waste and hazards, and developing training requirements and guidance based on OSHA standards. Lastly, establish a process for notifying other groups in the city for follow-up services related to needles or other hazards. The report has 5 recommendations. I'd like to thank the San Jose Conservation Corps, the Department of Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services, the City Manager's Office, the Office of Economic Development, Cultural Affairs, Finance Department, and the City Attorney's Office for their time, information, insight, and cooperation during the audit process. The administration has reviewed the information report, and the response is shown in the yellow pages. This report is available on our website at www.sanjoseca.gov/auditor. I ask that you accept the report, and I'll turn it over to Neil for the administration's response, and we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Neil Ruffino, I'm Assistant Director for the Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services Department. First off, I'd like to thank Joe and his team for their work, definitely their professionalism and dedication to the services of the City of San Jose. I want to thank Dorsey Moore and the entirety of the Conservation Corps for amassing resources to support the community, especially in serving the entire county in food distribution through our partnership with Second Harvest. And of course, I want to thank them for their continued partnership that we have been able to help and establish and maintain a cleaner and greener San Jose. As mentioned earlier, through this partnership, over 6 million meals and 14 million pounds of groceries were provided to the community. 72,000 hours of additional work in our parks was provided through the Resilience Corps, with over 100 Corps members engaged in life-changing and meaningful work. The Conservation Corps also supported over 370 cleanups at encampments, trails, and other sites through targeted work with Beautify San Jose. From the PRNS team, I'd like to thank Avi Yotam, Tori O'Reilly, Lisa Diebold, and Olympia Williams for their continued work with the Conservation Corps. As a base belief from the Park and Rec team, we are driven by a need for continuous improvement. And with that, the administration agrees with all 5 recommendations that the auditors have identified. Of those 5, 3 are green and 2 are yellow, and target completion for all these items are identified between June of 2023 and May of 2024. And with that, I'd like to turn it over for some comments from Dorsey Moore.
Thanks, Neil. Thanks, Joe. Mayor and City Council, thank you for the opportunity to do this work for our community. Our young women and men had met the moment during the sort of dark days of the pandemic to help with this economic stabilization program. We served several hundred young adults and helped stabilize themselves and their families during this time. And then sort of looking back now, we're just really grateful for our partnership with PRNS and all the staff that really gave us the benefit of the doubt and was really trying to make this a collaborative program and a great partnership. And so as we scaled from serving about 75 Corps members to over 350 at any given time during the pandemic, we had some growing pains, and I think these were identified fairly in the audit report. We agree with the recommendations, and we take safety and also outcome tracking at paramount importance to the work that we do. And I guess with that, I'll turn it back over to Neil, or Joe. Yeah, thank you.
With that, I guess we're ready for questions.
Great. Thank you, Joe. As always, really, useful audit with actionable recommendations, which is really all we can ask for. So we appreciate that. Thank you, Neil, for the response. And Dorsey, it's been great working with you all. I just want to thank the Conservation Corps for being great partners and really being there to scale up during the pandemic as need was rapidly escalating. You all were there and I think did a tremendous job. We'll come back for council discussion, but why don't we go to public comment first?
Paul? And Paul, your audio last time was cutting out, so just wanted to give you a heads up before you start speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. First of all, I want to know why you need recommendations in order to protect raza. Because most of these kids are Chicanos. They're Chicanos on the east side. They're Chicanos that have suffered the generational impacts of the racist policies in this city. So I want to know, I want some answers, and I want them today. And I want them from my council members too, and my mayor. I want to know why these kids are exposed to needles, biowaste, without absolutely any protection. OSHA. Do you really need an audit to do that? I'll bet you need an audit when it comes to these kids. But if these were kids from Presentation High School, Archbishop Meade, or Bellarmine, oh, of course, those things would have to be in place first before those kids got anywhere near biowaste or needles. This is sickening and disgusting for this city to sit there and tell me that they care about the youth. You don't care about no youth. You're trying to gentrify their parents out of the city, so you don't care about them. And the fact that you needed that much help with food, with Second Harvest, shows you that the need and the hunger and the generational poverty that you have created by your racist policies still infects this city. Dr. Sarah Cody stated that racism is a public health issue. I want to know what the city's policy is on that, because I'll bet you it will correlate to this, because you just created a public health issue with these youngsters. I demand answers. I'm not asking for them. I demand them. As a Chicano, as a protector of this community, I demand answers from you. And you're going to give them to me. You're going to give them to me now. Thank you.
Blair?
Hi, thank you. Brett Beekman here. Interesting words from Paul. I have a slightly different approach. This meeting was brought to committee a few weeks ago, and I was agog. Paul was pretty surprised, and I was surprised that I think what I think feeling is that you're actually able to offer within the public process, safeguards, OSHA safeguards that the kids can go through in preparing for this work. Where, a few years ago, you weren't doing that. And I was very concerned, and I didn't know how to say that publicly. And Paul has brought out, what are we doing with these practices now? It was also brought out at the committee meeting, however, that persons like Councilperson Torres, he grew up in the Conservation Corps in his youth, in I guess the 90s or early 2000s, and they didn't even talk about these sort of subjects back then. Like it wasn't that important to. It was just a part of life experiences. And, as we grow older and more mature, we realize that we should possibly be more offering these things publicly and openly. And it's a learning process, and we're learning. And what those next steps from this are, that's kind of what Paul was saying. Paul just wants accountability also, is what he was saying. And for the process to be accountable, and that's what you were trying to accomplish. Thank you. Now you can more directly answer Paul's questions if he has some, and kids can make more informed choices how they want to function. Good luck in these sort of efforts, and a really much of a thank you that you're being more open and accountable with the process.
Wesley? Wesley Cox? Okay, we're going to move back to council.
Great, thank you. All right, we'll begin with Councilor Jimenez.
Thank you, Mayor. This item actually jumped out at me, given that my team had actively been sort of asking some questions around Beautify SJ and some of the training programs, or the training that was offered to some of the folks, say, cleaning up Columbus Park and things of that nature. And in those conversations, I think some light was shed on some of the challenges or inadequacies of the training, PPE, things of that nature. And so when I saw this audit, it stood out to me, obviously, because it seems like we're encountering some of the same things, but this is the youth. This is a little different in my mind. And so I just had a few questions around specifically recommendation number 4, finding number 2. So obviously this is an audit of a city-led program, but we have partners at the Conservation Corps. And so one of the first questions I have is when Neil, as an example, is when because it's a city response, right? It's not Dorsey's response, if you will, it seems to me. But what I'm curious about is the interaction between Conservation Corps and the city, and the department, as it relates to the response. Can you speak a little bit about that, how that happens?
Sure. So part of this, and the way the audit identified it around the safety, is a lot of it's our contract management and how we hold our contractors accountable for the work that's in there. And so we also take responsibility as a department that's partnering with them to ensure that we are also supporting them with any trainings or equipment that they need to offer this program. But in our contracts, we do require that our partner does provide all the OSHA training for their core. Dorsey and his team are committed to that. Only a small percentage of their core members who are identified, weren't there for the initial trainings. Olympia and her team have done additional trainings with the Conservation Corps, and as I think it's identified inside the audit, during that time we did provide the core members with the sharps containers and things like that. Not to make any excuses, as Beautify is still a pretty new and emerging program, we're continuously learning on this, and that was one of the areas that we needed to make sure that we had resolved. And so we're committed to ensuring that the trainings are being done through the Conservation Corps, as well as the work that our staff is doing in partnership with them every day is managed correctly.
Okay, and then, so just to zone in on recommendation 4, it talks about to promote safety for Conservation Corps members, the city administration should A, B, and C, or A and B, I should say. And then it goes in, it's yellow lit, it's not green lit. And so my interpretation of yellow lit is similar to driving down the street, right? Yellow means like we can cautiously proceed, there's some work to be done. We haven't determined, green is to me is we're going forward, we're doing it, or we just did it. This is an important aspect of some of the work you all are doing, Dorsey, and so I'm trying to understand why it's yellow lit, and specifically the target date for completion is like a year out, and it just raises a lot of questions as to why we can't do that quicker.
Thanks. I think part of it and why we have it out to March 2024 is just in terms of the timing of the contracts. Ensuring that when the new contracts are established, we will have the language in the contracts in place as well as the monitoring system. So I think part of it is just the timing of when the contracts are coming forward. And so having it in March 2024 ensures us whenever a new contract is moving forward with the Conservation Corps that all those things that the audit recommended is in place.
Yeah, and I did read that. You know, it reads, newly established processes, procedures, and training requirements will be included in future agreements once they have been developed and approved by both City and Conservation Corps. But in my mind, these youth are out there day in, day out, right? And so how do we make certain, and maybe Dorsey, how do we make certain that the kids, the youth that are currently out there doing this work have some sort of training, all of them have adequate training, protection, things of that nature? So we're not waiting a year.
No, thanks, Councilmember Jimenez. I really appreciate the question and the point here. Safety is our top priority no matter what. As you sort of do contract management, you know, we did OSHA training, OSHA 10, and also bloodborne pathogen for almost, I'd say about 90 to 95% of the folks that came through. We had some issues with absenteeism, and you have to sort of be there every day for that training. And that's on us if we didn't get people to kind of do makeup days for that training. And that's just on the orientation type training. Everybody, if they go out on a job site, has PPE on, whether it be steel-toed boots, you know, Vibram soles, the right gloves, you know, eye protection, what have you to work in whatever project site that we're doing. Everybody has a task hazard analysis report, tailgate safety meeting every day on every new project that we do. And so nobody's allowed to sort of do anything on our job sites without that daily orientation. So with that, and that's sort of documented in our sort of daily OSHA safety reports that we have on file. With that, some of the stuff that we did see increasingly throughout the contract from the beginning to the end was sort of needles showing up in encampments. You know, we're really kind of a level 2 and the sort of, you know, Beautify SJ 3-level tiers. And typically we don't really handle bio-waste or needles. And so if our Corps members come across it, they alert their supervisor, their professionally trained supervisor, to handle that. You know, they're not to touch it, and just sort of like, one, be aware of it, and then let their supervisor know, and then they handle that response, or we communicate it up to our city contract administrator. I would like just to go back in time a little bit once this contract started. You know, this is back in the kind of the dark days of the pandemic, really, where, you know, park use had doubled really overnight, and we didn't really, and staff had sort of been, the city staff had been assigned to different things, different roles. We didn't, I think it was hard to sort of build into like a contract administrator, and I think this is what we learned from Resilience Corps 1 to 2.0, and actually building in the right amount of funding for PRNS oversight staff. So I think we've learned from the first iteration as we progress to the second iteration.
Okay, I appreciate that. Can you also remind me the age group of the youth that will go through Conservation Corps?
Yeah, so
I want to call them kids because I'm so old, but I know their youth is sort of how the term we use.
Yes, well, we're all young.
Yeah.
I consider myself a
Appreciate
youth
that.
these days too. So 18 to 27 is our sort of program age, but really 18 to 24 in this program.
Okay, and then when this work was new, was the picking up of needles and bio-waste and all that part of what you understood the youth were doing, the folks you serve were going to be doing? Or did it evolve over time? Remind me.
Yeah, so with the majority of our work, no. You know, for food boxing, food security, or park maintenance, you know, we did a lot of work in council district parks and regional parks as well. But for the work that we did for Beautify SJ, just in a lot of the work along the Guadalupe River Park and Gardens area, you know, it just became more of an issue. over the course of the contract. So it is something that became more and more prevalent over time, but it wasn't the majority of our core members that were exposed to this.
Okay, all right. And lastly, I'll just end with this, and you know, we get Paul, who calls in and makes a lot of comments, and I don't agree with everything he said. I think, but the underlying sentiment is what stood out to me as it relates to this. I'll admit it came to mind, you know, and I know there's much more context, it's much more detailed, a lot more behind the scenes that I'm sure I don't fully understand. But one thing that jumped out at me when I was reading this report is, or the first thing that stood out to me is, would we, if these were, my son went to Bellarmine, so I'm going to talk about Bellarmine, but if these were Bellarmine boys out there doing some of this work, would we have taken a different approach? Would we have more precautions, right? That's immediately sort of where my mind jumped. And so as these reports come forward and we think about what we're putting these youth from low-income census tracts and, you know, where we're putting them, it always comes back to me being one of those youths growing up, thinking about, would we be doing the same with other populations? And I know there's much more to the program that I'm sure we, again, don't fully understand, but I just wanted you to get a sense as to sort of where I suspect maybe some of our minds go as it relates to seeing some of this. And so, but I appreciate the answer. I would like it done sooner rather than later. So, you know, what came to mind for me is an amendment, an opener for the contract, things of that nature to get it going much quicker. I think that's what I would feel more comfortable with, but I appreciate the response given that you're doing the work on the ground. And so that's all I had, but thank you so much. And I'll actually move approval of the audit.
Second.
Great, thank you, council member. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, and thank you for all of the work that the team has done. I'm very familiar with the San Jose Conservation Corps. We used to, and still do, use them a lot at the Water District. And so when I looked at the safety and hazard concerns, it is not something that we previously experienced. So I do know that, in fact, the number of hazards, it's really high. It is really high. So one of the things that, that I would request is really to take a look at the appropriateness of, you know, in terms of, I know that you can do training and all of that, but the magnitude of how many needles and bio-waste and all of that really, I think, needs to be thought of in terms of how are we going to address this situation? Because it had never been as bad as what came out in the report. So I think that these are young people. And I think that, yes, you know, we can do the training, we can, you know, make sure that the OSHA requirements are done, but I think it's also indicative of a larger problem that's happening in our community. So I just would like to see some sort of monitoring to see how it's going and all of that. I know that Beautify San Jose has done extensive amount of work and also has, you know, coordinated with San Jose Conservation Corps. But if the magnitude of the problem persists, I think that it's something that we're going to need to address in a different way. So I just want to highlight that. I want to thank you so much for the partnership and for the work and for the recommendations of the audit.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. I don't know if anybody wanted to chime in or
could I just jump in really quickly to address some of the Vice Mayor's comments as well as Councilmember Jimenez's comments, just so the context what we were finding in the report. So under the Beautify program for the encampment cleanups and abatements, there were 3 tiers, and with, you know, 1 being the lightest amount of trash and 3 being the kind of the heaviest impact. And the Corps was meant to go out to the tier 1 and tier 2 sites. So the expectation was never that they would be encountering these hazards that we identified. The team went out with the Corps, followed them and observed and noticed, okay, what do you, and started talking to them. What do you do in these situations? Well, we move it out of the way and then we contact somebody. And so the crux of our recommendation is like, well, this is a different environment than what was expected. And so that's why the recommendation 4 is about, okay, let's get some procedures in place, because having Corps members move it out of the way and then try to contact somebody, or I mean, obviously there was more to it than that, as Dorsey explained, but let's have some procedures in place, because this is the environment that they're seeing. It's not, we might have had an idea of what tier 1 and 2 sites were, but it's a little different now. So let's get these procedures in place. And then the last finding is, okay, so now that they're there, how do we have a work order type system to alert the proper individuals to come address it? So I just want to provide, kind of get back to what we were finding in the audit report and the purpose behind those recommendations.
Thank you. That's helpful additional context. Let's go to Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, I want to first just thank everybody for the audit and the response. I'm just going to take this opportunity, since Dorsey, you're here, to thank Conservation Corps for all the work you do in our parks and around the district, particularly recently in Allen Rock Park. We wouldn't have been able to open the park if Conservation Corps volunteers hadn't been out there cleaning trails, moving boulders, and doing the work they did. So since you're here, I just wanted to say thank you.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Cohen.
Thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Dewan.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I concur with Councilmember Cohen. Thank you, staff, and then thank you to Conservation Corps. You guys do an incredible job out there. My only question is, I know that we have sharps, we have biohazard, sometimes chemicals hazard out there. And is there a recommendation that the Conservation Corps would train more of the employees toward HAZWOPER or hazmat, if you will?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councilmember Dewan. Funny you mentioned that. Actually, we had a number of, probably about 30 Corps members go through HAZWOPER 1 training as part of the Resilience Corps 1.
And those are the 30 leaders that would cover the rest of the employees in the Conservation Corps?
No, it's folks that had an affinity or had an interest level and going through that training. We put them through that training. Yeah, apologies. I hope that answers your question.
No, is there more program where we can train majority of people who come to work for Conservation Corps on at least the basic of hazardous biohazard material and sharps, if you will?
Yes, absolutely, and I think certainly based on this conversation and what the trend has been, what we're seeing out on the street and in the community, we would welcome the opportunity to train as many people as we can in that, and we're already doing this in the sort of sharps handling as well as increasing HAZWOPER, and we haven't really done bio-waste as much. Typically, that's the specialty contractor. I think the tier 3 or level 3 that Joe was talking about does that work, but we can certainly get that training for our staff and supervisors.
Well, thank you, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Great. Looks like that exhausts all the comments from my colleagues. We do have a motion. Once again, Dorsey, I just want to thank you and the Conservation Corps. I'm glad that the audit helped highlight some places where we can improve what we're doing. I personally was also happy to see the performance metrics. I think we just want to bake that into our expectations anytime we're contracting with an outside vendor or consultant of any kind. So I was also excited to see that in the audit. But like Councilmember Cohen, I've had the opportunity to come out now and participate in a few projects, and I'm just really impressed with our young people, with the skills that they're gaining and the career pathways that are being opened up, but also the real impact they're having. They're doing really meaningful, impactful work that I know our community is grateful for. So just wanted to be sure to share that.
Great. On behalf of our 100 staff and 350 Corps members, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, let's vote.
Batra? Motion passes unanimously.
Great. Okay, we are on to, and thank you all again, we're on to item 5.1, which is the Regional Active Transportation Program grant from MTC, Metropolitan Transportation Commission. We do not have a staff recommendation, though we do have, we have a staff recommendation. We do not have a staff presentation. Thank you, Jennifer. Need my second cup of coffee today. We do have staff on hand if colleagues have questions. We'll go to public comment first.
Paul, followed by Blair.
Oh, cool.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I'm going to tell you what Viva Calle does. Viva Calle closes down the streets so that surveyors can walk through those streets. See, these are people that consider these barrios dangerous. See, but it was okay to redline me into them. Remember, all this area designated D11. Look at your redlining map of 1939, D11. Okay? Now, what that did is that created a certain type of audio where, you know, some low-class Mexicans live. This is their mentality, right? So they don't feel safe going through these neighborhoods and assessing it. So what they did is they contracted with the city to close down these streets. Yeah, let's bike ride, let's go. Now what you do during a Via Calle, walk through the interior. Look at the outline of where the map is, and then walk on the interior. You'll see a bunch of white men, a bunch of Anglo developers and consultants walking through the barrios, assessing it. Cameras, having low-tone conversations, just looking like they're shopping in a bazaar, like a marketplace, and just assessing my barrio with complete indifference and apathy to what it is that actually happened in these barrios. That's what you guys are doing. It's disgusting what the city is doing, especially with the help of Raza. Raza is participating in this. Now look, I'm telling you right now, here and now, you're staying away from Willow Street. You're getting pretty close. You're getting pretty close. But you are going to stay away from Calle Willow. In fact, I want some banners there because Story and Keys is connected right there. That's the connecting point. Research the history of Keys and the Keys family. Research the history of Archer Way, which Story Road, when it turns into...
Blair?
Hi, Blair Beekman. I'm riding in the Transbay terminal, Transbay tube right now, so my connection may go out at some point. I wanted to comment, like with the Monterey Road task force issues, a real good luck how the future of this project, Story and Keys, can have open and accountable technology practices. And to create a sense of good guidelines and open public policies, it takes work. And once work is done, something becomes really easy. And anybody from the community can walk up and ask yourselves, what are the practices of tech in this area? And you can give them guidelines and sheets and policies and procedures and practices of what actually is the technology. Now, imagine 20, 30 years ago, it would be horrific to ask those sort of questions of city government. We're learning that we can ask those questions, and it should be okay. And that's an interesting concept. That is innovation, believe it or not. That's peace, actually. It's open democracy. And that's the future we're headed toward, responsible practices. And you just can't deny that it's really interesting stuff. So good luck in this item. And I thank you very much for Councilperson Jimenez, who very nicely spoke on the previous item, what I failed to do. And it really helped. I'm sorry for I hurt Paul's feelings. Boy, Councilperson Jimenez said things really well. And that's how I want to say things in the future about this issue. Thank you.
Back to the council.
Thank you, Tony. Go to Councilor Torres.
Good afternoon. I just have one question, and I see Jessica Zank, who I always see riding her bicycle around downtown, coming to work. Just really quick, how does this tie into the VTA's Spartan Keys Story Road project as well?
Great question. Good afternoon, Jessica Zank, Deputy Director for the Department of Transportation. So as Councilmember Torres just asked, VTA actually started this project that's leading to this award of funding. In 2016, with the city's partnership, they sought a grant and got it to do this complete street effort to make a street that was safer and more pleasant for people, whether they're riding transit, driving, biking, walking, all the way from 87 past the boundary that we're talking about today, all along Story Road. And so that plan is actually the basis for the grant that we sought and are being awarded or recommended for award today. So it's really This is a step toward implementing that plan that was completed in 2018 and has since gotten a different level of design documentation, cost estimates, and now this is the second set of grants that we're getting to implement it moving forward.
Great. And the other question, I'm not sure if you saw the memo
Yes,
from...
I did.
And are we okay with that?
Yeah, no, it's definitely reinforces our outreach and engagement aspirations.
Great,
So,
thank you.
you.
Yeah, Story Road and Keys it turns into two streets, obviously.
Yeah.
But Story and Keys is a very, very important corridor in our district. And it is one of our most diverse corridors in our district, right? With industrial and residential and schools and housing and small businesses within small businesses and whatnot. But it's definitely not walkable and definitely not safe for cyclists. So, you know, when a corridor is not walkable, then it's not for families and it's not for residents and it's not for small businesses. So thank you for all your hard work. And with that, I motion to support item 5.1 along with my the memo that I put out with my fellow council members.
Second.
Great. I heard Councilmember Ortiz, who is up next.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start my comments by thanking the Department of Transportation and the intergovernmental relations team for working hard to acquire this grant and make this project happen. This is a great project to address the safety in one of our city's most heavily trafficked corridors, where safety, especially for pedestrians, as Councilmember Torres mentioned, bicyclists and transit riders have historically been a concern. I know the Complete Streets project will bring a lot of progress toward our Vision Zero goals, and it's important that we prioritize this important work of bringing sorely needed transportation infrastructure to working class neighborhoods like Story and Keys. The history of fatalities on that road are a justice issue, and I'm hoping that this project can begin to address this. I also just want to be mindful of our residents who work and live adjacent to where all this work will be happening, and it's imperative that we set a high bar of engagement with neighborhood associations, small business, advocacy groups, community-based organizations that all may potentially be impacted. And I think that's the real gist behind the need for the memo that our colleagues and myself put forward. But regardless, I'm happy to see this great improvement for our roads, and I'm looking forward to the future of the Story and Keys corridor. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Dewan?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, DOT, for putting this program together. From our pedestrian to our bicyclists, even tricycle with families out there. I have walked that road many times, and it is unsafe. And it's about time that we, as a city, do something about it. And not only safe for all the citizens, but also safer for our environment. And thank you for doing so.
Great, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, Jessica, just a question. One of the things I think I've expressed to you before is, it seems to me, the hodgepodge of different types of treatments all over the city. You come downtown, you see the green cones. You go to South San Jose, you see just a host of different things. And so, what are we doing to make sure that as this develops, it's developed in somewhat cogent way and that it looks similar in feel, or are we going to be seeing something totally new that is in no other part of the city?
Right. Great question. So we are furthering the design and then the construction with this project. So there's some definition, but there's also still some design work and some malleability to move forward. What I will say is this is not going to be plastic and paint. This is not a quick build project. This is an expensive and permanent build out of infrastructure. Now, how that is in terms of what particular style of protection, permanent protection, is in place, how the landscaping will be accomplished, some of that is still to be finalized during the design process, right? Precisely where will the trees go and how will green stormwater infrastructure be implemented. That we have a concept that we submitted and that we cost estimated for this and the other grant that goes with it. But that will have some development to it. But it is, to be very transparent, it is unlike things that we've seen because it is a permanent build out for a significant corridor.
I mean, which is good. So I certainly wouldn't want to see the same thing. You know, if we can make it better, I think that's great. And so, okay, all right, that's good to hear. But you know, I think just as I've expressed before, just some of the consistency just seems to be all over the place. But I understand some of that's quick build. The other thing, you know, I haven't been able to read through everything in the 115-page study that VTA has on their website. But what I was curious about, if you can just remind me, is there going to be a reduction in lanes?
So there are a couple different segments, right? As the street changes names, it also changes character and it changes the number of lanes that are available.
Okay.
So within the portion that is Keys today, it is today primarily 5 lanes, a center turn lane, and or, you know, space. And for the most part, that will go down to a consistent 3-lane configuration is the current proposal,
all right.
with the transit treatments and the separated cycle tracks, et cetera.
All right.
And then as you move into Story Road, there is much more space. It is much wider, and we will continue to progress the design with the proposal is dedicated transit lanes in the far right side, and then maintaining 2 vehicular through lanes, maintaining turn lanes in pockets, and then the similar to the other direction.
Okay.
So that's the proposal. So there is a proposed reduction in how many full-purpose vehicle lanes, but no reduction in the story part in total lanes, just bulb outs, transit improvements, trees.
It's safe to say all the proper analysis has been done as it relates to traffic count and study.
Right,
Okay.
right,
Just because that's a heavily
trafficked, exactly.
And I would hate to
Yeah.
create a situation where it gets much worse, especially for the businesses, as I think was mentioned.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Councilor. I appreciate that question. Jessica, I'm so sorry. Just if I could follow up on that. I was wanting to ask, do we have an estimate of how much that slows traffic / maybe increases travel times for folks through that corridor? I've gone through there so many times, and those wait times at a few of the lights there get really long already. Does this in any way improve throughput?
We will definitely be updating that analysis because the analysis done back in 2016, 2017 with the VTA study is dated at this point. So that's something I don't recall what those travel time estimates were and how precise they were at the time, but they'll definitely be, we'll reassess that. And I think, you know, there are design choices ahead of us.
Right. I know we're still approximately 3 years out from beginning
Yes.
construction, so we have a little time to figure that out. But I appreciate the question from Councilor Jimenez. Thank you. Okay. I don't see any other hands, so I'll just add my thanks to MTC. I also know our partners at VTA and a number of community leaders and others, including city staff, did a lot of research and advocacy to make this possible. It's a very meaningful grant, and it's going to significantly upgrade this critical corridor in our city. So I'm excited about it. 3 years is a long time to wait, but that gives us time to make sure we get it right. So look forward to working on this in the years ahead. Tony, why don't we vote?
Motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. All right, let's pave some roads. We are on to item 6.1, no staff presentations. Let's go to public comment first.
Blair, followed by John.
Hi, Blair Beekman. You know, the bond measures that were passed a few years ago that brought us your tea and helped with these road issues we're now working on, I think have been really helpful to San Jose. It's been a lot, I think. And in fact, it's been kind of a model and example for other big cities in the Bay Area to want to emulate how they're having the same kind of questions at this time. So thanks for your good work on this item. Thanks for the Measure T Oversight Commission, which has a real good role in oversight for the process. Thank you. And to quickly comment to clarify my words on the previous item, I was speaking to Sergio Jimenez, Councilperson Jimenez's words about the Conservation Corps things. My last words made it imply that I was speaking about the Story Road issues, and that's not what I meant. I meant thank you for his words about the Conservation Corps issues. Thanks.
Tony, I just want to clarify we're on item 5.2.
Yes, 5.2. John. John Busby.
Yes, I thought it was 6.1 that we were on. I apologize. I want to speak on that matter.
Okay. We'll come back to you. Back to council.
Great, thank you, and that was my mistake. Okay, item 5.2. Looks like Councilor Torres.
Just move to approve item 5.2.
Second.
Great. Councilor Candelas, you want to comment? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to highlight this contract because of something that I worked on a few years back with Senator Bell, SB1, part of the funding that's going towards repaving a good chunk of miles in the city, which is what we're all about, and getting back to ensuring that folks have paved streets and safe streets, and it's good to see this contract go through the council, and something I did quite a while back, still bringing fruition to our city. So I'm excited to support this. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Councilmember, and thanks for your work on that. It certainly has made a big difference in terms of our local roads. Okay, let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. Okay, now we're on to item 6.1. This is the report on bids and award of construction contract for the wastewater treatment facility. There's no presentation, but we do have staff here to answer questions. We'll go to public comment.
Stephen Pesagno, followed by John Busby.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Stephen Pisano, and I'm with the law firm Varela Lee, Metz and Guarino. I represent Michael's, Michael's Trenchless, Inc., and I'm here on Agenda 6.1. I'm just here to say that Michael's fully supports the city's position to award the contract to Michael's on this job and to also deem Mountain Cascade as a non-responsive bidder. I'm going to briefly address 2 points. First, the experience criteria in the request for bid was mandatory, and Mountain Cascade's failure to provide that information, that documentation in its proposal is a material deviation. You look in the technical specifications, and there are at least 3 sections that say that the documentation, quote, must be submitted with the proposal, establishing that the bidder met or exceeded the experience requirements. Now, contrary to Mountain Cascade's allegations, this documentation wasn't limited to superintendent resumes. Nonetheless, it's not disputed that Mountain Cascade didn't provide any of this information with its bid. Under well-established California law, that deems its bid as non-responsive. Second, Mountain Cascade claims that this defect was inconsequential. We obviously disagree with that position. However, even if it were true, the municipal code authorizes the city to either waive the defect or to not waive the defect. In this case, the city chose, as reflected in its April 11 letter, not to waive it if it were deemed inconsequential. And that was due in part to the tight timing needed to complete this project. I would ask that the city council defer to its contracting department in terms of their expertise on the timing needed to get this work started this summer. Michael's, in contrast to Mountain Cascade, comply with these requirements and spend significant time and resources preparing its proposal.
Thank you.
As the only responsible bidder with the lowest responsive bid, the contract must be awarded to Michael's under the municipal code.
Thank you.
Michael's, I'm sorry. Thank you for your time.
John?
Good afternoon. My name is John Busby. I too am a lawyer. I represent Mountain Cascade in this matter. Who is the lowest responsive bidder? Mountain Cascade's bid was low by $1,145,000. Apparently, there's not enough money in the budget for this project, and the city intends to take $2.3 million from the digester project to pay for this project, leaving the digester project underfunded. There were only two bidders, Mountain Cascade and Michaels, whom you've just heard from. Michaels was the high bidder. Mountain Cascade's bid was responsive because the bid packet was complete and the bidder's checklist was complete. It's true that we did not submit 3 subcontractor resumes, but those resumes were not required in the bid packet and they were not required in the checklist. In California, the law provides that a bid irregularity can be waived unless the bidder obtains an unfair competitive advantage or provides the bidder with an opportunity to declare a mistake and avoid bid forfeiture. This irregularity is minor and may be waived under both the city charter and the municipal code. We've provided an opinion from former public works director Jim Foley, who also believes this was a minor irregularity. Mountain is an experienced local contractor, having performed $150 million worth of work for this city. We would request that you waive the minor irregularity, award the contract to Mountain Cascade, and save ratepayers $1.14 million, or reject all bids. Thank you for your attention.
Paul?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I'd like some very critical analysis of what was just stated. And this issue rises, and then you're making the shuffling, if true, the shuffling of the budgets, taking, borrowing from Peter to pay Paul. Bit more than just discussing here on the dais. I think that I agree with the gentleman that if any of these things are true, and I would suggest that you put this off to determine whether or not they are true, that there may be some graft going on within the city. I know no one participates in graft in the city. No, you do participate in graft in this city. You just haven't been caught yet. That's the issue. And I think he raises some very critical questions, because when you really think about it, that's my money. You're spending my money. Okay, and I'm going. It's my money. I don't want it now, but I want it applicable to what is in my best interest, because ultimately you are representatives that represent my best interest. And I don't feel like my best interest is being served right now. So I'm demanding once again from my representatives, you represent me, you get your power from the consent of the governed. I don't really think I'm giving my consent for this contract to go through. So I'd like it taken off the dais, a little bit more analysis before you make a decision today. Thank you.
Back to council.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to Councilor Cohen first.
Yeah, I just want to thank the staff at the treatment plant, including Mariana. I'm not going to ask any questions. Someone else might, but I want to thank you for continuing to do great work on the improvements at the treatment plant, keeping the plant operating through very complicated projects, very large projects. It's very important that we make sure that the piping there is reliable and is we get this project going this year. My understanding, we had a long conversation about this topic at TPAC, so I won't ask any questions about the details, but obviously it's really important that we get this project done now, because I think there's a 5-year gap if we don't start this summer before the time we can do it again, and there's a chance that pipes can fail, and that would be a very bad thing for the treatment plant and for all of the customers of the treatment plant. I did raise this question at TPAC. This isn't specifically for this contract, but I do think that we ought to be at some point doing a review of our procurement process, just to make sure that when we have these a competitive bidding situation, we don't end up with questions as to whether the bid bidding process was fair, and we want to make sure that the process is fair, following the rules, but is also flexible enough for everybody that needs to participate. So I'll be asking separately, I think, for the folks in the procurement office to potentially study and see whether kind of improvements can be made, but also maybe it's an option for an audit in the future as well. But I will move approval of this contract.
Second.
Great. Councilor Jimenez?
Yeah, I just was wondering if someone from staff can come down and speak to what's been, I think, framed as Mountain Cascade as something that was a minor irregularity. If you could just touch on that.
Before he speaks, who had the second? We had heard two voices. Thank you.
Matt Lesh, Acting Public Works Director. So just to clarify, your question is, what is the minor irregularity?
From their perspective, I know it.
From Mountain Cascade?
Yeah, because they were deemed to be non-responsive because some things they didn't add or do.
Correct. There was an element in the technical specifications that required a submittal that was not submitted by Mountain Cascade. Therefore, it was deemed non-responsive.
Okay. All right. Very good. But since you're up here, let me just ask another question.
Sure.
So I think there was mention of it, but it's the 15% construction contingency. I think what we're used to seeing is 10%, and it seems like it's 15% seems to be the new norm. And I know you touched on it in the report,
Sure.
but I'm curious if you could just speak to, is this something we're going to see for the foreseeable future?
Yes, so just a reminder, I mean, as a program, you guys are familiar with the program that we run. We are carrying a 15% contingency programmatically, and that just because, as you know, we're working on an operational facility, so we try to have just a little bit more of the funds available. Just as an example, the previous phase of this same project, we only use 5%. So if the contingency is not used, goes back to the appropriation. However, one of the problems that we have with these type of projects, they are seasonal and they have to be completed within a certain amount of months. So for us, carry a less percent contingency is a risk that then we'll not have enough time to come back to council, get any approvals, and just get it done. So we're just carrying the 15% as a programmatic decision. And you have been seeing that in some projects, and you will see it ahead in some of the next projects that we will bring over.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Please.
The municipal, sorry, Matt Lesh again. The municipal code allows us to have a certain subset for, and we have certain standards. Most standard projects have about a 10% contingency. Many of our vertical construction projects have a 15% contingency. The things that Mariana is leading at the sewage treatment plant, these are massive projects, massive complications with an active running facility. Therefore, the reason for the a little bit higher than standard 10%.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks, council member. Looks like we're ready to vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. Okay, let's go to item 6.2. Talk about dewatering or digested sludge. Exciting topic. Why can't we just dry it? Does it have to be dewatered? What's the difference? Okay, sorry, unfortunately there's not a presentation, so we will go to public comment. I'll stop my stand-up routine.
Hold on just a sec. Paul?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. One of the reasons why these wastewater issues are going to be so critically important is because the more people that you place in concentrated areas, the demand on the infrastructure that you have right now is going to increase. See, you're not taking that into consideration. You're not giving a really comprehensive view of the infrastructure needs that we are going to have for people that aren't even, they're not even citizens of the city yet. Most of them are not even going to be of this country. One visas, all these technicalities, you're going to be shipping them in. And they're going to be coming from all over the world, many from Hong Kong. You know, remember when that ship happened? Well, like one of their second languages. So, you know, you're going to have a lot of Chinese that speak English. And so one of the issues is when you're concentrating that many people, you don't have the infrastructure for it. Why are you like you're what you're doing is you're using this little issue and this little issue. Oh wow, this came up. Oh, we need to address that. And you're not giving a comprehensive view of the infrastructure needs that you're already designing for people that aren't even residents of the city yet. That is the con. That's the con right there. Is that you're lying to this community and you're using present tax dollars in order to finance an infrastructure and you're using today's dollars, which means most of the people's money that you're using now, the working class, those people are going to be gentrified out of the area by the time they get any benefit from what it is that you're doing now. That's why you're liars. That's why you're connivers, and that's why you're deceivers, and that's why people can't stand politics, is because of this kind of graft.
Back to the council.
Thanks. Colleagues, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Great. Let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Item 8.1, acquisition of property located at 258 McAvoy Street. And we'll start with public comment.
I'm just giving it a second, but no hands are going up. Back to council. Oh, a hand just went up. Paul?
Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Once again, I should be considered an expert on the redlining policies that happen in this city, because you're building in areas that still have not been properly assessed within a racial equity framework to determine where you need to finance these types of projects. You see, you haven't even done that, and yet you have the audacity. I mean, just the straight, bordering on sociopathic audacity to come here and have a presentation by Welcoming America. Welcoming America is a joke, just like this council is, and just like your policies are. So what I'm asking is that a proper assessment of all of these districts that have been redlined in need to go, because those are the communities that have suffered the most from the generation of poverty, of racism, discrimination, and segregation. Until you've done that, you can trash your proclamation of Welcoming America, because it means nothing to the Chicano community. Absolutely nothing. It's a piece of paper. That's all it is. And this policy, I said again, you're assessing and you're creating this infrastructure that is not properly assessing what racial equity means in the context of city government. And until you've done that, I'm going to be riding you every single step of the way and clowning your policies, because that's how they all are. It's nothing but a joke.
Alex Shore?
Afternoon, Council. My name is Alex Shore, Executive Director of Catalyze SV. Come today in support of this item, and yet also want to raise an important issue with you, which is around the number of affordable homes being built in our city. Because this project, when our members scored it nearly 5 years ago, scored extremely high, 4.6 out of 5. And one of the reasons they scored it so high is because there were two 12-story buildings proposed for 365 affordable units. Now, you do not see that every day in the city of San Jose. And yes, one of the things we understand from this item is that it is difficult to finance development, but every developer doing every development is different. In fact, as an example, there's a project in my neighborhood on the Alameda that has ground floor commercial, second floor office, and housing above it. And when I asked developers about it, at one point they said, there's no way you could do that in San Jose. I don't know how they're financing that. And yet that developer is in this room today. That project is built, and it can be done. So when the city memo today says this project will be reduced to a mid-rise building of say 5, 6, or 7 stories, think about how many units would be lost. 12 stories, 2 12-story towers with 365 units versus 5 or 6-story buildings. That is a lot of homes, and if we have only built 24% of our affordable housing in this city over the last 8 years, we cannot afford to lose affordable homes. So I would implore you in your conversations, perhaps the mayor's office or Councilmember Davis will take the lead as it's in Councilmember Davis's district. When you talk with city staff, please talk with them about building as many homes as possible, including on this site, especially now that the city will own the land because you will have more authority over this site. There's a developer in Oakland building I believe, a 18-story or more building out of mass timber, a new form of construction that is 18 stories. And so those are the kinds of conversations we want city staff to be having.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman. I'll try to keep this short. Good luck in considering, I guess this is part of the future of Google ideas for the Google Village area. A real good luck how to really consider very low and extremely low income housing in the future of Google. I know you are. Good luck how to continue that process. Mixed income ideas that we're learning about at this time, I think can be really interesting ideas in how to talk about how to bring together, income levels from very high to very low. And for us to learn those sort of concepts and to want to cooperate towards those kind of concepts in our future, that takes a little bit of effort and work by us. I hope this is the time to start to do that, and it could prove to be something really flexible and really interesting for our future. Thank you.
Back to council.
Thanks, Tony. We'll go to Councilmember Davis first.
Thank you. I'm happy to move approval of this item. I just want to point out a line from the memo. The city is encouraging high-density, affordable housing projects in this area. This is the Dewatering Station area, so 5 or 6 stories would be the minimum, and we're going to go out for RFP. I know housing staff is with me on this. We want to get as many units as we can so that we can meet the goals that we have for affordable housing in the Dewatering Station area. So with that, I move approval.
Second.
I think it was Councilmember Torres on the second, but Councilmember Batra, you are up next.
Okay. Okay, even though this project is not in my district, I've been having extensive discussions with our housing director because seeing that a affordable project which was supposed to give us about 395 homes or units is now at least going to get delayed by a number of years because between the conception to occupancy is about 4 years. So one of the things I discussed with the housing director was that I'm going to support the acquisition of this property, but I wish we had actually not only just bought the property, that we had actually bought the design and the entitlement so that we could actually send an RFP to some other developers if they have the wherewithal to buy it, the entitlement, so that the work could start immediately. But unfortunately, that's not what we are buying, and hence it's going to have to go to the RFP. Maybe the other developer, whoever comes forward, could possibly go and acquire the entitlement. I'm not sure of the legality now that those people won't own the land. So as a result, the loss of entitlement to this thing, I think, is a concern to me because it's going to delay the thing, but acquisition is the right thing to do. So I'll be supporting that, and I would still hope that somehow somebody can come and bought that entitlement and proceed with the work right from the time they buy the acquisition rather than have to start from scratch and add number of years to the project.
Thanks, Council Member. On the Housing Department, if you wanted to add anything about how quickly we anticipate getting out an RFP, I think Councilor Davis already spoke to our desire to make it as dense as we can. Anything else, any other context for the council? I'm sure we will come back to this property in the near future.
Yes, hi, I'm Jackie Morales-Friend. I'm the Director of Housing, and I just wanted to clarify. So we are going to get the entitlements. However, we are not paying for the land based on its entitlements. So had we made an offer with the entitlements in terms of the expected density, it would have cost us close to $20 million. And so that's why the memo talks about our expectation is that it's going to be a mid-rise. That's what we're expecting that the market will bear. But certainly during the RFP process, developers will have an opportunity to respond and give us, their best efforts in terms of producing on that site.
So, can I?
Thank you, Jackie. And can you also just share on timeline when we think we'll be able to go out to RFP?
Well, I think it's a little challenging right now of when we would exactly go out for the RFP because we are working on a 5-year investment plan, and we do have other sites that we've been working on that have priority. And so we wouldn't want to RFP the site until we understood we actually had funding to actually have it move forward. But we can explore other interim uses for the site as we're land banking it and provide that opportunity.
Got it.
So
Thanks.
can I ask one question?
Sure.
Yeah, so your clarification is that you will have the rights to the entitlement even though it wasn't part of the original negotiation, and you will be able to give that to another developer if they want it?
Rachel Vanderveen, Assistant Director of the Housing Department. I can attempt to answer this as well. So the property is entitled. So the entitlements are approved through the planning department. And so essentially the entitlements are available for another developer to benefit from. But the next developer may want to make some design changes and everything else. And so so that's going to be on them to finance, the design changes or whatever that might be. But the entitlements exist.
Okay. So if some developer forget the financing, if they have the money and they're willing to put it, they can come to you and you will give them the opportunity to take that entitlement and the land to be able to build it as per this current entitlement. Is that right?
That is a possibility.
Okay, and you will make that public information that it is such a thing available, because otherwise no developer is going to know about it, right? They only know that the acquisition of land is bought. If you will make that available, since you're not immediately going to go for this work, so that...
Yeah, no, they'll know that. So, because the developer, we will provide the information about what the existing conditions of the site.
Okay, all right. I think I'm happy to support the acquisition with that understanding that you're going to be making it information public that there was an entitlement and the entitlement is available now. Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks, Council Member. Tony, let's vote.
Okay, and before we go to the next item, hold on, that's votes unanimous. Before we go to the next item, the interpreter is going to make an announcement.
Good afternoon. We have services in Spanish. If anybody needs to speak Spanish up here in the podium, we will have an interpreter here, as well as if you need interpretation equipment, we have it in the back of the building. Buenas tardes. Tenemos servicios de interpretación el día de hoy para si ustedes gustan manifestar sus opiniones públicas aquí abajo en el podio. Igualmente, si necesitan equipo para que los servicios sean interpretados, pueden ir atrás al edificio aquí y pueden accesar los audífonos. Gracias.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're on item 8.2, which is the final public hearing and approval of the annual action plan for U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. We have a presentation that we'll begin with. Great.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Reagan Henninger. I'm the Deputy Director of the Housing Department. I'm joined by Jackie Morales-Ferran, the Department Director, and Stephanie Gutowski, our Senior Development Officer, managing our grants team. Today, we're here for a final hearing on the proposed fiscal year 22-23 annual action plan. The annual action plan is a planning document for HUD that outlines the spending for San Jose's federal entitlement funds, or the funds we get via formula from the federal government. The four sources are here before you on the slide. I won't repeat the whole alphabet soup. So this annual plan and the proposed programs must align with our 5-year consolidated plan. We're in the 4th year of our 5-year plan. Our stated goals for all of our programs and activities are increase housing opportunities and self-sufficiency for people experiencing homelessness, create new affordable housing opportunities and preserve existing affordable housing, promote fair housing, and strengthen and stabilize communities. For this year's plan, the Housing Department released a Notice of Funding Availability, or NOFA, and invited organizations to submit proposals for 6 program areas that align with our 5-year plan. These are the same programs that the city has been funding since the beginning of this 5-year plan. Those programs are neighborhood engagement, fair housing and legal services, senior nutrition, minor home repairs, rental assistance and supportive services for people with AIDS, and homeless outreach and support. The department released our notice of funding availability in January, and proposals were due at the end of February. Each proposal was evaluated by panels comprised of subject matter experts from the city and the county, as well as someone with lived experience of homelessness. For one program, we extended the application period, which was for homeless outreach, because at the original closure date, we did not have a qualifying responsive proposal. After the extension, we did receive responses which were evaluated, and a recipient has been selected, which I'll highlight in just a moment. For next fiscal year, the city has approximately $14.2 million available in entitlement funds and the sources listed here, as well as some carryover funds from prior years in CDBG, home, and HOPWA. All right, so let's start with our proposed plan for CDBG public service. Public service is the most flexible source of our entitlement funds, but also a very small portion of our overall federal funds. HUD limits funding for public service to 15% of our annual CDBG allocation. The proposed allocation for CDBG public service funds are for the activities of senior nutrition, neighborhood engagement, and a portion of homeless outreach and legal services. Those 2 activities will be funded with 2 sources. So we're recommending funding the Health Trust and POSO for senior nutrition, and Somos, Mayfair, and Vivo for neighborhood engagement. And Home First for homeless outreach, which is the organization that responded after that extended deadline. And I would like to make one addition to this slide about the outcome for homeless outreach. It is simply more than completing assessments, but we actually have a system-wide benchmark that homeless outreach participants will move, that 30% will move to shelter or permanent housing. So that is our outcome metric for homeless outreach. And then finally, we're proposing to fund the Law Foundation for legal services. Okay, the second category of CDBG is what is called Community Development Investment, or CDI. The CDI category is very specific and includes two categories: construction projects or non-construction. Construction projects are capital projects that fund physical improvements, such as a facility, or infrastructure improvements. Non-construction projects can be like minor home repair or a service such as enhanced code enforcement. So the department is proposing to fund 2 agencies for minor home repair: Rebuilding Together and Habitat for Humanity. The program provides emergency minor repairs to homeowners who meet certain eligibility requirements. The goal is to keep low-income households in their home. Services or repairs can include things that address health and safety deficiencies, replacement of doors or windows, ramps, lifts, or any other kind of ADA or mobility accommodation. And for enhanced code enforcement to be eligible, it must be a proactive service, not just a regular city code enforcement service, but it must be proactive and linked with a special program. So for the city of San Jose, that program is Project Hope. The city's planning, building, and code enforcement department will use these CDBG funds for enhanced code enforcement in 4 specific neighborhoods, including Santee, 5 Wounds Brookwood Terrace, Cadillac, Winchester, and Round Table. Okay, the next category is CDI for construction, which are used to fund public infrastructure or other needs that serve low-income communities. The housing department coordinates with the budget office and other city departments to identify infrastructure and other capital projects eligible under CDBG. We are required to spend these funds in a timely manner, and given that many capital projects take multiple years to develop, design, and construct, the amount of CDBG funding that's practically available to be allocated to infrastructure projects is relatively limited. But the 2 projects that have been identified, which were previous council direction, are the Fair Swim Center improvements and the Guadalupe Alley lighting and signage project. And then there is a remaining amount of $2.9 million that will be designated for future city infrastructure projects, and we'll work with the budget office and other departments to find eligible projects for fiscal year 24-25. All right, moving on to CDBG CDI for nonprofit rehab projects. This has been identified as a priority and a critical need by many nonprofit agencies in San Jose. So accordingly, we allocated funding available in our NOFA earlier this year. We are recommending funding 2 projects that were submitted, one by YWCA to rehabilitate a building for a child care program, and second, a proposal submitted by Catholic Charities to build a multi-service family center at the Blossom Valley Senior Apartments that's being developed by Charities Housing. Right, the next category is CDBG for administration. So Recognizing the significant requirements associated with managing all of these federal funds and all of the legal requirements and spending requirements and monitoring, HUD allows administrative costs for planning and oversight of up to 20% of your annual allocation. In addition to grant and planning oversight, fair housing is the sole service that can be paid for from this administrative category. So next year, some administrative funds will go towards fair housing programs, and some will pay for the department's administrative oversight, and we're also paying for some staffing in the city attorney's office and some staffing in planning, building, and code enforcement. The next category is home. Home programs can provide financial assistance to help increase the supply of affordable rental and home ownership housing for low-income households through acquisition, rehabilitation, or construction of affordable housing. Home rules require that new affordable housing developments must have all of their other financing in place and be able to start construction within a year of committing funds. For this reason, the housing department will typically hold a significant portion of home funds until there's a project that can meet this requirement. And you can see here that we are proposing to use a majority of the home funds for new construction of affordable apartments, but also for some fair housing services and the allowable administration expense. Okay, we're almost through the alphabet soup. The remaining category is what's called HOPWA, or Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS. This is the only federal program dedicated to addressing the needs of low-income households who are living with HIV/AIDS. The Health Trust was selected through our NOFA process to provide rental assistance and supportive housing services. The Housing Department also coordinates with San Benito County staff to administer their program, since they are such a small county. And next is Emergency Solutions Grants, or ESG. The focus of ESG is really to assist people to quickly regain stability in housing after experiencing homelessness. So this funding source is really focused on people who are living unsheltered right now. So we are proposing to use these funds. First, this is the additional source of funds that will go into the homeless outreach contract, as well as a portion of CDBG. And then we are proposing to use some of the funds for the management of our Homeless Management Information System database, or HMIS. And we made it through the whole alphabet soup. Thanks for the indulgence. This, as a reminder, is a public hearing on our draft annual action plan as required by the Department of Housing and Urban Development. That concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you so much. At this time, we'll go to public comment.
Bow True here in the council chambers, followed by Blair.
Good afternoon, San Jose Council member. I am Bao Chiu. I am the president and CEO of Vietnamese Voluntary Foundation, also known as VIVO. We are an agency that's been operating in San Jose for many, many years, more than 30 years. And I'm asking, on behalf of VIVO, I am asking the council member to approve this HUD action plan so that Vivo, as part of the agency that will be funded to continue to operate our programs. Our category of the program is in neighborhood strengthening and stability. We engage with the Vietnamese American, especially the low-income families, the immigrants, and the refugee. We offer ESL class and computer class, and also the citizenship class. We offer these members of the community to be able to provide themselves to be sufficient to be on their foot in learning English and be prepared to learn the technology in order to be part of the work community, in order to be able to empower themselves to learn the skill, in order to looking for economic opportunities in the city. Thank you for the hearing today. Bye-bye.
Sean?
Two minutes. What a luxury. Appreciate that. Wanted to thank the Housing Department for all their work. My question was regarding the parcel, the YWCA parcel. We have been in talks with the council member regarding that property, so we would like to see if that can be perhaps an interim site, or we'd like to know the process that went through. And if that could be, if it could be an interim site and other people can use it, because we have, there's a coalition that is Lighthouse, Hello Angels, Unhoused Response Group, Community Seva, and I know that I'm forgetting somebody and I feel really bad, but we have been working hard regarding that site for a use that is not being addressed by the city or county. And we feel that site is very specific, and we could really utilize that site for something that nobody else is doing. And people are doing childcare. People are not doing what we would like to use that site for. And so we would very much be interested in that site, and we'd like to see it used for an interim use. So we want to be very clear in our intent, and we would just like to see specifically how they got that site, and we'd like to see interim use. That's all. I just want to be really clear. Like, we are very, very interested in that site. And I think that we are reaching a population that the city and the county are not. So that's all.
Thank you. Blair, followed by Deborah.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks a lot for this item. In being from San Diego, they're talking about HUD issues at this time. And being there, it's reminding me of just, you guys have been working on HUD issues for years now, and it's been turning out some really interesting programs and funding for ourselves that just over time, it's impressive. An impressive list was offered today, and the presenter always presents a really clear description of many ideas of projects that you're working on with HUD. So thank you. I've interested in learning today that in my bit of bitterness and anger towards how sewer funding dollars are being used to, make people leave the creek areas. Those same other federal funding dollars are also, sounds like, being used for unhoused services, what this item described today. So it's a bit of a trade-off, and I hope that you're using it for those sort of things, and that we can make that an open conversation, how our system works, and the trade-offs and the balances. And thank you, if that is the case, that there at least is some reprieve to the actions of shifting away people from the creek in order to improve water quality issues. So just an overall thank you for the work of HUD with yourselves and HUD over the years. That it's turning out some interesting projects that I've always tried to mention the concepts of accountability with tech policies that are part of HUD funding, future broadband issues, and so thanks for all your good work.
John, followed by Greg.
Good afternoon, Mayor Mahan, council members, and staff. My name is John Sweeney, and I am the Senior Legislative and Policy Analyst at the Santa Clara County Office of Education. On behalf of the County Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Mary Ann Dewan, we would like to thank the city for their ongoing work in developing their annual action plan for the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. We especially appreciate the inclusion of the redevelopment of tot lot playgrounds in this plan, which is an urgent need. As the city finalizes their plan to redevelop these tot lots, we encourage you to include an intentional focus on inclusive and accessible design, so children of all needs and abilities are able to equitably enjoy them. We additionally would like to register our support for the rehabilitation of the Taylor Street site for the YWCA Child Care Program. There is an urgent need for support for the rehabilitation of facilities so our community can provide child care to thousands of children and families that desperately need it. The Santa Clara County Office of Education remains ready to assist the city in any way it can, and we look forward to our ongoing partnership in this work. Thank you.
Greg.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. I'm here to show my displeasure and opposition to the Copa plan. I believe it is not only
Sorry, we're on a
appalling-
different item.
Oh, okay. When does the Copa plan happen?
Next item.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. That's okay.
Back to council.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have a couple hands up. We'll go to Councilor Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. Just had a question about, I think it was slide 9, where it breaks down the CDI non-construction projects. Not sure if you can put it on the screen or not, but I can just ask you the question as well. It's related to the home repair, 2 items. One's going to Rebuilding Together, the other one's going to Habitat for Humanity. Going for the exact same thing, provide emergency and minor home repairs to homeowners. Different amounts. One's 1.150, about 1 million. The other one's 500,000. But just running the numbers a little bit, it seems like spread out between the Rebuilding Together, that's about $6,700 per home. And for the lower amount of $500,000, we're paying about $12,000 per home if you break it out to the numbers. I'm just trying to understand sort of I suspect they're probably different operating models, but I'm wondering why that cost, why we're getting less bang for our buck, if you will, for the $500,000. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah, it does. I'm gonna have our grants manager, who was on the knows
I know
more
it's
about
a very
the panels
very
and the
precise
scoring.
question. Yeah, I just was trying to wrap my head around that. And they both do great work, obviously. I'm just trying to figure out how we can have our dollar stretch, and I'm not sure if this is doing it.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Gutowski. I'm the manager of the grants team. So the basic difference is that Habitat does much larger projects than Rebuild, so there's a difference there. We've also been encouraging Habitat to do they're the ones who actually said the 40 as a target. We've been really working hard with them to do more marketing within like our libraries, churches, and our community centers to increase that goal. So we're hoping that the goal is more than 40, so that it's not a true breakdown as you had indicated.
Right. Okay. And they're, just based on what you said and how you say it, just seems like they have some reticence in committing to more than 40. Is it because they think that that's their capacity?
It's a capacity issue, correct?
Okay. All right. Okay. That's fine. But I'll move approval of the report.
I'm just going to add.
Please.
So The one of them, the one that's reaching more, has a very limited scope in terms of the types of work that they're able to do as well. If you look on their website, you know, it
Right.
lists here's a handful of things that we will typically do. Habitat does offer the ability to do a broader type of repair as well.
Okay, so
maybe broader and deeper might be
Right.
different as well.
So that makes sense to me. I understand that. Then I would just say the description should be different. Maybe that's where the change needs to occur. So anyway, for what it's worth, those were my thoughts. But because it says the exact same thing, and so that's why I was trying to figure that out. But thank you.
Thanks, Councilor. That caught my eye as well. It's a great question. And just to pick up on that, if Habitat is not able to meet their target, then they don't receive as much of the grant. Is that right? It is based on a per result basis.
That's right. All of our contracts are on a reimbursement basis.
Good.
And then we reallocate unspent funds, which is why we come to you all with what's called a substantial amendment, where we reallocate unspent funds to other
Right.
programs.
So I asked because if we don't have as many projects that need those more significant repairs, we could, in theory, shift those dollars to rebuilding together to do more of the gutters and painting and the smaller projects.
Yes,
for
that's
more
right.
people. Okay, just wanted to make sure that was true and clear to everybody. Great question, council member. Appreciate it. Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. And I also want to thank Jackie and the housing team for all the work that you've put in for this action plan. Truly appreciate your work. To keep the pace of the meeting going, I'm just going to lead into some questions. I am a bit concerned that there were no qualifying proposals for homeless outreach and engagement grant recipients. Is there a reason why you think we had no qualifying proposals?
I think it's just a bandwidth and capacity issue that we see, not just with our homeless service providers, but I would say across the board. And then we extended the deadline and we did receive proposals.
Do you think it had anything to do with, and I'm just talking off the cuff, do you think it had anything to do with the language in the NOFA or anything like that, or it was just mostly just capacity issues? I'm not searching for an answer, I'm just asking. Yeah.
The program that we put in this NOFA is for what we call citywide outreach. This is the team that responds every day to many different requests. It can be requests from other city departments for outreach. It can be requests from our homeless concerns line. It's a pretty thinly staffed program. We're using these federal sources that are limited. So I do think it's a program that is, it's just difficult to run. There's a lot of demands on it and not a lot of resources.
Thank you. I'm also interested in regards to the senior nutrition program and making sure that we're reaching all of our various communities, because we have a diverse city. I'm really happy that Health Trust and POSO have received the grants. Do you know if they have Spanish and Vietnamese proficient staff for their outreach?
They do. It's one of the cultural competency is one of the things that we evaluate in our proposals, and they're an organization's ability to do outreach in multiple languages, but specifically Vietnamese and Spanish.
Okay, so it's for sure they can do outreach in Vietnamese and Spanish then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And finally, it's good to see that money's being set aside for neighborhood engagement grants. Really excited for that. I think it's also great for the Vietnamese community. I just wanted to ask, because I've worked with various different outreach organizations in the past, are we going to be putting together some sort of benchmarks or metrics for these organizations, to, any sort of goals they need to be hitting, things like that, just to keep track?
We do put together outcomes, both an outcome, but also metrics, which I think of more as like widgets or the activities, if you will, but our contracts have both. Because we're not in contract yet with these organizations, it's hard. I can't tell you what exactly the outcome or metric will be, but we do report to council on all of our outcomes and metrics in what's called a CAPR report that we usually come to you in September with.
Okay, that's great. Look forward to seeing some sort of metric or benchmarks. Really excited for this, especially for the Vietnamese community, who I know sometimes doesn't get funds for outreach, and looking forward to the culmination of this program. Thank you.
Thanks, Council Member. Vice Mayor Kameh.
Thank you. Thank you for the information. I was curious on your slide number 10 on proposed on the CDI construction. You have for rehabilitation and infrastructure for affordable housing sites and public facilities, TBD. I was wondering when we would know about that, and is it in the next few months? Is it what is the time frame in terms of when you're going to determine that?
I don't have a sense of when. We will go to other departments over the summer and fall to get a sense of what projects are in need and can meet our spending deadline that I mentioned.
The one thing I would add is that when we did the affordable housing siting plan, one of the recommendations that the previous council passed and that we will be implementing with this plan is that we will prioritize communities that are have less opportunity in them, that have been underserved first before we invest the CDBG funds into other communities. And so one of our tasks in the housing department is to create a definition for that. It included racially segregated communities was part of that definition, but we need to finish that work in order to prioritize where those dollars go.
And when is that work going to be completed?
Hopefully very soon, because again, it stops us from actually being able to invest the dollars.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Dewan.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got similar question to Councilmember Jimenez, and I also the question is the neighborhood engagement. I see that Somos Mayfair was provided $150,000 to serve 188 individual. If you equate that to approximately $797 per person. And then the neighborhood engagement under Vivo was provided about $50,000, which served 300 individual. That's equated to only $166 per person. I'd like to see why there's a difference in that.
Thanks for the question, Councilmember. The primary difference is really the service model. Vivo does a lot of workshops where they have attendance, and they're counting all of those people that attended a workshop as receiving a service.
And my understanding, they also do educational and health services that was listed on your presentation as well.
Yes, they do.
So would that consider as a seminar, or is that a service?
It's a service.
Then why is the difference in cost that was provided?
Again, I think that the difference is just their model of doing more workshop-based programming.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. In the staff presentation, you noted that we have a system-wide expectation, this is for homeless outreach, that 30% will, folks contacted, will be placed into shelter or permanent supportive housing. I just wanted to confirm that that is baked into the proposed outcome. And when you come back and report on the actual performance, we won't just be looking at the completion of the 130 eligibility assessments, but we'll also be able to report on the percentage who made it into shelter or permanent supportive housing. Is that accurate?
It is accurate they're going to have a performance metric, but I am going to qualify what the Reagan had said.
Okay.
And the reason why is because, as she noted, this is the outreach team for citywide. We have 5 outreach people that are doing outreach to any other site where we don't have a focused outreach. So the SOAR programs are encampments where we have dedicated teams. The downtown is an area where we have dedicated teams. So this, the citywide team has never been able to meet the benchmark of doing a referral to 30% because the expectation in terms of they're running all over the city. So they don't really have the capacity to build the relationships that one would need in order to move more people off the street. So I don't really think that that model, in terms of the number of people that we have, given the number of people who are on the street, that they're going to meet the benchmark. So I have actually asked the staff to rethink, given 5 people and thousands of people on the street and the number of calls that we get, what is a more reasonable benchmark? Because we're not setting up this team for success.
I appreciate that, and I'm glad that you're rethinking it. The reason I raise it is that, and it kind of relates to Councilor Jimenez's initial comment, I just think it's really important that the measure of success actually be an outcome. And when I saw, well, we're going to complete 130 assessments, it's hard to know what that means. We're talking about almost $1 million worth of taxpayer money. It's like, okay, well, so we completed some assessments. That sounds like filling out a form. Now, I know there's more to it. There's an outcome from that we want to see. But if that is what we're measuring, it's important to understand the end outcome so that we can hold ourselves accountable and we can understand if different providers do it better, if different teams are doing it better, and is it working over time? It may be that initially, this year, doing assessments leads to placements, but then next year we're measuring and we're doing the same number of assessments, but for some reason they're not leading to placements. And we would need to know that. So I know you're tracking it, but I think it's important for our visibility that we understand the outcome that we want to get to. And to your point, I think it's a really important point, there's nuance in here. I mean, to the answer to Councilor Jimenez's point, there's a reason that one's more expensive than the other. They're bigger projects, okay. So I want to make sure that we're getting the level of visibility that we actually understand what's happening, because to me, 130 assessments doesn't mean a whole lot, and it's hard to know if we're being effective or how we're doing over time.
Yes, so let me just say 2 clarifying responses to that. So one, for all the homeless activities that we do, all of those have benchmarks that are collected across the system, meaning they are collected across Santa Clara County as part of the continuum of care. The continuum of care publishes the baseline metric where all the programs, whether you're coming from the city of San Jose or Santa Clara, we're all measuring ourselves against that standard. So if it's a homeless related program, then it has that standard. On all the HUD programs, some of them are not necessarily outcomes, and that's driven by HUD. And that's not to say that we shouldn't add an additional one. Yeah. But sometimes,
I think we care.
Yeah, just because what HUD is trying to do is count and compare all the programs across the nation. And so they have very specific requirements in terms of what we're counting that I would agree aren't necessarily the end all that we would like to see. But as part of the report, we tend to report on those HUD ones. But I absolutely agree.
Understood. So we got to meet our HUD.
Yes, that next level. Yes, absolutely.
We got to qualify for the HUD dollars and give them what they want, but we should hold ourselves to a higher standard. And I think we need that visibility to, over time, get smarter as a council and make informed decisions. So that's all I'm advocating for. And I think the beauty of investing in data and having the HMIS is that we, in theory, should actually be able to track it all the way through and know on a very granular level, did this team that we funded that went out and did all this body of work and did all these assessments, did it actually yield the outcome we wanted? We got to close the loop with the council eventually and understand if that's happening. So that's all I'm expressing. I would like these reports to help us get smarter, basically. Okay, sounds like we don't disagree. Great. Okay, with that, we are ready to vote.
Who was the second on that?
Oh, that was a while ago. Who was the second on that? Was it? Councilmember Torres is going to claim it. And I believe it was Councilmember Jimenez who made the motion. Is that fair?
Yes, that we heard.
I don't even remember that, but you can write me down for
Fully? When you guys say it on a mic, we can hear you, but if you're not mic'd, we can't always hear it.
Yeah.
Duly noted.
Thank you.
There we go.
Motion passes unanimously.
That was mic'd. Okay. Okay, so that passes. We are on to item 8.3. I want to make just a couple of quick prefatory comments. First, I know we've had some new folks come in. I want to remind everybody of what Tony just said. We have interpreters and we have headsets for Spanish and Vietnamese. Just Spanish. Okay. So we have a live interpreter here. Tenemos interpretación en español. Aquí. We also have headsets in the back for those who need them. I'm sorry? Odolfonos? Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm getting a Spanish lesson as we go. Thank you. And we can repeat that. Couple other comments for folks. One is I want to just remind people, we're going to have a lot of public comment. When you comment, please direct your comments to the council as a whole, not any individual members of the council or staff. Because we are expecting well over 100 comments, probably closer to 200 comments tonight, we are going to limit to 1 minute per speaker. We also had a lot of commentary and reflection and discussion in CED, our Community and Economic Development Committee, a couple weeks ago. When you come down to speak, Tony will read off a number of names. Please listen for your name and stand in line so we can be efficient. I'm going to ask that folks refrain from cheering and clapping because it just adds friction. It makes it harder for people to hear who's next and it slows us down. You can do jazz hands silently if you want to express your support. Please don't, but my colleague says, but just keep it quiet. Also note, there's somebody probably sitting right behind you, so don't hold your signs too high. Please be respectful of your neighbors. And when Tony says time, that's time. So when you get to 60 seconds, Tony's going to say time. Please stop there and say thank you, and then we're going to move on to the next person so everybody gets their chance. And finally, I'll just say, look, I know this is emotions are running high. Clearly, we have a lot of different opinions on this. But this is an image of democracy here today. It's actually quite beautiful. I see people sitting next to one another holding diametrically opposed signs. And isn't it beautiful that we live in a country that this is how we work out our differences? Through open public discussion and debate. So I'm proud to be an American. I'm proud to have you all here. Let's keep it respectful and stay on the issues. And with that, Tony, why don't you tell me what we missed and we'll jump into public comment.
Mayor, I just wanted to make just a brief statement before.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'm Jackie Morales-Friend, Director of the Housing Department, and I just wanted to acknowledge the team that worked so hard on Copa. Kristen Clements, who's our acting deputy director, Josh Ishimatsu, who's our acting division manager, and I also want to acknowledge Heather Bromfield, our Partnership for the Bay's Future Fellow on Copa, whose work was completely funded by the San Francisco Foundation. They've worked hard with our residents and property owners to develop a Copa proposal for San Jose. Copa is one potential tool in our preservation toolbox. As the 10th largest city, if we want to address the affordable and homeless crisis, we must have a multi-pronged strategy that helps vulnerable people first and foremost. The 3 Ps include the production of affordable housing, of which San Jose has been always very strong on, the protection of tenants, which we've been working very hard over the last 7 years, and the preservation of existing affordable housing, which is an area of new work that we're entering. So with that, I will turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Jackie. Appreciate those prefatory comments. Okay, we're going to transition to public comment.
Yes, my interpreter's going to come up. We're going to say a couple other things.
Great.
One, and I'm saying this so the Zoom interpreters can also interpret me. If you want to speak on Zoom, put your hand up now because it goes first come, like the sooner you raise your hand, the higher up in the list you are. When you speak, if you're using an interpreter on Zoom, and she's going to announce this for the people in person as well, please speak for a little bit and then pause to allow the interpreter to interpret you. You'll get 2 minutes when you're using an interpreter, 1 minute when you're not using an interpreter. And go ahead.
Buenas tardes, solamente queríamos anunciar de que si van a usar los servicios de interpretación, por favor tomen pausas entre cada tantas palabras de que digan, por favor, para permitir que nosotros podamos interpretar, y a la misma vez las personas que van a estar usando servicios de interpretación van a recibir 2 minutos para poder expresar su opinión. Las personas que no van a usar servicios de intérprete van a solamente recibir 1 minuto. Gracias.
Okay, so I'm going to call about 5 speakers. When you hear your name, go ahead, first person to the podium, speak, say your first name just to help us mark that you've already spoken. Line up behind them. You do not have to speak in the order you're called. As soon as you hear your name, just line up. We're going to start with Jenny Zhao, Lon Bui, Segi Tadakoro, Jean Hunt, and Enrique Navarro Donian. So again, that's Jenny Zhao, Lon Bui, Segi Tadakoro, Jean Hunt, and Enrique Navarro.
Good afternoon. Sellers are objecting to Copa because of highly time-consuming bureaucracy to sell their properties. Copa rhetoric on how it helps the tenants from displacement and opportunity to purchase dwellings are hallucinations. Do the math. Purchase of 10 units for $2 million with 100% financing and 5% 30-year mortgage will have a higher cost than the rent of 30% of the low-income family. San Jose will have to subsidize the difference between the actual cost and rental price per unit in perpetuity. The only entity it helps are the NPs, with San Jose being the greatest loser through loss of revenue from property taxes, exemption of fees, and becoming a co-signer for any financial support such as major repairs, upgrades, and other operational defects incurred by MPs. Voucher system would be simple, which would benefit all concerned, with more tenants being helped for the same amount of money the city would spend to support Copa. Vote no on this useless concept. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon, mayors and council. My name is Jenny Zhao. I'm here to speak on behalf of BOND, a grassroots organization representing mom-and-pop housing providers in San Jose. Mom-and-pop provides 70% of the naturally affordable housing for the city. With our hard-working savings and our 24/7 service to our tenants, without any privilege and without any city fundings. We are all affordable housing providers, and we are better than Copa. The best preservation strategy is to preserve mom-and-pop housing providers. So please stop adding any more regulations. Stop pushing us out of business. We urge our city leaders to reject Copa once and for all. Enough is enough. 2.5 years and over $1 million tax dollars are more than enough to be wasted. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Lon Bui. When I came to San Jose 41 years ago, I did all kinds of jobs, including picking green beans in the field and working at the flea market while going to college. After I graduated and got a job, I bought a duplex in San Jose and live on one side of the duplex. After 10 years, I bought my house. Then I rent the other side of the duplex. Now, if the city imposed Copa, it would be illegal for me to talk to people and show them my property when I want. I escaped from the communist country, Vietnam, and never thought I would see this type of policy in San Jose. It's not fair to give to nonprofit special privilege over mom and pop.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Please vote no on Copa. Thank you.
Sean Reinhart, Joe Brown, and William Che.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Enrique Navarro. I'm with Government Affairs at the Santa Clara County Association of Realtors. The city of San Jose is experiencing a homelessness crisis, and now is not the appropriate time nor place to be considering an extremely expensive policy that interferes in the sale of property and produces no tangible benefit. Copa would protect no one. No tenants would be protected by the passage of Copa. Laws are already in place in San Jose to protect tenants from eviction when a residential building is sold. Tenants can't be evicted and rents can't be raised more than 5% as it is. San Jose has ARO, TPO, and our statewide rent control. So if Copa creates no new protections for tenants, why are some fighting so hard to keep it alive? When we answer that question, we might better understand what is it that is happening in the housing department. We need to focus on the homelessness crisis. We need to cut crime and clean our streets. We need to get back to the basics instead of wasting any more valuable time and resources on non-solutions. Please vote no on the Cohen-Jimenez-Ortiz memo, no on Copa, and please support Vice Mayor Rosemary Kamei's memo. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, Housing Department. I want to thank the Housing Department actually for the report that they've done on Copa in the past, and unfortunately I see that it's totally unnecessary. I've lived in this valley for over 70 years. I have several clients as a realtor who own properties and are housing providers now. They would be bearing the extra cost that the nonprofits would not be subject to based on the reports that I've seen out of this proposal so far. So I'm encouraging you to vote no on this. As Enrique just said a moment ago, it doesn't save anybody. They're already living in affordable housing. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Sean Reinhart. I'm a mom and pop landlord, and I'd just like to point out that Copa doesn't solve anything, and it also has potentially unintended or underappreciated consequences. First off, loss of tax revenue. Second, Copa properties are no longer developable. They're frozen in amber, unable to be expanded to higher density. The financial risk is transferred from a property owner who incurs both the risk and the reward. Instead, that financial risk is transferred to the city indefinitely. The property management duties are transferred to nonprofits who usually delegate it to third parties that are unaccountable and less efficient. And that's because nonprofits are traditionally fundraising organizations primarily, and their core mission is done with whatever funds they have left over. Please vote no on the Copa proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd also like to call down Carl Lee, Steve Hawley, and Tafari Franklin.
My name is Joe Brown, and I live in Willow Glen, District 9. Mayor Mahan and Vice Mayor Kamei. I don't know if there's Kamei or Kamei. I have trouble with my own last name of Brown. At any rate, I am opposed to Copa. I believe that there is a better solution, and you're going to hear a lot of different solutions today, but one that, because I'd like to talk about a solution. A duplex in Willow Glen on Bird Avenue costs $1.4 million. If we were to utilize, and then we're going to lose property taxes, and we're going to have to feed that property to help two sets of people. If we use that $1.4 million and divided it to $200 a month in a voucher for 5 years, that would help 119 families. There is a better way. It almost appears as if we are taxing the small property owners to subsidize affordable housing. And we need more affordable housing. That is the real issue. I don't believe that this is the way to get it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is William Che. I'm the president of Santa Clara County Association of Realtors. For over 2 years, our association has expressed our concern with Copa, a deeply flawed policy that will not accomplish what its supporters suggest, but rather merely serve as a substantial impediment in the buying and selling of property. Copa is not needed. It has never been needed and will never, ever be needed. Corporate nonprofits can purchase property just like anyone else. There are far more effective alternatives to prevent displacement, such as housing vouchers that could help hundreds or even thousands of tenants instead of burdening the handful of housing property providers. Please oppose Copa today and end years of the waste of the housing staff, time, and resources. And please support Vice Mayor Kamei's memo. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, also Jeremy Bruce, Sandy Perry, and Gloria Henderson.
Mayor and City Council members, my name is Carl Lee. I'm a 50-year resident of San Jose, last 45 years in Marietta, and I'm here to ask your support for Vice Mayor Kamei's memo this morning. Copa isn't going to work, as you're hearing already. It is millions of dollars to help a handful of those in need. And our resources can be spent much better. And I want to remind you that one of our resources in the city, as you're already hearing, is the mom and pops that are providing 70% of the affordable housing already. We need to look at policies that can help them, encourage them to provide more, not drive them out of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. My name is Steve Hanley. I am in my 53rd year of practicing real estate in this county. And I want to thank Vice Mayor Kamei for what I think is Alexander the Great's cutting of the Gordian knot. Her memo solves the problem quite cleanly. I am against Copa, and I would submit that the reason is that I'm most against it is it totally interferes with the process called assemblage, which is taking small lots, putting them together, being able to take the side yards and the backyards and making bedrooms out of them, creating more housing. When you have a small piece of property that goes to a nonprofit, it effectively means the other lots around it can't be assembled with that lot. And therefore, Copa effectively diminishes the potential for more bedrooms. And it effectively diminishes the creation of more property. It is unnecessary, and it interferes with one of the most integral parts of creating real estate. That has not been addressed. It is huge. And I saw it happen in Blossom Valley and Almaden when we cut up big pieces and made small pieces out of them. Now we're trying to take small pieces, and we need to make big pieces out of them. Copa will prevent that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Tahari Franklin. I'm sorry I don't have the 53 years that he has and everything like that. I'm going to talk as like a normal man, a person that lives 3 blocks up the street. If you do not help people like me, guess where I would be right now? Is instead of fighting for people who are homeless, okay, I would be in your homes. Okay, you know, crime, yeah, that's what I would be doing if I wasn't doing this right here, because we all need help, okay? My mom had to move here, okay, because everybody in Ronan Park were robbing her, okay, because there was nobody out there helping her, okay? Everybody, because it's not on your doorsteps, on your doorsteps, ladies and gentlemen. But nobody, I do not want that to be at your doorsteps of where your kids, your people, your family members have to go through homelessness, being underneath that bridge up underneath there. I do not understand how this is not, this is common sense. It's common sense. That's why that we are here, because it's common sense. It's common sense.
Next speaker. I'd also like to call Ms. Rayan Mendoza, Andrea Portillo, and Carmen Brammer.
Good afternoon. I'm Sandy Perry. I'm with Affordable Housing Network, South Bay Community Land Trust, and Sham Deliverance Ministry. We're here to support Copa. Copa is essentially an issue of being for or against affordable housing. We're hearing some testimony here saying that we don't have an affordable housing crisis here because there's already some NOAA being provided by housing providers, and that's naturally occurring affordable housing, and that they only increase rent 5% a year and everybody can afford that. Well, that must mean that all the people coming here to testify about their rent burden and their fear of displacement are imagining things. The outreach of the housing department for the last 2.5 years to tenants, to low-income people, is not wasted. That's insulting to say that it's wasted. And finally, there's this statement that we can't create affordable housing because it doesn't pay the property taxes and transfer taxes. We need to create affordable housing. This is ridiculous. Please support Copa.
Speaker.
Good afternoon, Jeremy Bruce, Policy and Organizing Director with Amigos de Guadalupe and proud resident of District 8. Since the council approved its citywide anti-displacement strategy in 2020, it has taken many steps to address displacement, but has come up short on vigorous preservation strategies. Now it's time to finish the job and build a preservation ecosystem to keep families in the homes they've made and the communities they love. Preservation strategies like Copa proactively prevent displacement and promote community stability, community control, tenant empowerment, and pathways to home ownership, thus creating a win-win for our community. I urge the council to support the memos from staff and council members Ortiz, Jimenez, and Cohen. Let's create a vast preservation ecosystem for all of our most impacted communities and stand up and send a message that we don't leave anyone behind.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Andrea Portillo, and I'm a District 7 resident, and I'm also the Organizing and Policy Director with Somos Mayfair. We urge you to support the Housing Department's memo and the memo by Councilmember Ortiz, Jimenez, and Cohen. We've been working closely with the Housing Department, local housing advocates, and tenants for over 3 years to develop a comprehensive COPA program, a preservation strategy that Council voted to approve in 2020. It is shameful that the Housing Department has not been allowed to present all of the great work that they've done around developing this program. There have been numerous delays and setbacks in this work from council members who have said that they need more time to understand the program because they have a lot of unanswered questions, yet they have refused to listen to the evidence-based data and information the Housing Department has shared. They have refused to meet with community members on the issue, and they have refused to do their due diligence to learn more about preservation strategies. Instead, folks are choosing to side with profit-driven interest groups and pour thousands into campaign contributions and into disseminating false information about the negative impacts about this program.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm going to recall Gloria Henderson. Go ahead to the microphone. Gloria Henderson, and I'm adding Satali Martinez, Olivia Ortiz, Jose Lujano, and John Worthing. Go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Ms. Rain, and I'm a community navigator with Amigos de Guadalupe. A current housing crisis and displacement as a result of decades of discrimination and housing policies. We need to work together to find a robust preservation of solution to address this issue. Small property owners and private real estate groups don't want Copa to see pass. They make false claims that the policy would decrease property values, that the program will be inefficient, and they create new administrative burden. That's a lie. Misinformation, fear of tactics, and racist messages continue to be the pledge of profit-driven interest groups who lobbyists have poured money into upholding these false claims. They should not be dictating our anti-displacement and preservation strategies. Remember, the decision that you make today will affect the people for many years to come. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Citlali Martinez, and I am a member of San Jose communities for a long time. This has been my home for a long time. I actually grew up here, and I am disheartened by the actions that were taken last Copa meeting. It amazes me how inhumane money-hungry people can be. Not only were we belittled, but we were also called lazy. Their narcissistic logic is that people are poor because they're lazy. Most of you showed your approval to that statement through your actions. I grew up with my dad, who is my superhero. He goes to work every day with a broken shoulder for many years. His bone is popping out of his chest, yet he gets up every morning and still goes to work. He cannot have surgery because he cannot afford being able to rest and stay at home with his family. I encourage you to actually listen to us and look for your community and support us and help us out.
Next speaker.
Good evening, council members. My name is Olivia Ortiz. I'm a homeowner and I'm also a small business owner. Today I'm here because we know that Copa is not the total solution of the crisis. We know that, right? But we also know that Copa can be a good strategy. As a housing department, along with local housing advocates and tenants, have worked tirelessly to develop their comprehensive program for the past 3 years, so we know that will work and can help our fight to keep our families together. Owners and private real estate groups do not want Copa policy approved due to false claims, like property values will go down or the program will be inefficient or create a new administrative burden and things like that. But that's disinformation. It's scared tactics and racist messages that continues to be sold to interest groups for the purpose of profit, whose originators have invested money to defend this false claim. People who prefer economic interest or even going over the interests of the community. I hope that you guys today don't go prefer economic interests over the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Sandra Weber, Regina Celestine Williams, and Matt
My name is
Gustafson.
John Worthing. Excuse me. I've been sitting here a long time. My name is John Worthing. I own property in districts 1, 6, and 10. I rent to moderate income people. Copa will take away moderate income units and convert them to low income units. That will just put added pressure on the moderate income people who now rent in our buildings. These are the buildings without the spas, without the views. They're the buildings you see on Hamilton Avenue that are nice pieces of real estate. People have been living there a long time, paying rent, et cetera. Copa will take those units out of the marketplace, and those people will then have to pay higher rents, all right? Lastly, the study that the housing department did was a county-wide study. They have the ability through their rent registry to give you information based on San Jose. Read that, and because it included Sunnyvale and other cities. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Jose Lucano. I am the treasurer of the South Bay Community Land Trust, and I'm here today to talk to you about why, in my experience, Copa is the best policy that we could put forward to achieve the Council's goals of building new housing and preserving existing housing. Building housing is incredibly difficult. I can tell you this because I dedicate my life to building affordable housing every single day for my employer. And preservation is not any much easier necessarily. Copa is a balanced policy framework that would help you achieve your goals of preserving housing. And moreover, it complements almost $1 billion of funding across the state of California that can be used to leverage our very limited Measure E dollars here locally. If you choose not to uphold the policy that has been worked on so carefully by the Housing Department over these last 2.5 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Gustafson, Stephanie Ligsey, Emily, and Norma Chavez. Go ahead.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Yo soy México Americana. Mi nombre es María Elena Vargas. Yo he vivido aquí más de 40 años con mis hijos. En el 2008 yo perdí mis casas. Tenía 3 casas y las perdí por cuestión de salud. Y como yo era madre soltera, que yo las conservaba.
Señora, si puede pausar, por favor. Señora, espérese.
Voy a interpretarle y luego usted continúa, ¿ok?
Sí.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maria Elena Vargas. I have been living in San Jose for 40 years with my children. I used to have 3 homes that I lost.
We lost por los malos manejos, de los real estate, porque yo llegué en una área americana y no me querían porque me veían no de su raza, entonces me miraban feo.
The reason why I lost the homes was because of bad management from the real estate, because I lived in an area that was American, and they didn't see me with good eyes because of my color.
Entonces, allí viví por 12 años en diferentes lugares. Yo trabajaba limpiando casas y limpiando cocinas. Entonces, yo pienso que Copa es una ley que nos puede beneficiar ahora a nosotros, porque nosotros perdimos nuestras casas por los malos manejos y por los consejos de los real estate que quieren vender una y otra vez nuestras casas. Que la casa salió más barata, tenemos que sacarle el equity para comprar otra. Entonces, tiene que haber supervisión en los famosos real estate, porque los señores de bienes y raíces nos engañan, nos roban.
That's time, but I'll let the interpreter.
Nos engañan, nos roban.
Disculpe, tengo que interpretar. Then I lived in another home for 12 years, and I had to live in a different place. I worked very hard cleaning houses, cleaning kitchens. I believe that Copa is very good for us, because we lost our homes due to the real estate and the bad management that they had. They just wanted to buy our homes and sell our homes once and again, because they kept on saying that we had more equity, and they wanted us to continue buying more.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Entonces,
Ya se le terminó el tiempo.
Pues yo quiero que me hagan favor de pensar, Copa es buena ley para nosotros.
Sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Ya terminó su tiempo. I just want you to know that Copa is a good thing for us.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, it's time flies. Good evening, Council. Copa my name is Sandra Weber, and I'm a realtor. Copa is just bad policy. It increases bureaucracy, decreases transfer and property tax revenue for the city, and grants special privilege for corporate nonprofits over mom and pops. Ending Copa today ensures 1031 exchanges remain desirable and continue without interruption. Copa is an inefficient use of taxpayer funds, as the time and money spent just studying Copa alone could have instead supported many more people in the form of vouchers. Please oppose Copa today, and please support Vice Mayor Kamei's memo. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Matt Gustafson. I'm a District 3 resident. I'm a homeowner, I'm a father, and I'm a community organizer with Somos Mayfair in East San Jose. I'm here tonight to stand with my friends and my neighbors, their children and their families, fighting for their lives against displacement. Many of you have said that preventing displacement and homelessness is a high priority. So I'm going to ask you tonight, do you notice that the silence of tenants in opposition to Copa, it's deafening? There is none. I'm holding in my hand 2,500 petition signatures that we've collected around the city over the past 2.5 years. We have the support of over 50 community serving organizations and your own Housing and Community Development Committee. Some of you have asked whether the juice is worth the squeeze. Not too long ago, you had to be a white man to own property in this valley, and so coalitions like ours fought to change that. I'm going to ask all of you on council who are not white men, was that juice worth the squeeze? What do you think? You're all indebted to this movement. Please don't forget that. Please support Copa and the memo from Jimenez. Thank you.
Next speaker. I'd also like to call down Doug Goss and Greg Peralta.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Norma Chávez, soy de la comunidad de Somos Mayfair, apoyando a Copa y a vecinos activos. Soy residente de San José como madre de familia. Estoy aquí apoyando a mi comunidad y exigiendo el derecho de la igualdad para tener las mismas oportunidades para todos en vivienda asequible. Paremos de lucrar con las oportunidades para todos por igualdad. Los dejo con un pensamiento después de este voto para Copa. Deseo puedan llegar a casa, disfrutar de su hogar, de su familia, seguros, sin preocupaciones de desalojo para ustedes. Pero en sus sueños, recuerden que muchas familias no tenemos la misma oportunidad que ustedes, donde hay niños, jóvenes, padres, abuelos, con angustia de vivir el día al día, con el temor de volver a ser desalojados, desplazados por los altos costos de vivienda. Apoya a Copa. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Norma Chavez. I am a resident of San Jose, and as a mother of a family, I'm here supporting my community, and I demand the right of equality so that we can have the same opportunity for everyone in terms of affordable housing. Let's stop of taking advantage of the opportunities for everyone. I am leaving you with a thought. After this vote that you give for Copa, I wish that you can go home and enjoy of your safe home without worrying about being displaced. But in your dreams, remember that many families do not have the same opportunity that you do. There are families where there are children, young people, parents, grandparents, with anxiety of living day to day with the fear of being displaced. Please vote for Copa.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I am Stephanie Ligsay, a resident of San Jose for 23 years. After over 2 years of researching and attempting to perfect Copa, it is still riddled with flaws. It is not necessary, as there are many services such as MLS and Zillow that provide any potential buyers the information to find properties. Corporate nonprofits do not deserve preferential treatment. Rather than focus more of the city's limited financial and personnel resources on trying to find ways to make this ineffective policy work, the city should be focusing on the creation of transitional and affordable housing. Pushing mom and pop housing providers out will cause the city to lose revenue from property taxes, ARO, and TPO fees if their properties are sold to nonprofits. Why would the city knowingly try to remove revenue coming in to support housing programs? At the end of the day, bad policy is bad policy. No amount of time is going to change that. Let's recognize it, focus on developing new ways to combat displacement in the city of San Jose.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, also Bonnie Liu, Tammy Peters, and Eliza, I think it says Schweitzer. Go ahead.
Good afternoon.
My name is Doug Goss. I'm a proud D10 resident and a housing provider here in the city of San Jose. We just spent 2.5 years and over $1 million studying Copa, purchasing buildings at a cost of several millions of dollars for a handful of units annually that do not protect a single tenant due to policies that are already in place is an extreme waste of taxpayer money. The nonprofits have proven that they can raise their own money to purchase properties, just like the South Bay Land Trust did with their recent purchase on Reed Street. The nonprofits have ample opportunities to purchase properties. As I speak to you right now, there are 42 multi-unit properties available, totaling 246 units available for the nonprofits to purchase today through the multiple listing service. And many of these are in areas already designated by Copa as undergoing displacement. There is no need to implement a new Copa program that will burden San Jose property owners and cost the city millions of dollars. I urge you to vote no on the memorandum from Council Members Jimenez, Ortiz, and Cohen, vote yes on the memorandum from Vice Mayor Kamei, and vote no on Copa. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Greg Peralta. I've been a resident in San Jose for 56 years. Please know that I am not here to deny anyone the opportunity to purchase real estate. I am here because the Community Opportunity to Purchase Act, COPA, is flawed policy. At this point, we all know what instituting COPA would involve. I am here to provide my support of private property owners who would be harmed by a policy that interferes in a free market that provides owners the opportunity and right to sell their own property. COPA is supposed to bring fairness to a process, but this would be done by denying fairness to another group. COPA is not fair. COPA would add many layers and complexities to the process of selling multifamily homes in San Jose. In respect of our time here today, I will not list in detail each and every one. However, the majority of affordable housing in San Jose is provided by mom and pop owners. And by piling on more and more regulation upon them, it will serve to push them out of the market, straining the relationships that they have with their tenants and risking their familiarity with the community. Also, COPA would add additional time to a sales process, interfere with a very attractive and desirable feature of rental property ownership, that being the 1031 exchange.
Speaker.
I believe San Jose deserves a reputation as a friendly place to do business.
Also, Carl San Miguel and Michael Fitzgerald.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Councilman. My name is Bonnie Liu, and I'm a mom-pop housing provider in San Jose. Please reject COPA once and for all, because it has been costed millions of dollars of tax money and countless resources from all parties for the last 2.5 years on COPA, and result is very clear. COPA costs a lot of taxpayers' money, but does not increase one single unit of rental housing. COPA does not help most low-income renters, but benefits a few so-called qualified nonprofit corporations at the cost of our taxpayers' money. COPA is not a solution for San Jose to help renters. COPA is not a good use of tax money, and COPA is a bad policy and wrong direction. Please vote against COPA once for all.
Speaker.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. My name is Tammy. I am a resident of San Jose and have been for the last 35 years. COPA interferes with 1031 exchanges. The 1031 exchange process, which encourages investments in our housing in our city, is dependent on adherence to a strict set of deadlines, one to identify properties and one by which the contract on the property must be closed. COPA would make it undesirable, in fact, practically impossible to do a 1031 exchange within the city of San Jose, given the upwards of 47-day delay to selling someone other than a corporate nonprofit. Please end the discussion about COPA today and support Vice Mayor Kamei's memo. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Elisa with Christy Serino. COPA abridges our freedom of speech. COPA makes it illegal for property owners to advertise or even talk to anyone about their property before offering the property to corporate nonprofits and waiting an initial period of time between 15 and 40 days. This is both a violation of my fiduciary responsibility to share information with my client and a violation of my client's right to speak. Copa is bad policy, and I respectfully request that you vote no on Copa and support Vice Mayor Camille's memo. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'd like to add Neil Collins, Mona Hay, or he, and Simon Wang. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I'm Carl San Miguel, here in opposition to the Copa that's before you, and I want to encourage you to support Vice Mayor Camille's proposition. Copa is counterintuitive. It will not create the housing that they intend to do. It will actually stop mom and pops from getting into real estate because of all the regulations that are involved that would curtail the increase in value and wealth for their family. So that's it. Thank you very much, and I hope you turn this motion down.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Michael Fitzgerald. One of the reasons given for nonprofits needing a head start on everybody is because they wouldn't otherwise have access to the best information of what is for sale. Really? These are flyers that I receive every week from hungry commercial agents. These are ambitious, money-motivated people who enjoy working strictly on commission. If you contact them and you have your down payment and your financing together, they will not leave you alone. You will have a new best friend, and they will not rest until they have you in escrow. Those are the real facts. And if this ever actually came to pass and renters bought a piece of the rock, and then the water heater broke, or the laundry machines, or the roof, then by some miracle, everyone would promptly come together to perfect agreement and open their purse and shell out the necessary gazingas? Think about it. You folks here don't often vote unanimously on difficult items, and you're not even playing with your own money. This is just a cruel hoax playing on the hopes of renters. For more than 45 years, providing quality, affordable apartments in District 3.
Next speaker. Also come down George, Sinena, and Tuan. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Neil Collins, and I'm the CEO of the Santa Clara County Association of Realtors. Copa is simply a bad policy that is still in search of a problem. Over the last 2.5 years, the case has been made that Copa is not needed. It takes too long, helps too few, and costs too much. This will never change. Next, I want to speak specifically to item 2 on the Cohen-Ortiz-Jimenez memo. It addresses the need to expand the rent registry to even more properties and further burden our mom and pop affordable housing providers. This is an unwarranted expansion of the rent registry, falsely in the name of housing preservation. We cannot support any part of this memo. This memo does nothing to solve our housing crisis. Our neighbors want us to get people housed and provide clean, safe, and thriving neighborhoods. Copa does not do this. Please vote no on Copa and support Vice Mayor Camille's memo. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Simon Wang. I strongly oppose the Copa. The United States is a country that upholds and respects equality, freedom, fairness, and personal privacy. And this spirit is also reflected in the real estate market. Any unfair condition imposed to the real estate market for any reason or excuse or for the benefit of a particular group that infringe on the rights and interests of property owners are contrary to the spirit of the U.S. Constitution. Copa will only increase the bureaucracy, increase the difficulty of selling home and the intermediate process, affect the normal rules of market operation, and directly harm the interests of homeowners.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next speaker.
Okay. Please say no to Copa. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and City Council.
My name is Regina Celestin Williams. I'm the Executive Director of SV at Home and a D3 resident and a homeowner. At SV at Home, we support the memorandum from Council Members Cohen, Jimenez, and Ortiz, which supports the core principles and functions of the work staff has done and is prepared to do. The memo reflects the community desire for new solutions to the displacement crisis. We ask the City Council to adopt the policy recommendations offered in this memo. At SV at Home, we advocate for housing solutions through the framework of the 3 Ps: produce housing at all levels of affordability, preserve existing housing as affordable, and protect tenants in our neighborhoods. We understand that it will take more than one solution and that our success will require investments and commitments across all 3 strategies. This is well understood across the state, within the region, and was central to the council direction given to staff in 2020 to develop a Copa preservation policy. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Dear Mayor and the council members, my name is George. One simple question. Suppose there is only one house, but we have 2 people need it. How do we do? Actually, Copa only change ownership. It just takes interest from one group to another group. It won't build a square feet house. It will not create any jobs. It doesn't solve the problem of housing shortage. It doesn't make our community safer. So don't waste our time and money. Focus on how to increase house supply. That is the only way and the real solution. Thank you. No Copa.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Seneca Scott. I'm from Oakland, California. I'm the CEO of Neighbors Together Oakland. I'm here today in solidarity with the Business and Housing Network to say no to Copa, no to TOPA and OPA and any of these policies that have these acronyms that are insidiously formed to steal the wealth generationally from the Black, brown, and immigrant community. My ability to pass on my property to who I want is something we fought hard for generations. Traditional family doesn't always follow, especially when you're talking about Black people. My cousin may not be my cousin, my auntie may not be my auntie, but it absolutely is my auntie I want to leave my property to. Let's look at these policies with a fine-tooth comb. There's a reason why Berkeley, California has said no twice. There's a reason why other people are saying no. These are performative, altruistic policies that only serve to enrich the multi-billionaire, mega-billionaire-backed nonprofits who, if you trace the money and follow the money, that's who's the only person who's going to benefit.
Thank you. I'm going to call 3 more names. I have Anil Babar, Susan Wang, and Phil. If you can come down and get in line. Thank you.
Good evening, council members and mayor. So I actually did a lot of research on TOPA, DOPA, COPA, OPA across the country that was proposed in different cities. As you know, it was proposed in 2019 in Richmond. The city council there unanimously halted TOPA, which had COPA embedded in it because there are numerous concerns. 2020, they tried to push it in Berkeley, didn't go anywhere. 2021, East Palo Alto, the council there also had numerous concerns. It started in Washington, D.C. over 40 years ago in 1980 as TOPA. And that program recently was also it never had good funding. They tried some funding with it, not very successful. DC favors much more effective affordable housing programs like down payment assistance for first-time home buyers, rental assistance for low-income tenants,
Thank you.
and then transitional housing and shelters for homeless.
Good afternoon. My name is Saklofi. I oppose COPA strongly because COPA doesn't provide a cheaper or free house. It adds costs oppositely. So please reject Copa. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Anil Babar with the California Apartment Association. Over 2 years ago, when this item was directed by the Council to study, we were part of the conversation from the beginning. I want to thank the Housing Department for their exhaustive outreach to all interested parties. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be able to determine through this exhaustive process that Copa was not the right solution for San Jose. Vice Mayor Kameya's memo very clearly lays out the problems with Copa and the fact that we need to end this discussion and move on to more serious items that can actually move the needle on housing and not just drain the resources of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I also have Sarah Wang. We have a Sarah Wang and a Sarah Wang, slightly different spelling, so I think they're two different people. Jenny Zhao. No, Jenny already spoke, right? Yeah, so she submitted 2 cards. And Kelly Hunt. So another Sarah, Kelly Hunt, and Karen Formosa. Go ahead.
Oh, hi. My name is Phil with Bond District 8 against Copa. It's 2 years of research, $1 million spent. Outcome of Copa is to destroy mom-and-pop housing market, plus the real estate trades, bending the open market buying policy to non-profit favor. There are already so many policies set protecting tenants, and there are so many inventory open land sitting on today's market. Just go out and shop like anyone else. Housing market already dropped 20%, just need buyers. We all understand there's a housing shortage, but not taking advantage of one group to satisfy another. Nonprofit is not benefiting the public. If it is, I won't be here fighting it, and it's only benefit their side. So please, Council, reject Copa.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Susan, and residential and water and in the Santa Clara County over 25 years. And Copa is a bad policy. Copa is maintained as a property owner, first offer their house to the market, and 14 to 15 days before public market. Why? We love this country because our Constitution and protect our right to sell and buy house on the fair and equal competition on the open market. It's not necessary to give Copa exclusion right to the first looking and the first offer. It's not right. Copa privileges a special interest group over the regular buyers. San Jose should not to be investor our tax money to the building up no-profit organization who labor and attract more. Mom, Bob, thanks so much.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. My name is Kelly Hunt. I'm a resident of District 10. I'm a longtime resident and real estate professional and been acting volunteer in our local communities for decades. My colleagues and I are intimately familiar and agree that there's a dire shortage of residential and multi-unit housing, and especially affordable housing. We devote our time and money to help create avenues for affordable and low-cost housing. However, we do not support Copa due to the numerous flaws and its already proven track record of being ineffective in truly helping create affordable housing or eliminate displacement. The part I find very sad is hearing tenants that are emotionally pleading in favor of Copa for reasons that are not actually going to help them. They don't realize they're being misled. Copa does not build new units. It does not guarantee affordable housing, and it does not avoid displacement. In the past 2 years, it's my understanding that these nonprofits have successfully completed the purchase of one 4-unit building helping 4 tenants.
Next
Please vote
speaker.
against Copa. Thank you.
Also Gustavo, Dimitri, and Jen B.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. My name is Karen. I've been born and raised in San Jose, and I love this city, and I am for housing in any sense, helping tenants and helping people get affordable housing. However, I really feel in my heart that Copa is costly, inefficient, and a poor use of taxpayers' funds. The existing tenant protection prevents tenants from being displaced even when a change of ownership happens. Purchasing buildings at a cost of several million taxpayers' dollars for a few units annually is extremely inefficient and irresponsible. Copa does not add a single unit, and Copa does not protect a single tenant because we already have eviction protections in place. Bad policy is bad policy. No amount of time, energy, or money can make it beneficial. Please use limited housing funds to provide real help to these people and tenants, such as housing vouchers. Enough is enough. Please vote no on Copa and support Vice Mayor Kamei's memo.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Sarah Wing, and I'm a resident of San Jose for more than 20 years. I love this city, so that's why I came here today to express my strong opposition to Copa. Because Copa is going to destroy the housing market, it's going to destroy the American dream, and thus destroy the communities of this city. It won't create a single more housing. It won't protect a single tenant. Copa is not designed for the tenants, nor the American people pursuing the American dream. It's designed for the privileged corporate nonprofit. It will waste and already wasted tremendous amount of taxpayers' money. It's a bad policy. So please reject Copa once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'm Lillian Shah. I'm a homeowner whose family has been living in San Jose District 1, 5, and 8 for more than 30 years. We oppose Copa and against all related memo. As we know, Washington, D.C. has had Copa for more than 40 years and has not shown any good results. San Francisco is the only other city that followed D.C. and has got many ongoing scandals, lawsuits, and many troubles over the past 3 years. We don't want San Jose to be another experimental mouse. San Jose has spent $5 million for the past 2.5 years. What have we got? Endless debating, frustrated fighting between so-called nonprofit organization and the tenant organization with landlords and agents. It's just people fighting with people. As some of the council members, Kamai Foley, Bartra pointed out, an ultimate solution would be that city spends this amount of money directly on affordable houses and increase the house numbers on the market.
Next speaker.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dmitry Kruglyak. I'm a real estate broker, a property rights advocate, and a resident of District 3. I ask you to stop Copa and all of its proposed modifications here once and for all. The city already wasted millions of dollars studying this policy that failed everywhere it was tried. This wasted money could have gone into vouchers to actually save many families from displacement. Copa and its proposed modifications is a false promise promoted by political operatives for ideological reasons. The root of all these bad ideas is fundamental disrespect for private property rights. We need to end it here for good. Stop wasting money. Stop interfering with private property rights. Support Vice Mayor Kamei's memo and move on. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker, but also David Eisbach, Dan Pan, and Ivis Lee.
Good afternoon, Mayor Mahan, council member, city staff. I'm here to discuss really quick the Cohen, Ortiz, and Jimenez memo, more specifically item number 1, where they want to notice the tenants when a property is being sold. I just want to remind the full council that in the ARO rules that we have in place today, we have to notice our tenants of all their rights in a laundry room or somewhere public, so they can see it every time they wash or walk by a public area. So I think from that perspective and providing tenants their rights, they should know that based upon those rules that we have in place. I also want to say that Copa does not preserve one unit, whether it's Gustavo, the home provider at $1,500 a month for my 1-bedroom, or a QNP, it doesn't preserve anything. So let's be clear about this. Let's spend the money on vouchers. You can get 3,300 vouchers with $5 million. That can help a lot of families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Jen Beeler. Hello. And I wanted to thank you guys. This was a lot of hard work, and it's very obvious, and I still think that there's probably a better way to handle this. I am a fair housing warrior and affordable housing advocate. I'm obsessed with it, and I think that this city needs to do better, but this isn't the policy to do it. Copa is expensive and a poor use of taxpayer funds. Tenant protections already exist to prevent tenants from being evicted, even with a change of ownership. To purchase a small building with only a few units in San Jose rather than offering a tenant a $200 monthly voucher to help them with their rent. There's a lot of different ways to approach this, but this is not it. Please say no to Copa.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, council members. My name is David Eisbach. And the housing department today wants this council, you, to approve Copa without actually clarifying some financial questions, such as if we were talking about the $1,400,000 duplex earlier, how much is the city prepared to pay? Is it going to be just the down payment, or is it going to be more? The other thing, how much for the renovations if it needs it directly after the close of escrow? What is the permanent subsidy cost? What part goes to the nonprofits and what part goes to subsidizing the tenant, the low-income tenant? Will the city in the future also face problems when capital improvements, new roofs, plumbing, whatever?
Thank you. Next speaker.
Okay.
Also, Anna Marie Russo, Susan Hayes, and Mark Lazario.
Reject Copa now. Any form of delay, reform of Copa is morally, economically, and intentionally wrong. Our economy is slowing down. Big companies are laying off more employees. People cannot or do not want to buy a house, especially in San Jose. Google is holding its building construction. We don't want San Jose unwanted, especially with Copa in place. After nearly 2.5 years and over $1 million in cost, resource, and staff time, it's time to call off Copa completely now. Copa totally destroying normal business practice. It's unfair. It will harm housing providers, homeowners, renters as a whole in San Jose, and it will eventually crash housing market in San Jose. It's time for City Council to take the lead and make decisions how to move forward.
Thank you. Next speaker.
San Jose has a lot of issues to our leaders to solve. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hello, everyone. I'm Danya. I'm resident in San Jose about 10 years. Copa is unnecessary. Service like MLS, Costa, LoopNet, and Zillow already provide tools for corporate non-profit to fund properties. They don't deserve special privilege above our mom and pop housing providers. There is no data that demonstrates that corporate nonprofits are having a difficult time purchasing properties because they are not. Data shows that over 95% of the 2 to 4 units are sold on the open market with an average of 30 market days.
Thank you. Next speaker.
No Copa. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Anna Maria Russo.
I was born and raised in San Jose and do not want to see San Jose destroyed. Copa is a violation of the free market. Copa prohibits sellers of multifamily housing from putting their property on the market prior to first offering their property to nonprofits and waiting a period of 15 days to 40 days with an additional 7 days to await a counter. That's upwards of 47 days wasted waiting on a third-party offer. Completely unfair to our property owners who might be looking to sell quickly to aid them in their costs that they need. The nonprofits' exclusive rights to the first look and first offer in Copa make it undesirable for people to invest in San Jose, which we need. Copa is bad for property owners, is bad for people attempting to sell their property, and it fails to provide any protections it claims to provide. Please vote no on Copa and vote yes on Vice Mayor Kamea's memo. Thank you for your time.
Okay, I'm going to recall a few of the names that I already said. Iris Lee, Mark Lazario, Susan Hayes. Also, it looks like Aegean Lee, Ava Lee, and John Scaglione. Go ahead.
Hi. Hi, I'm Susan Hayase, a San Jose homeowner and longtime volunteer and activist in the San Jose Japantown community. The preservation of San Jose Japantown demands a policy like Copa to protect rental housing from speculative investment and keeping it in community control. San Jose Japantown is one of only 3 Japantowns remaining in California out of an original 43 that existed before World War II for forced removal and incarceration of Japanese Americans. San Jose is the most intact, but we fear gentrification and for-profit development that is not in the interests of the residents, business, and property owners or the dispersed Japanese American community to which it is a cultural, religious, and community center. Our community includes historic and current ties to the Chinese, Filipino, and Black communities who also settled in this redlined area. Many people enjoy Japantown's neighborhood atmosphere as well as the restaurants and shops. We would like that to continue, and we've had to struggle to survive on our own. Support Copa.
Catherine Hedges, Maria Martinez, and Pamela Campos.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I appreciate you letting me have this moment. My name is John Scaglione, and I'm a native of San Jose, California. I'm a District 10 resident, and I am a realtor of 48 years here in Santa Clara County. It's been expressed that we don't have compassion for the affordable housing issue, and I'll tell you what, realtors have more compassion than anybody for this issue. The problem is Copa is not the answer, simply because 95% of our transactions here are IRS 1031 exchanges that are not going to happen with Copa. When asked at the last meeting how they would handle a transaction with Copa, it was stated that they would do their very best to get it closed. IRS does not like the words very best. It needs to close with the dates that shows on our contracts. It just would not happen. It wouldn't happen with Copa. So
thank you.
We're urging you to vote
Next
no
speaker.
on Copa. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I really don't think Copa is a good policy. And please vote no for the Copa. Why? Because a nonprofit organization, after doing the COVID, a last new nonprofit organization. What is, a definition about the nonprofit organization get a, opportunity to get the house, for benefit the people who in need. We need to think about it. I think, Copa is not fixing the affordable housing issue, really. Yeah, please respect the right of the land, the house owner, property owner. They have the freedom to choose the way they want to sell their own house. During the COVID, a lot of people, they losing the job, facing a difficult time of their life or their family. They need to sell house.
I'm Iris Lee. Our family has been living in San Jose for about 30 years. We opposite Copa and against any memo. Last time, I saw 2 buses carry people to the meeting. I talked with them. Some of them have no clear idea how Copa works. You can validate your ideas, but please tell the truth. Don't misleading people and make them think they have free lunch. As I understand, Copa does not provide free house to anybody, just change the landlord to the so-called non-profit. The tenant still need to pay rent. Non-profit is unable to beat the market value to provide a lower rental rate, since they do not give but taking. They are taking money from the government, put on their own pocket. As council member Kami, Phelan, Bartry, they point out, if city could spend this money directly on affordable house and increase the house number on the market, that is the solution from the root. We are happy to see
Laura Welch, Aurelia Sanchez, Mahesh, and Jennifer Para.
Hello, my name is Maria Martinez. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council Member. I live in the District 5 and I represent the District 5 community. Also, I'm be here with Thomas Mayfair. I had the fortune to have my home, which we had 5 owners, and I don't think that this is the way the realtor affected, because we had 5 owners in this home, and any lose money, the realtor. Property owner and private real estate group do not want a Copa policies passed because of false claim that the policies will reduce property values, that the program will be inefficient or create a new administrative burden. Misinformation, scare tactic, and racist messages continue to be sold by for-profit interest groups whose lobbyists have invested money to defend their false claim. They should not dictate our strategy against displacement or preservation.
Next speaker.
Please appoint Copa.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council people. My name is Laura Welch. I'm a real estate broker, and I've been in this valley since I was 7 years old. The reason this has been put down by many cities is it simply does not work. Copa not only interferes with the basic rights of property ownership, but it's equal to giving an aspirin to somebody to try to treat them with cancer. While the intent is good, it doesn't work. It would be more prudent to look into expanding the voucher programs and or partnering with developers to convert abandoned commercial properties into affordable housing. And yes, like the rest of the realtors in this room, I am a very fierce affordable housing person. I am a warrior to defend affordable housing and fair housing. This type of action will harm the value of current properties, thus harming mom and pop ownership. This is simply bad policy, and I ask you to put it down.
Hello, my name's Aurelia Sanchez, and I live in District 3. I support affordable housing, I support supportive housing, but I do not support Copa. And the reason being is the city has no business being in the housing department. I mean, we need a housing department, but we shouldn't be giving all our tax dollars to housing. This city is a hot mess like other big cities. Our schools are in trouble. There are students bringing loaded handguns to school almost every week. Our roads, it's like, in our city, it's like living in a ranch. We have a huge homeless problem. Mayor Mahan, I voted for you because we need to go back to common sense. Let us support the people that need rental assistance, maybe with vouchers, but let the state and county do their share too. It should not fall on the shoulders of the city council or the residents.
Next
Thank
speaker.
you.
Leslie, I can't read the last name. It starts with a B. So Leslie B, Yesenia Diaz, Uneri Ramon, and Maria Chavez.
And just before our next speaker, we're at about 5:30. I'm going to ask that we go to 6, and then the council will need to take a brief recess to grab some dinner, and then we will return. I'm sure we'll continue to have public comment at that time. So we'll go another 30 minutes. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Mahesh, and I am from District 10. I own a fourplex there. There are the housing providers are already heavily regulated. So now we are heavily regulated for maintenance, and now there is a regulation for buying and selling. So this Copa actually fiddles with IRS because there cannot be 1033 exchange, right? Because many people have told that. So if you are bringing Copa, then you need to change the IRS also. So it is very proven that since 2 years, you cannot get the Copa because it is bad. And since many people have told that in many cities it has failed, so it is evident that Copa is not good. And also, the city will lose the revenue because we are paying fee and we are giving employment for a lot of housing department. Basically, the mom and pop owners are paying for housing department.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yeah, thank you. No for Copa.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jennifer Parra. I'm Community Navigator with Amigos de Guadalupe, Center for Justice and Empowerment. So I'm here today to urge the council to pass the memorandum made by staff and council members Ortiz, Jimenez, and Cohen in regards to Copa. Every day, I see families come in and I see the stress of them not being able to afford to keep a roof over their heads. There's no reason I should be seeing children crying and giving up their 50-cent allowance or whatever it is that they're saving to their parents to pay their rent. It's unacceptable. All of our residents deserve to have a safe place that they call home, to be able to remain in the city that they consider home. Your job as city officials is to protect the most vulnerable, not to prioritize economic gains. So I urge you all to support the memorandum made by council members Ortiz, Jimenez, and Cohen. Let's put an end to displacement. Supporting this is a step in the right direction. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Yesenia Díaz, soy parte de Amigos de Guadalupe. A proponer que se pase el memo hecho por los miembros de Ortiz, Jiménez y Cohen. Copa es el beneficio, será para muchas familias en la ciudad de San José. Con los altos costos de vivienda en San José debemos buscar todas las opciones que ayuden a las familias y a personas en sus hogares. Ahora es el momento de demostrar que ustedes y la ciudad de San José están dispuestas a tomar medidas para proteger a nuestros inquilinos más vulnerables, que valoren a las personas más que los intereses económicos. De nuevo, por favor, pasen el memo de los miembros de Peter y de Jiménez y de Cohen para evitar el mayor desplazamiento de nuestras familias. Y muchas gracias.
Hello, my name is Yesenia Diaz, and I am part of Amigos de Guadalupe, and I would like to propose that you pass the memorandum that was made by the members of Jimenez, Cohen, and Ortiz. This is in relation to Copa. The benefit would benefit many families in the city of San Jose, and with the high cost of living in San Jose, we should look towards the options that would help the families to be able to stay in their homes. Now is the time for us to demonstrate to us and for the city of San Jose that you guys are available to take certain measures to protect us as renters who are the most vulnerable, and to value the people and not to value the people with the economic or financial interests. Again, I ask that you please pass the memorandum that was proposed on behalf of the members Jimenez, Cohen, and Ortiz in order to avoid displacement for the majority of our families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Great, and I'm sorry, I'm just going to correct my earlier statement. My colleagues are smarter than me and have already figured out how to eat, so we're going to just go through. We have a lot of comments, so we're going to not pause for dinner, if that's okay with staff. I apologize for the change, but to keep us moving, we'll just keep going. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'm just telling my staff to take their break.
Okay, yeah. We'll rotate out. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, mayors and city council. My name is Leslie Becerril Diaz, and I am with Amigos de Guadalupe and a resident of District 4. I stand here today because me and my family have been in the shelter system, and I hate to see more families fall into homelessness. For that, I ask you to support the staff community recommendations and memo by council members Ortiz, Jimenez, and Cohen. I believe that preservation strategies like Copa productivity prevent displacements and promote community stability, community control, tenant empowerment, and ownership opportunities. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, City Council. My name is Yunay Ramon. I'm here with Somos Mayfair. I am a resident in District 7. Today, I am here in support of Copa. Copa is a policy that protects our communities from displacement. It gives the tenant a better chance to stay in their home. Most importantly, it allows us to have the right to purchase our own homes to stay in the community that we have grown in. San Jose has an increasing problem of homelessness. This Copa policy would be able to prevent the increase of homelessness and protect tenants that are at risk of losing their homes due to inflation. Most of us have lived in homes that we need so many repairs and usually always come together with several other families. We don't live in luxurious apartments or houses. Allow us to keep our home and stay with our communities. Many of our families live in constant fear of being displaced. Copa would help us to protect our families and stay in our homes. Copa will not decrease property values. It will simply give us a right and the opportunity to control the housing situations in our communities.
Next speaker.
Thank you.
Also have Laura Mungia, Maria Urquiza, Jessica Moctezuma, and Denise Reyes. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Mona Her. I strongly oppose Copa. I urge you all, our city council members, to vote down Copa. Copa is expensive and a poor use of taxpayers' fund. The existing tenants protection already prevent tenants from being displaced. Purchasing buildings at a cost of several million taxpayers' dollars and city loss of a yearly property tax revenue for a few units annually is extremely inefficient and irresponsible. Copa does not add a single unit. The $1 million the housing department spent for Copa could support 2,500 families for $400 a month, 208 households for a year. Please, please use the unlimited housing fund to provide real help to tenants, such as housing vouchers. Enough is enough. Please vote to reject Copa and use our resource help tenants directly, not for special interest group.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Chávez. Soy parte de Amigos de Guadalupe y vivo en el Distrito 5. Estoy aquí hoy, el día de hoy, para proponer que se pase el memo hecho por personas y los miembros de Ortiz Jiménez. Con respeto a Copa. Mi familia, como muchas de las familias de San José, no encuentran una vivienda a un costo razonable. y casi es imposible. Nuestra comunidad merece tener acceso a una vivienda segura y digna. Por esa razón, les pido por favor que apoyen a este memo. Demuestra que está dispuesto a la ciudad de los residentes más vulnerables y que valoran a las personas más que un beneficio económico. Debemos unirnos
That's time.
para poco a poco evitar la mayor despreciamiento de la ciudad. Gracias.
¿Me permite? Lo tengo que leer para en inglés. Gracias. Disculpe. Okay, no hay problema. Hello, my name is Maria Chavez, and I am part of Amigos de Guadalupe, and I lived in District 5. I am here today to ask to propose that you pass the memorandum that was made by members Ortiz, Jimenez, and Cohen and with respect to Copa. My family, such as other families in San Jose, have encountered living we are against housing that is not reasonably priced, and that it makes it almost impossible for us. Our communities deserve to have access to housing that is secure and dignified. For that reason, I request that please support this memorandum, and to show that the city, that the residents that are the most vulnerable, and that they be valued as well, the people, instead of the economic benefit. We should be united so that little by little we can avoid the majority of the people to be displaced within our city.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, council members and mayor. So we've gotten to this point because we have a housing crisis. People need affordable housing in expensive cities. Many cities have actually already solved this problem by providing affordable housing to their residents that they can purchase. Unfortunately, the leadership of our city 20, 30 years ago did not move in this direction. So now you are left with the crisis. Well, destroying the free market manner in which we can buy and sell our properties is not the right way to solve this problem. Copa is not the solution. I get it. There has been 2.5 years spent on this, millions of dollars. So I'm sure plenty of people really want to try to make this work. But enough is enough. We have to stop wasting time and money on this and enable for-profit builders to create affordable housing units instead of taking in lieu fees. And honestly, if this is the best solution that our housing department can come up with over 2.5 years and $5 million later, then maybe we need some new leadership in the housing department.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Denise Reyes. I am 18 years old, also part of District 7, living with my single mother. We live paycheck to paycheck as it has become increasingly challenging to live here in San Jose. I want to congratulate the council for being #1 in the nation in youth homelessness. I am in the next generation of voting and finding it difficult to stay in San Jose, a place I have called home for 18 years. It is sad to say several community members and I have to consider relocating from San Jose because of high rent. San Jose has drastically changed. Copa would help San Jose and families like mine to keep its richness and diversity. And this is one of the reasons why we need preservation and not production. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also Bonnie, and I can't read the handwriting on this. It looks like J-H-I-S, last name Lee, Carlos Padilla, Jesselyn Faust, and Amelia Post.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Urquiza, and I'm here to represent my community, those that can't be here because they have to work 2 or 3 jobs. It's so expensive to live here. And first of all, I want to say thank you to the ones that are actually listening and not multitasking. I mean, we've been here for hours, and I think that at least we deserve that, your full attention, because this is some serious matter. We're talking about families who don't have the stability, kids that are moving from one place to another place, and that really affects our kids. That affects their development. And by the way, I'm a house owner, as many of you, and I don't have any issues with Copa. And I don't know, maybe it's because I went through that whole thing, or not having a home, having to move a lot of times. And I know how that can affect someone's life. So please, please support Copa. Let's think about the values that we're gonna leave to our future generations.
Next speaker.
Empathy, it's not that hard.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jessica Moctezuma, and I live in District 7. I am passionate about fixing the housing crisis in San Jose. I don't want to see any more families being displaced. Preservation strategies like Copa proactively prevent displacement and prompt stability, community control, tenant empowerment, and ownership opportunities. There are over 50 housing justice advocates, 2,500 community members who have endorsed Copa. Our families, your constituents, are demanding stable, safe, affordable housing. I urge you to support the community's call for Copa. The time is now to show that you and the City of San Jose are willing to take steps to protect our most vulnerable tenants, that you value people over profit-driven interest. Please vote yes on Copa.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Carlos Padilla, and I've been a tenant and now a housing provider. And I want to thank all the council members, housing department, and our attendees for all your time and efforts. And I hope we all realize that we all do have the same goals. Our only difference is on our solution. So I ask the audience members to raise your hand or stand if you represent or work for a nonprofit. Can you raise your hand or stand if you work for a nonprofit? And I ask this because I want the council to recognize who would benefit if Copa passes. Copa was designed for our nonprofits. This is not the most effective use of our funds. Over $1 million has been spent in this flawed policy that could have been provided to our tenants. Nonprofits can buy properties today without this program. Multifamily properties in San Jose are on the market on average of over 2 months, and this hasn't changed recently. This has been like this for years. That's why no to Copa, and yes to Vice Mayor Kamei's memo. Copa does not add more units. It only changes the owners of existing properties. Thank you.
Rosa Hurtado, Huascar Castro, Carlos Jr., and Arturo Munoz. Again, that's Arturo Munoz, Carlos Jr., Huascar Castro, and Rosa Hurtado.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Amelia Post, and I work with Somos Mayfair. I'm here today in support of Copa and to support the Housing Department's memo and the memo submitted by Council Members Ortiz, Jimenez, and Cohen. Preservation is an essential strategy if we are to truly meet this moment of housing crisis. Preserving safe, dignified, and stable housing is fundamental for any other issue that we want to take on in the city, whether it be education, child well-being, worker rights, small business development, and it requires action now. It's no secret that massive amounts of financial resources have been deployed to defeat Copa, but massive amounts of people have been activated and an incredibly vibrant coalition has come together to advocate for this solution. The numbers are clear. The money may be with the real estate industry, but the people of San Jose are with Copa. The arguments against Copa and preservation are based on fear-mongering, flimsy misinformation, and outright lies. It is for each of you to decide if you're here to protect the financial interest of those who continue to accumulate properties while so many go without a home, or if you're here to stand with families before they are pushed out of San Jose.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening now, Mayor and Council. My name is Huascar Castro. I'm the Director of Housing and Transportation Justice at Working Partnerships USA. We're proud to stand alongside a broad coalition in support of this policy. Copa is a tool to spur preservation and create opportunities to stabilize neighborhoods and keep homes permanently affordable. In collaborative spirit, we would also like to express our support for the memo put forth by Councilmembers Ortiz, Cohen, and Jimenez to ensure that we as a city look to further preservation through a broad array of strategies. As we all discuss this issue, our housing crisis has gotten to a point where housing insecurity and the amount of rent burden and extremely rent burdened tenants is an all-time high. We need to act expeditiously and intentionally towards combating displacement and preventing homelessness. Thank you very much.
Juan Lujano, go ahead. June Tran and Maya Carrasco.
Good afternoon, Mayor Mayan and honorable city council members. My name is Carlos, and I'm a resident of District 4 and son of 2 domestic workers. I stand before you in support of Copa. Vice Mayor Kamei's memo is a betrayal and a spit in the face to working-class families. Each year, countless working-class families leave San Jose due to the increasing rents. I find it ironic that housing providers, mom-and-pop property owners, realtor associations, apartment associations, and more tell you and us affected what is best for us. It's the equivalent of an abuser telling a victim what is best for them. They are not us. They do not represent the struggles that each working-class family encounter on a daily basis. Please side with working-class families. Thank you.
Danya Zong and Kimmy.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Juan Angel Lujano, and I'm here on behalf of community members that cannot be present today due to your inaction on addressing the mass displacement seen here in San Jose, in our city. While it is evident that you choose to ignore the thousands of community voices, I hope you understand the urgency as to why we need Copa here in San Jose. It is very disheartening to see that some of our elected officials are openly against community while happily taking campaign contributions from the real estate industry that is lobbying against community. While you may not be in favor of community today, I urge you to look in the mirror to reevaluate what your values are, and I also want to acknowledge that it is a shame that we have to be here fighting for this policy due to the inaction that y'all are doing. So please support this policy, support the memo that Councilmember Ortiz, Cohen, and Jimenez brought forward. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. My name is June Tran, and today I'm here to ask, first, reject Copa permanently. Second, reject the memo of Council Ortiz, Council Cohen, and Council Jimenez. The reason is we already spent 2.5 years and over $1 million to study Copa. We didn't need 2.5 years. We just look at all the city, and the closest one is San Francisco. Copa did not work, and I have no objection for nonprofit organization to purchase property for low-income residents. However, you can purchase anywhere from anyone, especially if you have a realtor that will help you purchase the property even faster. As a property owner, thank you.
Also Ari, Raymond, Jose Serrano, and Oscar.
This is Kimmy. I'm a small mom and pop property owner in District 1 and a resident in District 10. I'm also a first-generation immigrant. I'm here to ask the mayor and council members to vote no on Copa, and also no more regulations, no expansions of rent registry. Expanding the rent registry will only increase fees to pay for more staff, more bureaucracy who are not seeking successful outcome on the affordable housing issues. Mom and pops provide 70% of the naturally affordable housing in San Jose. Most of the mom and pops live in San Jose and invest in San Jose. Instead of being respected and appreciated, we have been badly targeted by the city with endless new mandates and regulations, each one placing additional burden and pushing us out the market. The number of full-time staff.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Dear Mayor and Council members, Copa is a bad policy. Housing crisis
is all about supply and demand. However, Copa, like other rent control policies, does not add a single unit to the market, but with a significant amount of time, money, and resources, which eventually become a further burden on all the tenants, homeowners, and buyers. For the last 8 years, the staff of the San Jose Housing Department has been increased 10 times to over 80 people, and the director's salary has been increased over 4 times to close $500,000 a year. And meanwhile, the housing crisis is getting worse and worse in San Jose. Copa is irresponsible, costly, inefficient, and leads to abuse and corruption by special interest groups. Please vote no to reject the Cohen, Ortiz, Jimenez memo that keeps Copa alive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mi nombre es José, buenas tardes. Yo aquí estoy desde 1986 y todo el tiempo he trabajado en el campo y en la construcción y todo el tiempo los trabajos han sido mal pagados y las rentas muy altas. Yo lo que quiero es que las personas que están votando en contra de Copa son las personas que tienen propiedades y nomás quieren todo su beneficio. Gracias.
Gracias. Okay. My name is Jose, and I've been here since 1986. And all this time, I have been working as a field worker, which doesn't pay very much money for the rent. And what I'm saying is that all the people that are voting against Copa are the people that have properties and that want economic gains. Please don't vote for Copa. Thank you.
Before you speak, I have Greg Miller, Tao Lee, Kira Kazantzis, and Cesar Navarro.
Hi, I'm wearing my sunglasses because I'm losing my vision, and I'm wearing my hat as well. The city housing department, local housing advocates, and tenants have worked tirelessly to develop a comprehensive COPA program for the past 3 years. Despite delays, numerous delays actually, the setbacks from city council members who refuse to take action to support preservative strategies that work and help and keep our families housed. I urge you to support the housing department memo. That memo is submitted by Peter Ortiz, Sergio Jimenez, David Cohen, and to invest in anti-displacement policies in the city of San Jose that protect San Jose families, not private interest, right? Policies that protect families from the private development of their homes, ensure that hardworking families stay together, actually, because, struggling for a house can actually separate families and lead them down separate ways. Thank you for your time.
My name is Greg Miller. I'm here to ask you to support the memorandum by Ortiz, Cohen, and Jimenez. The opponents of Copa have misrepresented the program developed by the Housing Department. The point of the Copa is to give tenants threatened with eviction and displacement an opportunity to acquire, with the assistance of a qualified nonprofit, their current residence in San Jose. It does not force a landlord who wants to sell a property to accept the offer by the qualified nonprofit. Copa is a limited program. It doesn't by itself solve the affordable housing crisis, but it is one modest step the city can take. The current policy doesn't work. It allows the displacement of workers that make our economy work, forcing them to make long commutes to their low-wage jobs here. It prioritizes the profits of owners over the health and well-being of people who are already disadvantaged by the system. I call on you to support the memorandum by Cohen, Ortiz, and Jimenez. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, council members. My name is Cesar Navarro. I am a community organizer for nonprofit in Eastside San Jose, Latinos Unidos for Nueva America. Our organization supports Copa. We ask the council to vote yes on this policy. I urge the council to accept the memorandum put forward by Jimenez, Ortiz, and Cohen. I would also like to address some statements from the opposition. The special interest groups that support Copa are community members and other CBOs who participated in the creation of this policy. I've heard a lot about this policy not adding housing. Of course, it's a preservation policy. It doesn't surprise me for-profit special interest groups support vouchers since these are handouts from the government directly into their pockets. No policy is perfect, but Copa is a step in the right direction, and we need to preserve housing now. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl L. Victor Voss. No, I think that's a J. I think it's Victor J, but it could be Victor V. Magdalena and Alex Shore.
Hi, I'm Kira Kazantzis, and I am from Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits, and I also represent the Real Coalition. I'm a homeowner, and I live in District 3. We urge you to support the community's call for Copa. The city should use every tool at its disposal to ensure that every member of our community has access to fair, safe, affordable housing. By helping purchases by mission-driven nonprofits, Copa will allow the rental homes that are included to remain permanently affordable for generations. Copa will also allow for tenants to be empowered to actually purchase the homes where they live. I'm here to tell you the sky will not fall by letting nonprofits to have a short window in which to make their best offer. We also do support the memo by Council Members Ortiz, Jimenez, and Cohen calling for investment in anti-displacement preservation policies. The Real Coalitions has long been advocating for the city and the county to invest in incubation and acceleration of community development corporations and other wealth-building institutions. Building out and funding a robust preservation ecosystem is key to addressing our protracted housing crisis, and Copa is
Thank
just
you.
one important
Next
part of
speaker.
a comprehensive strategy. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Tao. I live in D4. I'm a member of Viet Unity, and I'm a staff member for the South Bay Community Land Trust. We come to you with technical experience as an emerging developer that works closely with realtors and brokers, some of whom sent y'all a letter in support of Copa. The units we acquire do add to the production of affordable units because we create permanent deed restrictions. Our first property houses 10 people, including veterans, Black, Indigenous, people of color, all of whom are formerly homeless, but now have permanent affordability and a pathway to home ownership. Even with the support from the county, several local grants, and a CDFI, it took us 2 years. If Copa had existed, if this city had an actual pipeline for preservation, it would have been much faster, and by now there would be more communities preserved. Pass Copa now before you violate your own housing element, and we'll have no choice but to appeal to HCD. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Magdalena. I own 2 properties and I'm not afraid to support Copa because Copa is true. Today I'm here to ask the City Council members that are voting against Copa to reconsider and change their vote. Why? Why I'm asking this? Because voting against Copa is equal to vote against the community, especially for low and very low income people who is putting their money in the pockets of the real estate and rich people who own the properties they are renting to a very high cost, and in many cases some properties are not complying with the city regulation. I say this because I know some people who has real estate business, and they are so greedy that I'm sure that if it were possible, they will rent the storage rooms in order to make more money.
Next speaker.
Hello. I urge you to reject Copa and approve the memo from Councilmember Kamai. Copa's regulations are basically a handbook of prohibited speech that has no place in San Jose government. I put up a for sale sign or coming soon. That's illegal. I bring a potential buyer to view my property. That's illegal. My realtor writes an offer on a property that I found for my 1031 exchange. That's banished. I talk with potential buyers and receive an offer. That is censored under Copa. Also, there is no guarantee that a nonprofit would provide an offer after 40 days. The city cannot force a nonprofit to submit an offer. We need different solutions. Please reject Copa and reject everything in the Cohen, Jimenez, and Ortiz memo. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hey, Council, Alex Shore, speaking just for a moment as Chair of the Housing and Community Development Commission. Want to praise staff for your report on talking about the Commissioner's thoughts on it and bringing that to the Council. We appreciate that. Second thing, speaking just personally, I want to say that when the staff report came, I wasn't convinced that Copa was the right policy. I feel there aren't many tools, though, in our tool kit to address preservation of affordable housing, and the results from DC and San Francisco I found persuasive. I think there were hundreds, if not thousands, of affordable units that were preserved through that process, and if there isn't consensus for Copa today, there are some way forwards through the memos from the 4 council members on how you can, through a development corporation, work toward affordable housing. And if you're not going to pass Copa, I hope you will look at those items very closely today. Thank you.
Before you speak, it looks like Ugeth Hernandez with Somos Mayfair, Pamela Smith, Marco Cano, Maria Garcia, and Delma Hernandez. Go ahead.
Victor Vasquez, District 7. I'm passionate about the 5 Ps as well: protection, production, preservation, and people over profits. Copa is about enhancing the affordable housing stock in San Jose. One strategy in anti-displacement. I want to be honest, the Real Estate Association are not affordable housing providers. They're profit-driven in the housing system. They have zero moral authority to speak on affordable housing since they drive profit and displace thousands of residents, which costs our cities and counties millions of dollars. Natural affordable housing stock is being misused by the Real Estate Association. Natural affordable housing is really about existing multifamily rental properties that can be converted to permanent affordable housing. How do we do that? Through policies like Copa, through preservation plans, yes, through funding. Copa is a good policy. You have to give it a chance so that we can have and turn all of the potential affordable housing in the city into permanent affordable housing.
Thank
I urge
you.
you to develop a stronger preservation strategy to include Copa.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Just anytime. Hi, I'm Pamela Smith, and I am a realtor. I'm a small housing provider. My family has been housing 8 families for 16 years, and out of those 8 families, 6 of those have been there over 10 years. We have followed all the rules. We are in the rent registry. We only raise the rent when we have to make changes or improvements. We do not do it every year. We did not raise the rent during COVID, of course, but for 4 to 5 years on several of the units, because we know that we have tenants that have fixed incomes. These tenants rely on our property because it is affordable. It is the most affordable property area in the southwestern portion of San Jose. It's adjacent to great schools and parks, transportation and housing. And we are proud that we can provide this for people.
Thank you.
We
Next
put money
speaker.
back into our property in
Thank
the form
you.
of remodeling and refurbishment.
I have Nora Baker, Maria Guerrero, Gina Zari, and Callie Schloman.
Good afternoon to all. My name is Lisette, and I'm here supporting my community, part of Somos Mayfair. I'm also a homeowner, and I'm a business owner. For me, I think that Copa is an excellent plan. It will be a good for the future, good for our community, especially for our youth, for our next generations. Will it be convenient for everybody? No, it won't, but it will definitely make a change. So I definitely invite you all to consider and see everything that this is going to create for our future. Is it going to be a plan that is going to be successful? It's going to be a plan that is going to create a lot of difference, and especially with the minds that we have all together at this time, It's going to be something that is going to create not only a change here, but in many other places. If it hasn't happened in the past, it has its reasons, but I think now is the time that we can support something, that we can support our change. And our roots are here. We want to continue being here. We don't want to be displaced to any other places. We want to have our kids grow and continue having our families and our generations where we belong.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Gina Zari, Santa Clara County Association of Realtors. Thank you for your time. I've said this before, but there isn't data, there isn't a fact, there isn't even an anecdotal story that demonstrates that Copa is necessary, not even an anecdotal story. When asked if Copa was necessary and if the nonprofits had had a problem purchasing property, housing responded no because they haven't had the funding yet. There is not one piece of proof that demonstrates that Copa is necessary. And because that's so crystal clear, it makes me wonder what we're saying to our housing providers, our mom and pops who've supplied affordable housing, who've broken their backs over the years, who've gotten dirt under their fingernails, who have labored and labored to keep these properties clean and affordable for their tenants. I can tell you, I have far more property owners who are under market, well under market, than at market. So please understand what we're saying to our property owners. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nara Baker, and I'm an assistant arborist in the Department of Transportation. I'm a proud member of Local 21, represented by Camp, and also a renter in the Council District 3. I want to vocalize my support for the community groups present today that are fighting for sensible, affordable housing solutions. I'd also like to address the city's ongoing service shortcomings. Our contract is the community's contract, and solutions to city issues can't happen without city workers. I'm here today to deliver a petition that has been signed by 2,000 city workers. These are 2,000 city signatures.
Sorry, we're on Copa. I think we're gonna have to save this for open forum. I apologize.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, we've got a lot of people waiting to speak on this item. I'm sorry.
Okay,
but
thank you.
Open forum at the end, you could do that.
Okay, thank you so much, and staff up San Jose.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let me call a few more names. Caitlin Shelton. Wait. Okay, so I have a bunch of cards for staff up San Jose. Is that is that the same topic? Okay, so that's you have 8.3, but that's also open forum. So let me move on to.
So just to clarify, and I apologize for the interruption, but for everybody who's here for Staff Up San Jose, during open forum, anything that was not on today's agenda, members of the public can speak on. So that would be the appropriate time, just because we have a current item that a lot of people have been waiting to speak on that's very specific to a housing policy. So we're going to keep comments specific to that item.
So the staff up cards I'm setting aside. I now have only 2 cards left. I've called every other name that was for Copa. For ASN NDIAYE, I don't know how to pronounce it, Ndai, and Sean. And then you can go ahead. Thank you for your patience.
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Maria Guerrero. I am a person from District 6. I have lived there for about 3 years. I used to live in District 5. Unfortunately, I could not stay there. And everything around District 5 is expensive. There's nowhere for me or my family to stay. This is a story that you've heard multiple times, and yet, for some reason, I don't know if it's because we aren't paying your guys' campaigns, or you just don't care about your community. Your community is here telling you what we need and what we deserve. And yet, for some reason, it's still not dawning, and it's not registering in your guys' brain. And I please urge you guys to listen to your community and to what they need. We need housing. And that's not going to be more buildings because there's no spaces for anybody. We have spaces. Keep preservation. That's what we need. Copa is not the solution, but it's a part of the solution. Thank you.
Catherine Hedges.
Members of the council, mayor, my name is Asen NTI. I'm the former Partnership for the Base Future Fellow. I worked on this policy for 2 years. I spoke to almost every member of the community about this policy. I'm obviously still in support of it. I'm also supportive of the memo, which asks you to look into alternatives. We've been asked to sort of ask why Copa? Why are we bringing this policy forward? And the main reason for Copa is to try to interrupt the process of displacement when a property goes up for sale. We've also been told that that is not necessary, that if you have a good realtor, why would you need Copa? Well, the realtors, if you go on the ads for multi-family properties, will say that these are great repositioning opportunities, that these are great investment opportunities, that there's a lot of upside on the rent. We all know what that means, right? We all know that that means displacement, that means rent increases, and that means that these properties are going to be redeveloped, or the tenants are going to be displaced. And so for the members of the council and the mayor who are not supporting Copa or are not supporting the alternatives, we just ask you to please present your plan for.
Hi, my name is Catherine Hedges, and I'm with PACT and a lot of other groups, and I second everything Asen just said. Copa is not the whole solution. People who are ridiculing it because it's not the full solution are missing the point. You need all the tools in the toolbox. You don't decide, oh, well, this screwdriver is too small, so I'm going to throw it away. Well, then you'll have a tool where you need that for. And we've been seeing over and over again investment companies buying up rental housing as an investment, and the new owner raising rents, displacing people, claiming that the units need to be refurbished, finding all different ways to get people out of the units, and then have higher rent for new tenants. And that's what Copa is supposed to prevent. I don't know why the mom and pop landlords are so upset about this. I mean, they'll be out of the property once they sell it. But thank you very much. Please support the memo by Jimenez and Ortiz and
thank you.
Cohen. Thank you.
I want to thank the Housing Department and its leadership. I'm here from a special interest group, unhoused response group, and also Students Against Sweeps, because sweeps equal death. 62 people have died so far on the streets this year, and most are people of color. The mayor is hell-bent on his forced relocation plan of unhoused people. This will only contribute to more deaths and illness. I urge you to pursue all available preservation strategies to prevent displacement. This will lead to less death. I urge you to support Copa. Sweeps equal death. Sweeps equal death. I got 17 more seconds to say this. Sweeps equal death. You cannot force people to relocate. The best way that we can help people is to pursue all preservation strategies, not sweep them into tiny homes that nobody wants. Sweeps equal death. Your strategy equals death.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Paul, followed by Corey. Online. Yours is, okay, so I've got Paul, 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, our 2 Zooms are out of order, so it's going to take us a second to sync up. Okay. Okay. Go ahead, Paul.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Victor, you need to call me. Way in the city where my mother, father, tios, tias, abuelitas were campesinos de Sasipuedes. I have 15 ancestors buried at Oak Hill Cemetery. I have 5 at Calvary. I have 2 at Mission. I want to pass away peacefully and with dignity. And this city has continued to pass policies and not pass policies that address the generational impacts of the redlining map of 1939. I really like Vice Mayor Camea's memo, because what you are doing is you're really trying to get to the root of the issue. You're trying to not address the symptoms of the problem, but you're actually trying to get to the root of the problem in order to amend it. So I already know where this vote is going. So I don't need to do it, but I do.
Corey, followed by Yao Yang.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Corey Wolbach from Silicon Valley at Home. At SV at Home, we support Copa and we support the memo by Cohen, Jimenez, and Ortiz, and we support the community that has worked so hard to bring these policies forward. Cities across Silicon Valley are struggling to get their housing elements approved by the California Department of Housing and Community Development. HCD has been clear that public engagement with impacted communities should drive the policies and programs in your housing element. This is a housing stability policy which was developed based on your own prior direction to staff. This is part of San Jose's effort to fulfill its obligation in its housing element to affirmatively further fair housing. This is part of San Jose's response to the displacement risks and harms disproportionately faced by BIPOC residents. You heard from many of those residents about how important Copa is to them. With all of this in mind, removing or gutting this policy from your housing element without proposing clear alternatives will raise huge flags from HCD.
Yao Young, followed by LWV Bay Area. Yao Young. Okay, we're going to move on to LWV Bay Area.
Hi, this is Roma Dawson, a resident of District 1, and I apologize that I can't rename myself. I am not speaking on behalf of the Bay Area, although I am president of that board and we strongly support preservation policies. I worked for a mayor and actually 3 council members. I attended my first council meeting in 1982. If any of you are in that green room back there listening, I would say to you, I'm very disappointed because I believe there was a compromise to be had here today, and that didn't happen. I'm disappointed nobody talked about the cost effectiveness of preservation. I urge you to support the memo issued by Cohen, Ortiz, and Jimenez, because what about the housing element? Why is nobody asking that question? How are we going to get certified? What is your responsibility with AFFH? Please ask some questions, even if you don't support Copa. Thank you.
Carol, followed by Guadalupe.
Thank you. My name is Carol Watts, and I'm the Vice President of the League of Women Voters of San Jose, Santa Clara. We strongly supported the residential anti-displacement strategy passed by the City Council in 2020. We felt it was an effective way to address past discriminatory practices and to support San Jose's most vulnerable residents. If Copa fails to pass today, we ask, what strategies will replace it in our housing element already submitted to the state? How will San Jose fully comply with the state mandate to affirmatively further fair housing and meet all legal requirements for housing preservation and anti-displacement? We urge you to ensure that all requirements are met for compliance and will continue to follow the development of the housing element. Thank you very much.
Guadalupe, followed by Zoe.
¿Me escuchan?
Yeah, hold on just a second. Did you switch the audio?
Sí, buenas tardes, ¿me escuchan?
Un momento, por favor.
We're not hearing the interpreters right now. John, did you switch it? I did switch it. Okay, I'm not, Armando or Vincent, can you guys say something so we know we're on the right channel? Because we're still not hearing you. Can you?
Tony, can you hear me? This is Armando.
Oh, I can hear you now.
Oh, you're listening to me in the Spanish channel. Okay.
Oh, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear both of you now.
Oh, okay. Armando, you go.
So
Can you let the speaker know to pause so you guys can back and forth interpret?
Señora Guadalupe, por favor, puede pausar o hablar pausadamente para yo irle interpretando.
Sí, está bien.
Sí, está bien. That's fine.
Okay, go ahead.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon to all.
Mi nombre es Guadalupe Pérez y soy residente de San José por más de 25 años.
My name is Guadalupe Perez and I'm a resident of San Jose for over 25 years.
Soy dueña de mi propio negocio y
I
pago
own my business and I pay Continúe, señora.
Y pago mi propio seguro médico,
I
pago
pay my own
miles
health
de dólares
insurance. I pay
cada año
thousands
en
of dollars
impuestos.
every year for taxes.
Ninguna persona debería pasar por momentos de tener que decidir si paga la renta o come.
No one should have to face the situation where they have to decide whether they pay rent or they
Yo
eat.
he tenido que vivir así como muchos de nuestra comunidad.
I have lived like that, as many of our community members have.
Tampoco deberíamos ponernos el pie en el cuello entre nosotros los humanos por el capitalismo.
And we shouldn't place our foot on our throat just because we want to have gains for capital gains.
¿Cómo podemos dormir mientras otros no tienen dónde vivir?
How can
¿O
we
vivimos
sleep when
ahorcados
others
por las
don't
altas
have
rentas?
a place to live, or how can we sleep when others don't have money to pay rent?
Les insisto al llamado de la comunidad de aprobar
I
Copa.
insist on the calling of the community to approve Copa.
Ahora es el momento de mostrar que ustedes
Now is the time for
y
you
la
to
ciudad de San José
demonstrate, and the city of San Jose
están dispuestos a apoyar a mantener nuestras familias juntas,
is going
aprobando
to
Copa.
support our community by approving Copa.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Zoe, followed by Kiyomi.
Zoe, seguido de Domi.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, my name is Zoe. I'm a San Jose State student, and I've been stressed out over my finals, but I made an effort to be here to urge the City Council to pass COPA and stand with our most vulnerable communities that are begging for this policy to be passed. I've lived here my entire life, and every year I feel that I'm closer and closer to being displaced. I never want to leave my home, and I never want to leave San Jose, but the rapid gentrification of the South Bay has taken this decision out of my hands, and we're all here to ask you to empower longtime low-income residents to be able to protect themselves from eviction. COPA gives low-income people a fighting chance of keeping our lives here. Please vote to support our most vulnerable communities and side with our over 2,500 residents that have already asked you to pass COPA. COPA is just a single tool in a tool belt of housing strategies, but it has the opportunity to change lives. Thank you.
Kiyomi, followed by Margarita.
My name is Kiyomi Honda Yamamoto. I lead our housing work at Silicon Valley Community Foundation. I'm a fourth generation San Jose resident and live in District 10. Silicon Valley Community Foundation is proud to endorse COPA, and we appreciate the leadership of housing staff, council members Ortiz, Jimenez, and Cohen. While there is acknowledgement we must build more affordable homes to meet the needs and we need more vouchers, we are at risk of losing too many existing affordable homes to market rate pricing. Local programs in California cities and across the country consistently demonstrate that one of the most effective ways of preserving affordable homes is by transferring ownership to the community for long-term affordability and stability. The struggle around COPA is not just about affordable housing, it's about the opportunity for self-determination for our working families, the backbone of this city. COPA is a smart investment for sustainable, affordable housing. Please enact COPA and ensure that all our neighbors have a home in our city. Thank you.
Margarita, followed by Erica. Margarita, before you speak, I just want to let people know we have 50 hands up right now. Margarita, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Margarita. I am a San Jose State student and San Jose resident requesting that you all support COPA and the memo by Jimenez, Cohen, and Ortiz. COPA will help prevent displacement and provide stability to families that live in San Jose. False claims are being made, but they cannot overshadow the reality that San Jose communities are living now and their support for COPA. Support our communities and not profit. Thank you.
Erica, followed by Dilza.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. My name is Erica Pinto with SPUR. We know that today's decision will be a pivotal moment in the city's commitment to the preservation of affordable housing, and it will be indicative of city leadership's responsiveness to the community concerns about displacement that have been clear in a complex real estate market condition that have led to the entrenched and inequitable housing crisis that we have today. The city must meaningfully build and fund a preservation infrastructure that will move the needle in preserving thousands of affordable housing units in San Jose. We cannot easily forget about the thousands of hours that city staff and stakeholders have engaged to inform this policy, and the need remains for a deliberate and meaningful housing preservation strategy that will have recurring and stable funding. We appreciate and support the memo submitted by Councilmembers Peter Ortiz, Sergio Jimenez, and David Cohen that builds upon the draft Copa policy. Today represents an important step to meet the needs of our current housing crisis, and bold action is needed to advance equitable and effective.
Dilza, followed by Nick. Dilza Gonzalez. I see you're unmuted, but we don't hear you.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. I can hear you now.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Dilsa Gonzalez. I am a resident in District 5, and I am also a community member. I am here today to urge the City Council to support the memo of our council, Peter Ortiz, Jimenez, and David Cohen. Me as a resident, I have been living here for 22 years. From those 22 years, I have moved around 10 to 12 times minimum. Our community deserves a stable house. Our community deserves to be able to own their own houses, and that means giving priority and being able to pass Copa. We deserve to be listened and heard, and we deserve for you all to keep your promises to serve community in an equitable way. Please please support Copa and the memo of our council members. Thank you.
Nick, followed by Deborah.
Hello.
I can hear you.
Yeah, am I on?
Yes.
Oh yeah, hi. For the mayors, vice mayor, and the city council, my name is Nick. I'm a long time. I've been in California for 55 years. I started my life from below zero, and I am here for the Copa. I was a tenant and I was a landlord. I was a tenant again. I was a landlord. So I gone through all that. It's not an issue. And then, people can buy whenever they want. This is in the case of free marketing. I don't see the city should get involved with this thing. Anyway, I really don't see how this thing's going to help anybody other than wasting a lot of money and have somebody playing games with the power.
Deborah, followed by Carmen.
San Jose is the only major city in the Bay Area that doesn't provide recurring funding for affordable housing preservation, and this needs to change. Rehabilitation of existing affordable apartments can cost 1/3 to 1/2 less than building a new apartment, a now solution that prevents displacement and addresses an urgent need. I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself. My name is Deborah Townley. I live in permanent supportive housing after a period of homelessness, and I am a former teacher. Many landlords and realtors oppose Copa because they believe affordable housing will reduce their profits. They falsely claim that it will decrease property values and create new administrative burden. Over 50 San Jose housing justice advocates and 2,000 community members have endorsed Copa, and as more people become more poverty-stricken, we will have more people fighting for Copa. Our families are demanding stable, safe, and affordable housing. How?
Carmen, followed by Lynn.
Thanks. Carmen Brammer, District 8 resident, political strategist, and community advocate. I applaud the Housing Department for the recommendation for our city to move forward with Copa. I urge you to support the Jimenez, Cohen, and Ortiz memorandum. Copa is one of the tools necessary for home ownership within San Jose's Black and Brown communities. There are too many false and unfounded narratives about Copa being shared by the opposition today that I don't have time to go into. If the mayor and the council does not approve Copa, you are telling us that you don't care about our communities and that we are not deserving of having safe and secure housing. This is immoral and shameful in a city as wealthy as San Jose, that we expect and are comfortable having Black and Brown residents rent in perpetuity. It is time for us to also experience the American dream of home ownership.
Lynn, followed by Blair. She already spoke, right? Carmen? I just did. Lynn, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, council members. Copa is expensive and poor use of taxpayers' fund. Existing tenant protection prevent tenant from being displaced even with a change of ownership. Purchasing buildings at the cost of several million taxpayers' dollars for a few units annually is extremely inefficient and irresponsible. Copa does not add a single unit. Please use limited housing fund to provide the real help to tenants, such as housing vouchers. Vote to reject Copa and use our resources wisely. Thank you.
Blair, followed by Joseph.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Hi to everyone. First time here with the new administration. I think it is about my first time. I'm interested in ideas of foundational ideas and preservation ideas, preservational ideas. I think there can be ways to create infrastructure that we have to continue to want to study, and that I hope there can be small groups within city government that will want to continue this, and you'll talk about this tonight, that community advocacy can then come to city government and see what sort of studies we're working on in the next 6 months to a year, and just have little things being worked on to develop the concepts of infrastructure for the future of Copa that can be really interesting for our future, no matter how you look at it. And good luck in preservation ideas and generational ideas that we need to learn how to come together to work on about. It can happen. Thank you.
Joseph, followed by Peter.
Yes, Mayor and Council. An earlier speaker provided you with data to show that Copa is not needed in the area. Our family is a data point. We are a housing provider for over 50 years. We rent to undocumented. Our rents are extremely low, yet we're selling a 7-unit apartment with a 3.2 cap rate. It has been in the market for over 50 days, and not one housing provider has either emailed us or contacted us. One nonprofit has either emailed us or contacted us. So we're going to sell this property. Why, as an investor, would the people who are speaking today expect me to come into San Jose and invest money in more housing? I also would like to address an earlier speaker who talked about the ethnic issues involved in J-Town. My in-laws are Japanese Americans who were put in the concentration camps. All of the properties that they purchased, they found out about at Jay's.
Peter, followed by Tiffany.
I'm a business and housing network member. I'm against Copa based on my 30 years experience making a living selling houses. First, in my 30 years of work, I have helped many tenants become homeowners, and I have never seen any willing and ready buyers discriminated because they are tenants. Second, Copa hurts tenants it claims to help, as the majority of the tenants will buy residents which are not the one they occupy. If Copa is the rule, tenants will have to unfairly compete against tax-funding nonprofits armed with the first right of refusal, making it more difficult for tenants to become homeowners. In conclusion, Copa adds more red tape, more expenses, and more time in an otherwise fair.
Tiffany, followed by L.A. Granados. Tiffany, you unmuted and then you muted yourself right back up.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Tiffany. I am calling to oppose to Copa. I think this is very expensive and is not efficient to help the homelessness in San Jose, and also cost a lot of taxpayers' money and not helping the people really need it to assist with their housing. And I believe it should be simple. I mean, if the government, if the city really want to help them, it should make it simple for them. Just give them vouchers, or whoever meets the criteria or eligibility should be able to get the help, and not using Copa to try to purchase a property, and it just costs a lot of I guess a lot of not very effective in a way. Anyway, that's my 2 cents, and I really urge all of you to rethink about.
L.A. Granados, followed by Elizabeth.
Good afternoon. My name is LA, San Jose native, currently residing in D3. I implore you to listen to the people who carry you. Your decision to not support this evidence-based policy, I'll say that again, evidence-based policy sends a clear message to us that you do not care about low-income people of color, nor homelessness prevention, nor racial justice and equity. It's an act of harm that those opposing Copa are speaking life because they care more for profit than human lives. Why would we deny the opportunity to purchase and own property? Unless it means giving more power to the historically oppressed. No matter what you will decide, we will carry you. When you're going out to eat, when you're hiring landscapers to do gardening, don't forget who's carrying you.
Elizabeth, followed by Kian.
Hi, Elizabeth Wampler with List Bay Area. We're a lender to affordable housing developers, and we support Copa, San Jose's Copa policy for several reasons. One, we've seen nationally that it does work. In DC, where we have a LISC office, TOPA combined with preservation funding has preserved over 2,000 units since 2018. So just in the last 5 years. We know that Copa addresses a barrier for affordable housing developers who rely on sources of funding like nonprofit lenders like ourselves that can't move as fast as investors and all cash offers. And staff have done a really thoughtful job developing a really well-researched policy. We urge you to support the Housing Department's memo and the memo submitted by Ortiz, Jimenez, and Cohen. Thank you.
Kian, followed by Delma Hernandez and Maria Garcia in person.
Hi, Mayor and council members, good evening. I'm calling to oppose Copa because this housing crisis is created because our government already interfere with the market too much. They printed too much money and too much money chasing the housing market. So that's why the housing crisis is created. Now our government is creating is interfere again into the housing market, and that will make the problem complicated, even further complex. So Copa does not address the root cause of this housing crisis. So that's why I'm opposing it.
Dilma and Maria.
Hola, mi nombre es María García. Soy parte del Fideicomiso de Tierras Comunitarias del sur de la Bahía y vivo en el Distrito 5. Los apartamentos de Virginia Avenida durante más de 13 años. Mi familia, somos 5, hemos vivido y podido crear nuestro propio hogar en los apartamentos. Ya tenemos 13 años ahí. En este año de 2021 nos dimos cuenta que esos apartamentos estaban a la venta. La comunidad de Somos Mayfair fueron los que nos hicieron saber eso. Y estos apartamentos que están en lista de venta, somos una familia con pocos ingresos, por lo cual corremos el riesgo de ser desalojados.
Okay, that's time. The interpreter can go now. We have a professional interpreter.
Oh. Hello, my name is Maria Garcia. I'm a part of the South Bay Community Land Trust and live in District 5 on Virginia Avenue Apartments. For over 13 years, my family of 5 have been able to create our own home and watch family grow here in these apartments. In 2021, we found out through Somos Mayfair that these apartments were being listed for sale. We are a low-income family, so we run the risk of being evicted from the moment that their apartments these apartments have new owners. We are currently fighting alongside our neighbors, the Community Land Trust and the San Jose Preservation Group, to purchase the property. I urge you to protect existing Measure E funds to help us with the purchase and ensure that our families remain housed and rooted in our communities. And I urge you to support Copa in order to guarantee democracy and that our communities have access to the permanently safe and decent housing they deserve.
Thank you. So are you also speaking? Are you Delma?
I am speaking, yes.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Delma Hernandez, and I'm an organizer with the South Bay Community Land Trust. I believe in 2017, this council member voted on whether or not Google would be coming here, and the council voted in favor of profit and ensuring that Google comes. And community members like ourselves, we voted in against and really making sure that you all know why community is out here, and through that process, we were able to have South Bay Community Land Trust. South Bay Community Land Trust was formed because we wanted to make sure that we have more housing here, that our community voices are heard. And just recently we heard that Google was halted. In that time that, that's halted, but what the community has been able to do is organize $500,000 to be able to and get a grant to be able to get our very first property.
Thank you.
So Copa does work.
Thank you.
Please
Next
support
speaker.
Copa.
Actually, online speaker. Pamela, followed by John.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Pamela Campos. I live in San Jose District 2, and I'm here to voice my support for Copa. As a lifelong San Jose resident, I want my family, friends, and community to continue living in the place we call home, but it's getting harder every year. Earlier this year, the city of San Jose was in the news for ranking #1 in youth homelessness among 100 major cities across the US. We need to work faster at addressing our local housing crisis. Many residents in our community have been advocating for anti-displacement and preservation strategies such as Copa in our housing element. If Copa is rejected today, we will take this fight to HCD and challenge the housing element. Those who know the history of our land will acknowledge that for generations, Indigenous BIPOC communities have been dispossessed, displaced, segregated, and denied opportunities for dignified housing. Vote yes on Copa to provide children and unhoused neighbors with a chance at a better future. Thank you.
John, followed by Teresita.
Did you hear that? A lender for nonprofit who stand to benefit from Copa call in to voice support. Who are we kidding here? Is Copa really for helping tenants to buy homes? Or is it a veiled attempt to give the so-called nonprofits who are well-connected politically ways to buy property at below market price, thereby enabling them to steal from homeowners? Do you think such corruption will go unnoticed? Do you think that there will be no lawsuits against the city on this? Do you think that housing providers will keep taking this nonsense and continue to provide housing in San Jose with this war on private property rights? The fact that we even have to talk about this is despicable. Kill this travesty now. No on Copa.
Teresita, followed by Peggy. Teresita.
¿Me escucha? ¿Me escucha?
Yes, go ahead.
Mi nombre es Teresita y
Okay,
represento a las familias.
Did you switch the audio?
Y participo en el colectivo de Somos y de Amigos de Guadalupe.
I participate in Somos and Amigos de Guadalupe.
Quiero llorar, sorry.
I need to cry. Sorry about this.
Estoy viviendo el desplazamiento de mi casa
Displaced from my home
después de vivir 16 años aquí.
after living there for 16 years.
Yo no sé qué hacer
I do not know
para
what to
irme
do
a vivir de casa
to go and
diferentes.
change in a different home.
Mis hijos están en las
My
escuelas.
children
Tengo un
are in
hijo
the children.
especial con
I have a
autismo
special child with autism,
y me encuentro
and I
en
find
este
myself
problema ahorita.
in this problem right now.
Yo sé que todos los que
I
están
know
sentados
that
en
everybody
el
that's sitting
concejal
in the town hall
tienen sus casas seguras,
have their safe homes,
pero mi familia no.
but not my family.
Por favor,
Please, please
apoyen a Copa.
support Copa.
Todos merecemos
We all
vivir
deserve
sin
to
miedo
live
al
without fear
desplazamiento.
to be displaced.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Peggy, followed by Cam.
Peggy, después Cam. Hola.
Peggy, I'm a resident of District 4. I am a homeowner and a member of the South Bay Progressive Alliance. San Jose needs a displacement policy and a preservation policy. I would urge you to support Copa. It's cheaper to save currently affordable housing than to build new affordable housing. There is a minimal delay for landlords seeking to sell. This does not affect homeowners who live in their own homes, only landlords. Where I live near Penitentiary Creek, 3 unhoused people have died. I can't live with that. The nonprofits represented here that are being bashed actually care, and anyone who has contact with them knows it, unlike the real estate interests. The free market has been shown to not work for housing and has resulted in the current situation of homelessness, overcrowding, and forced out migration. Support the memorandum by Ortiz, Cohen, and Jimenez.
Cam, followed by Vicenta.
Hello, my name is Cam Coulter and I live in San Jose. I asked you to support Copa. Copa is a meaningful tool to help permanently preserve our existing housing, keep it affordable, and prevent displacement. The proposed policy has reasonable limits. It would not apply everywhere. It has several significant exemptions. Also, in our city's draft housing element, Copa is currently a vital part of our preservation policies. We need to ensure our new housing element has effective, affordable housing preservation strategies. If we pass Copa now, that puts us ahead. If we end Copa, I worry HCD might not approve our housing element as currently written. Please support Copa and other essential preservation and anti-displacement strategies, such as those outlined by Council members Ortiz, Cohen, and Jimenez. Thank you.
Vicenta, followed by Elma.
Sí, buenas tardes, mi nombre es Vicenta. Quería preguntarles que para ustedes, ¿cuál sería la solución
Para ustedes, ¿cuál sería la
el
solución
desplazamiento
para
de
el
las
desplazamiento
familias
de las
y
familias
para nuestros
y
hijos?
para nuestros hijos?
Wait,
A mí me gustaría
wait, wait, wait,
Me
wait.
gustaría.
I'm hearing both the interpreter and the speaker in Spanish.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
Can you, Vicenta, can you start over?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Vicenta, ¿puedes comenzar otra vez?
Okay. Mi nombre es Vicenta.
My name is Vicenta.
La ciudad no tiene ahorita
The
un
city does
plan
not
para
have a
evitar
good
el
plan to
desplazamiento.
avoid the displacement.
Se preocupan más por el dinero monetario
They're
antes
more
de
worried
que
about financial interests
se preocupen por el bienestar de la
than
familia.
for the welfare of the
Deberían de
families.
apoyar
We
el
should
memorando de
support the
Jiménez
memo
y
of
Ortiz.
Jiménez Ortiz.
Ahora también el
Now,
concejal lo que quiere hacer también es
what they also want to do is,
dice que los indigentes deben de ir a la
he
cárcel
says
ya
that
que
the
no pueden
homeless
estar
need to go to
afuera.
jail because
Eso
they
no es la
cannot be
solución
outside.
tampoco.
That's also not the
Entonces,
solution.
ustedes tampoco tienen una solución
So
cual
you
darnos.
also don't have a solution.
Entonces, a mí me gustaría que aprobaran
So
el memorando
I
de
would like you
Ortiz
to
y de
memo the
Jiménez.
Ortiz
Gracias.
and Jimenez.
Elma, followed by Alyssa.
Elma y después Elisa.
Hello, my name is Alma Arredondo. I live in District 5, and I became a first-time homeowner in 2005 because I bought into an affordable housing unit for first-time owners. It was developed by the city of San Jose through their redevelopment money and MAXA. That redevelopment money no longer exists. So affordable housing, homeownership opportunities no longer exist. Everything is for rent. So Copa, through this preservation policy, has the potential to provide a path to homeownership. The city needs to be responsible, not just for rentals. Everything is a rental. What about some homeownership? I was ready to leave San Jose back in 2005, and I would have been displaced if I hadn't had this opportunity. Please provide more opportunities, more tools for residents. Please pass Copa. Thank you.
Alyssa, followed by Jorge.
Hello, my name is Alyssa Serrano. I'm a renter in downtown San Jose and a volunteer with the South Bay Community Land Trust. Preservation is needed now more than ever. When we talk about the housing crisis, we need to prioritize preservation, and COPA will help us achieve the goal of preserving more affordable homes. I work for a developer now, one of the largest affordable developers in the Bay Area, and I know how high it costs to build just one new unit. A new affordable development can be over $50 million, and with the rise of construction interest rates and development, this can become infeasible. The city, county, and state is not equipped or resourced enough to only support building housing. That can't be our only solution. Let's work towards preservation. I ask that you please support COPA and preservation organizations like the South Bay Community Land Trust. Thank you all who are in support tonight, and thank you for your time.
Jorge, followed by Terry.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. I'd just like to say there is misinformation this evening. One, Berkeley's mentioned a number of times and in recent editorials as well. Berkeley actually proposed Copa 2 times over the last 4 to 6 years, and it was shut down both times, voted out, because once renters discovered that they were going to be ripped off, their rent were going to increase more than they would under private ownership, the council just could not support it. It's dead in Berkeley. It's not even in their housing element anymore. They discovered, just as Washington, D.C. discovered, that it does not work. It actually hurts the community. And I think if the renters were not so convinced by the not-for-profits in the audience, they would not be supporting this as well. It also kills off the 1031 market, which is obvious.
Terry, followed by Caroline. Terry H. Okay, Terry. Wait, sorry. We're moving on to Caroline, followed by Jenny.
Good evening, council members. My name is Caroline McCormack, and I'm a director at Enterprise Community Partners, a national community development financial institution that has helped create and preserve over 900,000 homes and invested $64 billion in capital. We are proud to support policies like Copa. Through our work across the Bay Area market, we have seen that in addition to access to fast-acting capital and dedicated preservation funding, affordable housing developers and CLTs need complementary policies like Copa to compete to preserve these affordable homes. Preservation strategies like Copa proactively prevent displacement and promote community stability, tenant empowerment, and ownership opportunities. In addition, we need to support the creation of dedicated funding for preservation and support local capacity building to preserve existing affordable housing, which is key strategy to address the affordable housing crisis. Please vote to support Copa and support the Housing Department and Ortiz, Cohen, and Jimenez's memo. Thank you.
Jenny, followed by Kevin.
Hello, my name is Jenny, and I'm not support Copa. The idea and the initiative for Copa is for the goodness. However, the output of Copa may not be as rosy as what expected. Copa will not create more housing, but will further limit the available housing by its unnatural and unclear market transaction. Nonprofit is not equal to no cost. Copa's benefits is not the tenants. So let's all together find some better housing solution rather than we already see this may not work. Thank you.
Kevin, followed by Chris.
Hello, my name is Kevin Kao. I'm a mom and pop housing provider in District 6. After nearly 2.5 years and over $1 million in costs, resources, and staff time, it's time to call off Copa now. We don't want more money and resources wasted on Copa. Any attempt of trying to keep Copa alive should be rejected. Money and staff resources could be put to better use by focusing on providing rental vouchers or sheltering people who are living on street. Please use our limited resources where we can help the most people. Please vote to reject Copa and do not accept the Cohen, Ortiz, Jimenez memo that keeps Copa alive and adds more regulations. Thank you.
Chris, followed by Monica.
Hi, my name is Chris Schilt from Urban Habitat. I'm calling in support of Copa and the memo by Ortiz, Jimenez, and Cohen. I'm from the South Bay. I'm a property owner and I've been a landlord. I know San Jose was a statewide leader for affordable housing in 2015 when you all acted to restore inclusionary zoning for all cities throughout the state. Thank you for your bold leadership then, and you're being asked again to take bold action for preservation and fair housing tonight. San Jose has a goal to create 10,000 affordable housing units, but we failed to get anywhere near that goal. The impact has been felt by thousands of low-income families who have been made homeless or pushed out of this community. We know from other cities that Copa effectively preserves affordable housing for thousands of families. We know this works. We cannot allow fear-mongering and greed delay us from taking bold action. Please support Copa.
Monica, followed by Barbara. Monica Chen.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, good evening. Yeah, you can hear me, right? Okay.
Yes.
So, good evening, San Jose Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm here to voice the opinion of opposing the Copa. Copa simply is a bad policy. It gives the special interest group, unfair privilege. And it's actually the direct interference of the free market. It's against Americans' free will and free market history. It's a bad policy, and also it does not help anyone. It will not help the renters. It will not help the landlord, and it's actually discouraged the pop and mom investors.
Barbara, followed by Araceli. Barbara? Yeah. Okay, moving on to Araceli, followed by Maria.
Hola, ¿sí se escucha?
Yes, hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Araceli, hable pausado, por favor, ¿ok?
Si me van a dar más tiempo, sí.
Sí, señora, le van a dar 2 minutos para yo interpretar y usted hablar.
Muy bien. Yo soy, vivo aquí en el este de San José.
I live in the east side of San Jose.
Y quiero pedir, por favor, si apoyan también la enmienda de Ortiz, del señor Ortiz, y también Copa.
I would like to request that you support the Ortiz memo for Copa.
So, también Copa, les quiero pedir en ese aspecto que por favor al momento, antes de votar, piensen bien de dónde vienen los comentarios, porque hasta ahorita yo no he escuchado ninguna persona que diga estoy rentando, no tengo una vivienda accesible, no pasen Copa. Todas las personas.
Permítame. I want to request from you that before you vote on this, you think about all the comments that you have heard. No person has come and comment on the fact that they don't have a home. The ones that are supporting or going against Copa, they basically all have a home. Continúe, señora.
So, por favor, tomen en cuenta esos comentarios porque todas las personas que no apoyan Copa son esas personas que no tienen necesidad de que ellos tienen vivienda accesible y no tienen esa necesidad de sentir seguras a sus familias porque ya lo tienen.
So please take that in consideration because all those people that are against Copa basically have a home. They don't need assistance. They don't rely on affordable housing. They have no need for housing.
Thank you. Maria, followed by caller 5422. Maria, I think we accidentally muted you. Can you unmute again? Maria? I'm showing she has permission to speak. Oh. Okay, we're going to move on to caller 5422, and we'll come back to Maria after that caller. Go ahead, 5422. Press *6 to unmute. Okay, we're going to try Maria again, followed by Galaxy A13. Okay, we're going to move on to Galaxy A13.
Good evening. My name is Sharon Luna, and I'd like to start off with I'm an immigrant. My husband was a farm worker. He worked 2 jobs, went to a trade. We saved and we bought 2 homes and rent have rented one for over 16 years. We did this with our savings and did without any help. To think that nonprofits will have extra time and first dibs, why is this? You either have the funding or not. Why should nonprofits be any different from any other citizens? I do understand, with corporations, foreign and local corporations coming in and buying, that may be a root cause that the city council needs to look at. But to treat those that worked hard and then putting restrictions where nonprofits do not have those restrictions is, to me.
Janelle Garcia, followed by Mia Veal.
Hello, my name is Janelle Garcia. I was born and raised here in San Jose. I am one of many who are being pushed out of San Jose. I want to stay here. This is the only location I know, the only community I have. Small property owners and private real estate groups do not want to see Copa pass due to false claims that the policy will decrease property values and that the program will be inefficient. And I wonder, if they ever experience displacement, have they moved from house to house? Do they know what it's like to feel unwelcome, unwanted? Well, I do, and I'm tired. I'm tired of seeing community members being displaced. We deserve a call to call San Jose a forever home. I urge you to support the community's call for Copa. The time is now to show that you and the city of San Jose are willing to take the steps to protect our most vulnerable tenants. Thank you.
Mia, followed by Irene.
Hello, my name is Mia Veal, and I'm a resident of District 3, and I'm here to represent the African American Community Service Agency, and I wanted to speak on Copa. This is such an important policy for our marginalized communities that are continually being displaced in the city currently. As you may know, the Black community in San Jose has been greatly affected by the rise in rent in the past few years. The city prides itself on its diversity, but if it's not an equitable place for Black residents to stay, can we truly pride ourselves on this title? The Copa policy would allow many residents in San Jose to be able to stay here and keep it as the vibrant community that it has always been. Thank you.
Irene, followed by Rose.
Hello, my name is Irene Smith, and I'm a resident of the D3 community, and I'm the chair of the United Housing Alliance of Santa Clara County. The goal of preservation efforts should be to preserve access to affordable housing, not to encase older buildings in amber forever. We can preserve access to affordable housing by offering a city-led program that would offer rental vouchers. Additionally, these rental vouchers can be used to prevent financial evictions. As a result, we suggest reframing our preservation efforts to preserve access to help both people and production so that we can change P to V and go from preservation to vouchers. Thank you.
Rose, followed by Angelita.
My name is Rose Cabral, and I am a realtor, real estate agent, and I live in Sacramento. Why am I calling in tonight? I grew up in the Bay Area, and I went to college, and I couldn't afford to move back when I wanted to buy a house. I watched my grandmother displaced. I watched my grandfather displaced. I know that we need to do things differently. We have tried vouchers. My mom was on vouchers for 18 years, and that did not enable her to become a homeowner. I know that Copa can be that different thing that we try, and let's try it and see what happens. What would our communities look like if people were not displaced? What value can we put on everyone having a safe and stable place to live? I want you to think about those and vote for Copa. Thank you very much.
Angelita, followed by Amanda.
Good evening. I will not waste my time and tell you why you should vote for Copa, because the housing departments that provided you the information, you put them in charge, and now they're coming up with a solution and you're saying no. I am curious though, we keep on talking about homelessness and safety and all these good things, yet it sounds good, but where is the action? And the other thing I want to share is I'm wondering if my opinion doesn't matter because I'm not keeping legal. How many of you will never have to face your children and let them know you have to move again and again and again? Any of you?
Amanda, followed by Tony.
Hello, my name is Amanda Chang, and I am a lifelong Bay Area resident with family in D7. I urge you to support the community's call for Copa, the HCD's memo, and the memo submitted by the council members Ortiz, Jimenez, and Cohen. At its core, Copa simply asks property owners to first offer the people already living in their homes the chance to purchase them. The opposition has focused on nonprofits to distract from the real reason Copa is being advocated, the tenants. As you've seen today, many of the nonprofits here were started and staffed by tenants to strengthen our voices because real estate developers and the city have failed us. Private interests are instead advocating for vouchers or new development because they want more housing stock to keep their profits up at the expense of vulnerable families. We have housing stock, but it's prohibitively expensive. And these so-called affordable developments are cheap and shoddily built without proper amenities. They don't care about affordable, dignified housing. They just don't want to see people living on the streets. Unlike these band-aid solutions, preservation strategies like Copa proactively prevent displacement. Please pass Copa. Thank you.
Tony, followed by Yao.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Tony Romero. I'm a community organizer with Latinos United for New America, and I am here in support of Copa. Like it has been said before, Copa has been implemented in many cities successfully. Obviously, we are here discussing it because the housing department developed a report that supports this policy. We want to make sure that the renters, people of color, low-income families are not being displaced. We need a preservation and anti-displacement policy, and Copa is a great policy that can help with that. San Jose desperately needs anti-displacement strategies that prioritizes low-income and families of color. I hope that you listen to all the renters, all the families that live here, and that you listen to the housing department. Thank you.
Yao, followed by Richard.
Hello, my name is Yao. I heard a lot of argument about supporting Cobra. I think they all get misled by the Cobra, how it works, right? Basically, the Cobra doesn't prevent any displacement or the preservation. You know, in San Jose, if you are paying rent, no landlord can evict you, even if there's a change of, you know, even there's a sales of the property, right? Because there's a lot of eviction protection already for you, right? And I think all the landlords try to keep the rent low. When you go to Cobra, you know, if Cobra buy a fourplex with $1.8 million, right? They will charge you for higher rent because they buy it at the current market price, which is very high compared to what I get a house 10 years ago, right? So why would Cobra help you? Cobra doesn't do anything for you. It's just the nonprofit want to get houses at a lower price, which is beating the democracy here. You try to change San Jose into the Communist Party, which is
Richard, followed by Yanesh. Richard Hurlbert.
Hello?
Oh, I can hear you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Richard Hurlbert. I'm a realtor and real estate broker. I work with nonprofit buyers under Copa in San Francisco. I want to say Copa really is necessary for the nonprofits to have a fair chance against the faster money private investors. Nonprofits need time to do tenant outreach, and the way the affordable housing loans work, the nonprofits have to plan their whole rehab project during the purchase. Private investors don't have to do any of that. My second point is Copa is no threat to realtors. We want the sellers to have realtors. I'm a realtor. I work with realtors all the time. The Realtor Association here in San Francisco has created forums to facilitate Copa, which makes it really easy. What we realtors do best is guide our clients through the myriad of laws that affect real estate transactions. Realtors should not be afraid. They have an
Okay, we're going to do Yanesh, followed by James Gamino in person. Yanesh, you're first. Yanesh Ray?
Hi, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, yes. Yeah, I'm here to oppose Copa. I am a real estate professional. We are supposed to be a free enterprise society, which actually allows the people that are of enterprising kind to do well and in turn provide jobs as well as employment into the society, which should be helping other people as well. Policies should be implemented at the ground level, at the foundational level, to help those that need to become more affluent and more educated and provide more jobs for them than those policies that simply take away from those that worked hard for it and give a handout. Giving a handout continues to weaken societies, as well as those that you're taking away from will leave the locations and go and try to enterprise in areas that will support them. Hence, I oppose Copa.
Okay, James, followed by Veronica.
How's it going? My name is James Gamino. Come here, nonprofit called Got You Covered. I think Copa is good, and I support Copa because, I mean, you guys have the choice to I mean, first of all, like, homelessness is a huge problem in San Jose, and I commend you for tackling everything that has to do with homelessness right now. Like, you're really like starting to make a difference. But you know, with Copa, it's a step in the right direction. So it's another tool in the toolbox to be able to make progress. So I think I vote for Copa, and I think it's a good thing for everybody. Because if we don't do something now with this homelessness, man, we're gonna end up looking like San Francisco, and it's gonna be really bad for us. That's what it's going towards. So I vote for Copa.
Thank you, Veronica. Veronica Amador. Okay, moving on to Wendy. Wendy Liu.
Hello?
I can hear you.
Hello. Yeah, hi, my name is Wendy Liu. I'm a resident in San Jose for more than 15 years. Copa is talking about housing. Can we ask you a question? What about food and clothing? Can you ask the market and grocery store sell the food and grocery to someone before others? Then it sounds not practical and it's unfair. In fact, Copa discouraged the developer to build more house. No profit, who will build? Copa push the small landlord to sell their property and go to other place to invest. It actually destroyed the rental market and only benefits.
Lily, followed by Shangji.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hi, I'm immigrant as well. So you know what, I am opposing Copa because the Copa adds a burdens on housing providers, and they already have overloaded by new mandates and regulations in recent years, and each one placing additional, the placing additional burdens on the housing providers that really is going to exacerbating for the current housing, the availabilities in this region. I don't see the San Francisco, Copa is successful because if you're asking the peoples over there whether the percentage of the really needed, the people needs to be housing, actually it doesn't, the answer is no. So do the study, and I don't like to have politicians to, making a group against another.
Shangji, followed by Georgia.
Respected mayors and council member, I'm Shenda, a resident of District 4 for 2 decades. I'm concerned about the low-income resident and affordable housing issue at San Jose. However, Copa is not an answer. It will not increase a single unit of housing. It just waste money, create inefficiencies, and divide homeowner and renters. More important, Copa will bring very bad effect. It will grant few non-profit organizations privileges over sellers and all other buyers by taking away homeowners' constitutional property right and by depriving the equal purchasing opportunity from other potential home buyers in the marketplace. It is totally unfair and an institution. I strongly oppose Copa. Enough is enough. Let's vote no on Copa and stop it once for all. Thank you.
Georgia, followed by Ning. Georgia?
Hello, this is Ning.
Yes, we're going to go
Is
to
it my
Ning.
turn?
Yeah, it's your
Okay.
turn. We're going to go to you, and then we'll go back to Georgia.
Okay, sure. So I'm Ning. I'm a resident and a registered voter from the District 4. I have attended past 2 meetings on this topic, and I'm strongly opposing Copa. As the first generation of immigrant, I started as a renter and worked hard to become a homeowner. I believe in U.S. Constitution and democracy, which would guarantee people's rights of property. So we have meetings discuss about the Copa in past few months. The Copa is a systematic cheating. Copa led the special interest nonprofit group to cheat the system. How's it fair to the seller and buyer and to the mom and pops? So as we all know that Berkeley has removed the Copa completely because it doesn't work. Why should San Jose waste taxpayers' money to try this again? So I believe the elected council member has the wisdom to wisely use the resource people give them. Please say no to Copa. And as a San Jose resident, I want my city has no way to be like Oakland. Thank you.
Georgia, followed by Karen.
Hi, my name is Georgia, and I'm speaking in favor of Copa. I have lived in the South Bay for most of my life and was fortunate enough to grow up in a home that my parents owned, giving me stability. I believe in Copa because it will make it easier for low-income families to have a chance at homeownership and lower risk of displacement. There's plenty of housing, but unfortunately is not accessible to the majority of people who need it. I strongly disagree with those here today who are arguing that selling homes on the quote-unquote free market is reducing homelessness and helping low-income families. I urge you to support the community's call for Copa. The time is now to show that you and the city of San Jose are willing to take steps to protect our most vulnerable tenants, that you value people over profit-driven interests, and are willing to take action to ensure that our communities have access to the safe, dignified housing they deserve. Thank you.
Karen, followed by Susan.
Good evening. I'm Karen Trolland. I was a renter. I worked 2 jobs to be a property owner. I graduated from San Jose State, and affordable housing and home ownership is critical. I agree, but please oppose Copa. Right now, nonprofits can buy and they're not. So there's much better solutions. I also want to remind you that 70% of these properties are mom and pops. I think of my grandparents who worked their way to own a duplex, lived in one side, rented the other, and had to go into senior care. And guess what? Had they had to follow Copa rules, they would not have gotten into senior care. And who knows where they would have ended up and probably passed away. So think of our seniors, please respect them, and please, please oppose Copa. Thank you.
Susan, followed by Layla. Susan?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, I'm Susan Price Jang. I'm a homeowner in Council District 6, and I'm a small landlord. And I don't find anything scary about Copa at all. I hear a lot of people putting forth a lot of misinformation and paranoia about Copa. But when I go to sell my building, I will probably contact one of these nonprofits. It will not make the price go down. It just means that the nonprofits will be able to go find funders and get this happen. Also, a Copa has not been instituted in any city in the Bay Area. People here are talking about as though it's a fact accomplished and failed. No, it has never been tried. So we need to have a city with multiple incomes and lots of different ethnicities.
Layla, followed by Larry.
Hi, my name is Lila Ullman, and I'm a tenant in Council Member Bev Davis's district. I'm also a longtime volunteer with the South Bay Community Land Trust. I was born and raised here in San Jose as a direct result of displacement and gentrification of a previous generation. I'm the second generation daughter of a tech worker. And it's precisely that awareness that motivates me to speak up in support of Copa and against displacement today. We cannot continue to prioritize the interests of new generations of tech workers and other wealthy local residents. And instead, we need to make sure that this place remains habitable and affordable for the people who have been longtime residents of this place and who are getting displaced. By providing the opportunity for organizations like the South Bay Community Land Trust to purchase property before it gets onto the speculative market, Copa supports the possibility for creative solutions to the rampant issue of displacement. And I encourage you to support.
Larry, followed by Joseph.
Hi, my name is Larry. I'm born and raised native here in San Jose, California. My parents worked really hard. They, did work double shifts like many people, and they got to own a property. What we don't think is right with Copa is that they get the unfair advantage of getting in line first and being at the end. That is so wrong, and it's so cheating. It's like, if right now there's properties on the market, why aren't they offering on those? It's probably because of limited funds, or they're just picky. So if they took advantage and negotiate those properties right now, they would actually have more housing, but they're not. Thank you.
Joseph, followed by Trenton.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'm Joseph. I grew up in District 1 and lived there most of my life. Steps to solve the affordable housing crisis need to resolve around creating more affordable units, not shuffling around the existing stock of affordable units. There are people here who say they need Copa because existing programs didn't help them become a homeowner. But Copa won't do that either. Tenants either have the money to buy a house or they don't. Nonprofits either have the money to buy a house or they don't. Homeless people, unfortunately, don't have the money to buy a house at all, and therefore they won't be helped by Copa at all. If San Jose wants to help people become homeowners, it can provide assistance to first-time homeowners, or it can build more affordable housing, or it can provide financing to nonprofits. Housing in San Jose has become affordable because San Jose's population has grown faster than the housing stock and people are in a bidding war. We should focus on finishing San Jose's affordable housing construction plan and create more units that will solve the housing crisis for good instead of just shuffling around units. Thank you.
Trenton, followed by Nayeli.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Dina, and I'm a licensed real estate agent and born and raised in San Jose. I am passionate about fixing the housing crisis in San Jose, and I don't want to see any more families being displaced. I see that Mayor Mann is cleaning up the streets by helping the homeless get off the streets and stay off the streets, which is amazing. It's an amazing goal. I also believe that Copa policy will support his goals moving forward. Copa will help the or at-risk homeless to stay housed, versus vouchers that don't help anyone with learning tools to stay housed. It is only one small tool to help that huge issue. It is a misunderstood policy where misinformation, fear tactics, and racist messaging to the community continue. And they should not be dictating any anti-displacement preservation strategies. Copa is targeted to help prevent homelessness too, and helps QMPs who are looking for mainly low-income multifamily properties at market value.
Nayeli, followed by Cassandra. I can hear you, but you're breaking up.
Oh, Lisa, child, I live in a apartment family. The property was sold, and family scratches back to find another place. Dream to own a property one day, nobody could ever displace us, and I was 9 years old at the time. Today, I'm the manager of the Family Resource Center at Cesar Chavez, operated by Somos Mayfair, and the majority of our families that come in are seeking housing and childcare support. Families that are striving to provide their best living conditions and provide to thrive in the city of San Jose. You have a privilege to not be affected by the housing crisis. You will most likely not have to experience burdens regarding home stability, and you have the privilege to represent all your city. Check your privilege because you do have it. Copa is just
Cassandra, followed by Jeffrey.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to keep this short. So Copa is not the solution to affordable housing. Please vote against Copa. I have aspirations to purchase a home one day and then an investment property, but why would I want to buy something in a city where there are strings attached? Copa is also full of misinformation to their tenants.
Jeffrey, followed by Leo.
Mayor and Council, Jeffrey Buchanan, on behalf of Working Partnerships USA. I also represent a school district made up primarily of renters who are facing rising rents and displacement. Because of these reasons, I encourage you to support Copa and the Ortiz, Cohen, and Jimenez memo. Tonight, we've heard a number of frivolous attacks on nonprofits, attacks on the idea of preserving naturally affordable housing for our working families without reasonable alternatives. The free market-based do-nothing approach from landlords, realtors, and developers you've heard tonight is a call to continue San Jose's affordability crisis. These groups block anything that threatens their ability to profit from our housing crisis, no matter if it tears San Jose apart. Let's remember the majority of units in San Jose multifamily rental housing are owned by large landlords. The majority of apartments in multifamily housing are owned by corporations or investors who don't even live in San Jose. Why do we continue to put these interests of the wealthy few ahead of the many working families here who rely on rental housing? The interest groups this council should be questioning are not the small nonprofits.
Leo, followed by Antonia.
Good evening. My name is Leo Goldberg. I'm co-director for policy and capacity building with the California Community Land Trust Network. We represent 40 community-based nonprofits that steward permanently affordable community-owned land and housing across the state. The fact is that Copa would not infringe on anyone's private property. Rather, it would be a new and important tool for creating affordable housing in San Jose and helping to stop the ongoing displacement of low-income and BIPOC households. While Copa would be new to San Jose, the impacts of tenants and nonprofits acquiring properties to stabilize at-risk residents is well established in California. We've heard about the South Bay CLT's recent intervention on a 4-unit building. I could tell you about similar projects across the state that are having real impacts on people's lives. We work statewide, and we've seen massive municipal investments in housing preservation in San Francisco, Oakland, Los Angeles. I urge the city of San Jose to do the same and support Copa. Big thanks to the Housing Department for all.
Antonia, followed by Mina Young. Antonia? Okay, moving on to Mina Young, followed by Lorena.
Hi, my name is Maina Young. I'm a small property owner. I bought my first American dream as a family. You know, we pulled together money, and that was an opportunity that we had. I am afraid that if Copa were in place, we would not be having as many options because we would be going against the bigger, mega government-funded corporations. And so my son is a renter now. I'm afraid that Copa is going to remove some of the options that he might have to own his American dream. So Copa is bad for renters and bad for owners because it makes more complication on the transactions, which they cannot afford. And it's already complicated enough from one buyer to another. And so it's Copa is going to be add more cost to the process. So no Copa. Thanks.
Lorena, followed by Mary Lou Zepeda.
Hi, my name is Lorena, and I live in San Jose in District 2. And I just want to say that I am really disappointed in some of these comments that I've been listening to. I know a lot of people are saying that they worked hard, had 2 jobs, and they bought a house, but that was when the house was worth $200,000, maybe even less if you were lucky. Now we're looking at a 1.2 million just to be able to house a family of 4. And my husband and I make really good money, and we can't, according to banks and according to all these housing projects that we have, we don't make enough. We can't buy a house, so we are renting. And at this point, we may have to move out because the rent keeps going up, because that's what the market is doing. It keeps going higher, and it's unfair to people who make a decent living. And we want Copa. We need the help. It's not a handout. It's just what we need.
Mary Lou, followed by Sarita.
Buenas tardes a todos, concejales.
Hold on.
Mi nombre es Marilu Cepeda.
Hold on just
Vivo
a second.
en un complejo de apartamentos, los cuales nos vemos
live in a
muy
complex
afectados por
that I
los
see very
incrementos de
affected
renta.
by the
Por eso
increases
les
of
pido
rent.
que
That's why I ask you to
apoyen a Copa.
support
Por favor,
Copa,
voten
please.
Copa sí, porque
Vote
será
yes
un
for
buen cambio.
Copa. It will
Muy
be a nice
favorable para
change,
muchos
very favorable for many of
latinos,
us,
para
for the
personas
Latin
de bajos recursos, y
people of low
queremos
income.
hacer el cambio.
And if we
Ya
want to
es
make the
tiempo,
change,
ya nos
it's
toca,
time,
y
and
por
it's time
favor
for
esas
us. And
personas
please,
que
those people
están en
who
contra de
are
Copa,
against
necesitamos
Copa,
que
we
por
need
favor
you
revisen
to
bien los
please
documentos y
think
que
the
se den cuenta
documents
lo que es
and to
realmente
realize
Copa.
what
Y
really
no digan
Copa
cosas que
is.
no son, no
And
se
don't say
pongan
things that
en
are not
contra de
real.
Copa.
Tony, are we supposed to be
Don't
hearing
be
these in parallel?
against.
Yeah. Well, they do.
Gracias.
He's doing
Don't be
simultaneous
against Copa.
translation.
Understood.
Don't
Sorry,
be-
continue.
Don't be against Copa without knowing all the facts.
Okay, Sarita, followed by Joseph. Oh, I just promoted somebody
Yeah,
to
we
the
come.
list.
Okay, go ahead. Hi, my name is Sarita. Please pass Copa. I deserve to grow up with my friends in San Jose. Thank you.
You got her off? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I accidentally promoted somebody. Joseph, followed by caller 2700.
Hi, my name is Joseph Lam. I am a longtime resident in San Jose for over 30 years. I believe people are misinformed. I'm against Copa. Copa does not help you have more unit. As a matter of fact, it has the unintended consequence because it's unfair. It limits the availability of housing. As such, it has reverse impact of the people that they're trying to help, as well as wasting money for the city to spend on managing the program. It will be better used to other providing more housing. Copa is not the right program. Thank you.
Caller 2700, followed by Mac. Caller 2700, please press *6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Hi, good night, everyone. My name is Victoria Partida, and I live in District 7, and I ask you to support Copa. Unfortunately, I didn't get to hear the presentation. I don't think anybody heard the presentation from the housing department, which is very unfortunate because it was really good. But I did want to tell you that at the end of the day, the property owner chooses who they want to sell the land to or the property. And I think there's a lot of misinformation tonight. And yeah, I think that needs to be mentioned. Having this option is only one, Copa itself is only one piece out of the bigger puzzle that will help combat our homelessness issue. And if you care about finding solutions to ending homelessness, then I urge you to support Copa. Thank you.
Mac, followed by Clea.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Mac. I respectfully urge you to oppose the COPA. Number one, COPA does not work. Washington, D.C. has had a similar program for a long time. It has proven it does not work. Second, COPA is not fair. We promote equal opportunities for all, right? If so, why we give some special entities a special privilege to acquire the real estate property? Third, Copa is bad. Some current tenants has been chasing their American dreams to own their home in the future. If Copa passed, they will have to compete with those entities.
Jim, followed by Hui Tran.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jim Hamilton. I am a realtor. I am a resident of San Jose. One of the things that I don't think has really been talked about here, and is important to point out, is we keep talking about the sale of units. What about the individuals in the Bay Area that don't make a lot of money, that want to be homeowners, but the only way we can get in is buying a duplex, a triplex, and that extra rent from those extra units can make them homeowners. And we all agree that home ownership is a great thing for every community. So I think that needs to be taken into account as well. Thanks very much.
Hui Tran, followed by Rita.
Good evening, council members. My name is Hui Tran. I'm a member of the Housing Commission, but I speak tonight on my own capacity. I just want to make sure that we all understand why Copa here is in the first place. There, of course, people want to become homeowners, but right now the average price of homes is $1.2 million. It is way out of reach. And what the corollary market effect is that it's forcing people out of homes. And this is one way where we can try to address that problem. There are already programs to support people go out and buy homes, but we're still looking for ways to keep people housed as well. The compromise memo from council members Cohen, Ortiz, and Jimenez is a fine alternative, but Copa itself isn't some kind of heavy burden. All it is the right of first refusal for qualified nonprofits to make an offer. So it is not interrupting, it's not forcing the sale of any properties. It's just giving qualified nonprofits an opportunity to buy and preserve housing. Thank you.
Rita, followed by Mustafa.
Sí. Buenas noches. Yo soy Rita Virrueta. Vivo aquí en el distrito 7. Estoy pidiendo que aprueben el memo de los concejales Ortiz y Jiménez. Copa
Rita,
debe ser aprobada.
Rita,
sí.
Can you hold on for just a second? Did you switch it? Okay, can you start over?
¿Puede comenzar de nuevo, por favor?
Sí, claro que sí. Mi nombre es Rita Virrueta.
My name is Rita Virrueta, and I'm here to ask you to approve the memo of Ortiz, Jimenez, and Cohen.
Creemos que Copa es
We
la
think that
solución para los
Copa is a
desplazamientos,
solution to prevent displacement,
para que la tierra también se quede en las comunidades.
so that the property stay in the communities.
Ya se dieron todo el centro de San José. Han sido
They've already
desplazadas
given
muchas
up all
familias
the
del
center of
centro.
San Jose. Many
Han
families have been
tenido que
displaced
irse
already. They have
lejos
been,
de
they've had
aquí
to
de San
leave
José porque no
far
pueden
away
pagar
from San
estas
Jose
rentas tan
because they
elevadas
cannot
que
pay
hay.
for those very high rents that they have.
Las familias trabajan mucho
The
y
families work very
no
much,
pueden cubrir
and they're not able to
tener una
pay,
vivienda digna,
they're not able to
asequible
have
para
a
sus familias.
safe
Ujú.
house for their
Entonces,
family.
piensen en esas familias trabajadoras
Think in
que
those
tienen
working
años,
families
décadas aquí
who have
en San
years and
José,
decades here in San Jose
que merecen quedarse aquí,
that
merecen tener
deserve
la
to stay
tranquilidad de
here
sus
and
familias,
deserve the tranquility to live in a
de
family,
que tienen una vivienda
to have a
asequible
household that's
para ellos.
affordable for them.
Entonces, Yo sé que los
Therefore,
inversionistas piensan en
I
su
know
dinero, en su
the
bolsillo, pero
investors
también
think
las
about the
familias
money in
necesitamos
their
esa
pockets,
seguridad.
but
Y
the
Copa
families
es la
also need a
solución.
security, and Copa is the solution.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Mustafa, followed by Lena.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Hello. The Copa, I'm shocked and I'm surprised. It is interfere with IRS code 170. IRS 170, it is designed for non-for-profit. No one will be able to donate any property to a non-for-profit because of this Copa. It's create what's called buyer by the wing, and this will hurt any non-profit. So this is not designed to help the homeless. It is designed for something different. It is interfere with federal law, and it shouldn't be there. I don't know how this one is best. I don't know how anybody did not see it. You would not be able, if you have a property with this term, you would not be able to donate.
Sorry, Lena, followed by the Sedano family.
Well,
Go ahead.
we can clearly see here who our heroes are. I just want to thank Councilmember Jimenez and Ortiz for being our unsung heroes. I do want to say the community will never forget this. I also want to say to all the realtors, I want to see those solutions by the end of the month. If this doesn't pass, that's okay. But I want to see solutions. And to the council members that spoke against this, shame on you. You are all greedy. And I hope you get your donations when you guys all run. But we will not forget that all of you who vote against this do not care about the community. That goes for you, Kamei.
Sedano, followed by Tian.
My name is Christian. I'm 10 years old, and we live in District 2. And we want to have a rights to be able to have Copa. And I also have a little brother named... Hi, I'm Mateo, and I'm 8 years old. Copa. And we want a rights to have Copa. Copa! Copa! Copa!
Tian, followed by Elizabeth.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. So hi, my English name is Tina. So I'm thinking that the city of San Jose should support building more low income and affordable housing, but Copa is not the solution. And if you guys use the Copa, then a lot of the small mom and pop housing providers and also some big providers, they will be driven completely out of the rental market. There will always be people who cannot buy a home due to their job mobility or their immigration status or family conditions. Then when people having those housing need and then they come to San Jose, then they will find that there's nothing available with the Copa. And so basically with Copa, housing providers will leave San Jose. And I'm sure that nobody wants to see that happen.
Elizabeth? Elizabeth, you're unmuted, but we don't hear you. We still can't hear you. I think you're still trying to connect because I saw you mute and then unmute. Okay, I'm going to go back to council. That was our last speaker.
Okay, thank you, Tony. It's a lot of public comment. I want to thank everyone who participated online or in person and voiced your opinion. I really appreciate that everybody stuck to the time, stuck to the issues, stayed respectful. That was, as long as it was, I think productive and good to hear from everyone. So we're going to turn to council discussion now, and we'll start with Councilmember Ortiz.
Surprised I didn't realize I was the first one to raise my hand. Thank you, Mayor. I want to begin my comments by thanking staff from the Housing Department, be it at the Eviction Help Center or managing rent relief. You've all played a critical role in stabilizing the working families of San Jose, and I just want to start off my comments by appreciating your efforts. I see value in the work you all did to bring forth a Copa policy, and likewise I want to express my gratitude with those members of my district. I know a lot of the residents have left already who came to speak. Those are working class residents who most likely missed work in order to participate in the political process, and I just appreciate them for being here. Gracias por venir. In San Jose, the median price for a single family home is $1 million and $300,000. Pair this with even higher interest rates, and it becomes near impossible for working families to afford home ownership. Additionally, rent in San Jose continues to be significantly out of reach for many residents, with an average cost of $2,634 across all apartment classes and sizes in San Jose. It's these realities that lead to families in working class districts to live 2, 3, even 4 to a single room. That's the reality of my district in East San Jose. And I understand if my colleagues don't have the same occurring in their districts. And they're often forced to occupy spaces that are not livable because our residents have no other choice. It's in these districts, too, that residents don't report issues in their spaces, fearing retribution or apathy from their landlords. To that point, it is important to recognize the historical context of redlining, blockbusting, and intentional disinvestments that did away with our residents' chances at socioeconomic mobility and effectively privileged a certain class of individuals. According to the San Jose Anti-Displacement Policy Network team, 87% of today's displacement areas in San Jose align with historically redlined neighborhoods. It's clear and timely for us to protect the amount of affordable housing the city currently has. In the absence of a robust Copa policy, it's evident that we need to pivot and do all we can to keep people in their homes. This shift here should center the acquisition of new units, including land and rehabilitation of existing units, the expansion of the existing rental registry, the capacity building of a community development corporation or corporations, strong and proactive noticing for the sale of units, and the informational campaigns of renters' rights. These are simple actions that will immensely benefit our residents. Likewise, the notice of sale coupled with robust engagement, Know Your Rights campaigns, are simple actions that provide breathing room for tenants who are facing displacement. When faced with a letter of eviction or sale of property, many tenants leave prematurely and expose themselves to situations of financial and mental stress. These moves would create a solid framework of notice and easy access to information for our renters, giving them a chance at staying in the city they call home. I'll begin to wrap up my comments with this. Many staff in our offices and at the housing department are taking in incoming calls from distraught parents who are losing their homes. Staff in my office have become housing facilitators, managing high-stakes situations with families on the verge of becoming homeless. and schools are referring their students to us, noting that children as little as 8 years old are verbalizing that they're stressed about their living condition, a situation that I myself faced as a young adult. In short, working families have a right to live in the communities they call home. Our frontline workers, our janitors, our teachers, our service industry staff should be able to live in the communities they are actively building. We should be focused on the needs of our vulnerable communities over the needs of private profit. Know that today's vote will seal the fate for many individuals in my district and in our working class communities, and that neglecting a good preservation policy at the end of the day is an act of violence for working class families. Housing instability should not be a worry for our students. For their well-being, we need to do better. Understand that for our low-income and extremely low-income residents, access to safe, healthy, and affordable housing is a matter of their livelihood. And ultimately, providing adequate and affordable housing is our greatest responsibility. I'm gonna yield the rest of my time to comment later. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Go to Councilor Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not going to go through all the thank yous to the folks that are here. Very appreciate your comments. Very much appreciate your comments from folks on the pro and anti-COPA. I know it takes a lot of time out of your day to actually sit through these meetings as we do. Very much appreciate your presence. I just had a few questions for staff. I don't have any additional comments, but just have a few questions. The first question is, I feel like since we talked about this, and I think it was Rules Committee, and I think here I've heard it consistently, and I'm sure it was brought up at CED, but I keep hearing mentioned that we've expended close to $1 million getting this going. Can you help me understand that, if that's accurate or not, or?
Yes, sorry, thank you. Yeah, I'm not sure where that 1 million and up to 5 million came from, but no, the staff has not spent anywhere near that amount. So as a result of hearing the 1 million, 2 million number, we did try to calculate how much we've spent in staff time, and it's closer to $200,000. We have a full-time fellow that is provided through the San Francisco Foundation, of which the city of San Jose is not paying for that time, and Heather's done, thank you, an outstanding job in supporting us.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And just so you know, I had like 8 questions. I'm just narrowing this down to only a few because we've been here a little while. So my next question is: since HCD, the state agency, has already reviewed the draft housing element, which includes COPA, what would happen if we removed COPA from the housing element?
Well, it was included in a draft, and the draft, I believe, said explore. And so if you all were to make the decision to not continue, we would remove that because we still have yet to submit the final housing element back to the state.
All right. And is there a risk that removing COPA as part of the anti-displacement strategy will trigger a stricter review by HCD and potentially delay ratification of the housing element?
Well, I think there are about like 160 different actions in our housing element. So it's one of, a very long list of actions. And so we do have more activities listed under preservation. I think if it had been the only one, then it would have triggered a reaction, but we do have other activities in that section as well.
Oh, okay. And then we got some letters from some of the groups that are active in this space. And I'm curious sort of what are the implications of them. I think it's active translation or something. I don't know. Should I stop talking or keep talking?
We're good? Okay.
Yeah, I know. So there's groups that have sent us letters essentially saying, hey, if you don't stick to the 2 years of work that we've, done up to this point, we're going to contact, the state to express to them that you're not staying true to the intent of the work done around the housing element. What are the implications of that? I mean, is it going to further? Does it have the potential to further delay the?
Well, again, they were looking at a draft. We were submitting a final. Could they make a comment about it? I mean, ultimately, the policy decision resides within our city council on us moving forward or not. And so, like many of the activities in the housing element, we use words like explore, just, and so that try to keep it as broad as possible. And so, we have done our due diligence. We can show that we explored the idea, that we took the time, and that the council listened to extensive public testimony and made a decision.
Okay. And what I guess I haven't heard in your response. What are the implications of that is what I'm trying to gather.
It's hard to know, but I would expect that, again, we have so many different actions, that one activity that we're making, and I think this will not be the only activity we make a modification from that initial draft. So
okay.
It is, I can't guarantee what they're going to say, but again, I feel like the purview of making this decision resides within this city council.
Right.
And I don't know what kind of authority they have to tell us, unless they feel like the rest of the preservation strategies are not as strong.
Okay. All right, but that state agency has the authority to not essentially certify our housing element as a good housing element, for lack of a better word, right? And that can create some issues if that happens.
Right. They could, but I would suspect if they were going to hold back our housing element, this could be a portion of it, but there would have to be something else besides just this one action.
Right. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, that I know I said I wasn't going to make any comments, but that essentially, in a nutshell, is my biggest concern about this. I'm not sure, as I said before, I think during rules, and I'm not sure Copa is the end-all, be-all, but I also don't think the sky's going to fall if it's implemented either. And so I very much was in favor of a memo that was much more robust and going down a road of a pilot with a much more narrow sort of scope of units and things of that nature. That obviously didn't have the support of this council, and so that's why I signed on to the memo. And so I hope that as the discussion continues, that folks are willing to jump onto the compromise that I think has been sort of very thoughtfully put together from some of us up here. So thank you.
Thanks, council member. Councilor Cohen.
Thank you. I want to start by thanking our housing staff who's here. You've done great work, and it's been at the direction of the city council. The council voted in 2020, and you've worked to bring forward a complicated policy and work and meet with many people, get a lot of input and meet competing objectives. And you certainly don't deserve the criticisms you've been facing tonight and at other times for the work you've been doing. So I want to thank you for that and the work you do and the work you continue to do on what is really the most important issue in San Jose, which is housing, homelessness, and figuring out how to deal with our affordability. And when people ask me, what are your priorities? Those are always the top priorities for me, and I imagine for many of my colleagues. The majority of council isn't convinced that Copa is a policy that will work in the way it's intended, and I actually agree. I'm not convinced of that. I also believe that many of the opponents of Copa have engaged in hyperbole during this discussion about the effects that they would see from it. Having said that, I have been skeptical about voting for a policy that I think will have questionable benefits. So I haven't been a supporter of moving forward with Copa. But I do believe that preservation is still an important piece of our housing picture, and one that we're very far behind on relative to the other two Ps, production and protection, in the city of San Jose. And so for months I've been thinking, how do we navigate and get to the end of this discussion specifically around Copa and have next steps? How do we move beyond the divisive conversation and have some intention and clear direction for moving forward about preservation work? And so I actually intentionally joined with members of the council who felt a little differently than I did about Copa, to talk about what are the needs we have, what are the things we need to do, what are our common ground. It's not about the Copa policy, but what can we do next? What are the things that we need to preserve in terms of thinking about preservation strategy, even if we're not moving forward on Copa? And so I want to thank my colleagues, Councilmembers Ortiz and Jimenez, for having lots of robust discussions, and they know how robust they've been in the last few weeks as we talked this through. I think our memo has common sense ideas in it that, in conjunction with Vice Mayor Kamei's direction, make sense. I believe our items number 3 and 4 are complementary to number 3 on Vice Mayor Kamei's memo. It asks for a preservation work plan and annual reports back to council to make sure we're doing enough in the preservation area. I think that's, some of the same recommendations exist in both of our memos. But I think in addition to the recommendations in Vice Mayor Kamei's memo, actually putting together a work plan for preservation and figure out what, through our budget discussions, we're going to need to spend to do it right and do it and make a difference for our residents is important for our city. And so I hope that we can combine those recommendations together. We've heard many of the commenters today talk about, stop pursuing Copa. And I want to thank everyone for being here. I mean, this is an important issue for everyone, and people on both sides had a lot of passionate comments. And it was a long meeting, and many of you are still here, so I want to thank you for that. We heard many people comment and say, stop pursuing Copa and find other ways to invest to help tenants and avoid displacement. But then to say, don't vote for a memo that actually suggests putting together a work plan to do that was kind of weird to me. I think that I agree with the comments that were made, and I think we need to have that work plan in place for future actions on preservation, and I hope that my colleagues will support that idea. It seems frustrating this has become an either or between two memos that both, I think, want to go in the same direction and both have same underlying objectives. So I hope that we'll come to an agreement on a motion that combines the most important elements of the two memos. To be clear, because I think there's some misunderstanding, just because of how long we've been at this, our memo that we submitted does not say to continue with Copa. It does say to follow the staff recommendation. The staff recommendation that came to council today was not to proceed with Copa. So that's why the language said staff recommendation, but we recognize there's still things to do in the preservation space. This was a very hard memo to work on. It was one of probably in my 2.5 years, the hardest memo that we worked on for a variety of reasons. One, because it's a complicated issue. One, because there's a lot of interests and a lot of public interest. And I want to thank people on all sides of this issue who met with me, talked with me, sent me communication. I value all those conversations. It was also a hard memo because all three of us were on planes and traveling all last week. And I chased him down in airports. I was trying to call him while he was on a flight. We were trying to finish a memo that made sense with very different objectives from all of us while we were all scattered around the Southwest. But we got it done, I think. But I want to clarify a few things on our items number 1 and 2 on our memo, because I think numbers 3 and 4 are things that fit with Vice Mayor Kamei's memo. Our action item number 1 is something that I would like to investigate, whether or not there needs to be additional information in notification to tenants at some point in the process. And I've heard the concerns that we don't want to necessarily provide notification too early in the process. We want to make sure that people are free to sell their properties. We also want to make sure, though, that residents are not misinformed, and nobody's intentionally misinforming anyone, but we've heard stories, and some of it anecdotal, but I think some of it's true, that people often, when their building is sold, think something is coming and move out unnecessarily. And so I just want to make sure that we work together with our friends and the realtors and everybody else, all the tenant organizations, to understand if there's something about what residents are told when their buildings sell, about what their rights are, so that we don't unnecessarily displace people. That's the intention of number 1 in the memo, to investigate that and obviously work with all the stakeholders in potentially coming back with a policy. No policy recommendation is in the memo at this point. Number 2 is about a rent registry, and the wording actually changed, and I think this is partly due to all of our flights on Friday, but the wording in the memo is actually different than what I agreed to. So I will make a suggestion about the wording on number 2. There is currently a citywide rent registry for multifamily units. It's managed by our Planning and Code Enforcement Department, mostly for inspection of buildings. They have to know where they are, they have to know who lives in them, and they have to inspect buildings regularly. What we've heard, and I've heard in conversations with our housing department, is that there may be some gaps in the information in that registry that make it hard for the housing department to use it when addressing preservation. And I guess I'll just ask if there's something else you want to add on that quickly, because I'm running low on time.
So actually, the it's a little confusing because PBCE has a registry of buildings, and they are working towards an individual unit registry. The housing department has a rent registry, which is a list of individual units. And just the clarity on that, and I'll use when we've had emergencies, is while we know what buildings there are, The difference is on the housing side, we can tell you every single unit and the number of people that are in the units, right? We have that level of granular detail. So rent registry, that terminology is within the housing department. PBCE has a different building registry.
Right.
And
So-
Councilmember Cohen, this is Rosalind Huey. I'm sorry, I'm over
Where's the
here in the
voice? Oh,
back
there you
row.
are.
I just wanted to add just one piece of further clarification for what the Department of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement is involved in. It's actually the multiple housing inspection program. So it's not a rent registry. This is an inspection program. Building owners who own buildings of 3 or more units are required to participate in that program. So it's based on inspections.
Thank you. And thank you for the clarification. And I know we tried last week in meetings to get the right language on this, and it didn't quite work, but I think that that the intention here is to find out how these databases could work together to help us have a better handle on what's needed to do preservation. There's no need to create a new building rent registry, and I think that the wording that ended up in this memo implies that there's some new rent registry that would need to be created. The language that I'm hoping we can adopt would say that the PBCE and housing staff should explore the gaps of our registry that inhibit the housing department from conducting preservation strategies. So it's about just looking at what kind of gaps are there and then come back to council with a recommendation or report about what we need to do to improve that. So that would be the language I would use rather than the language that's in the memo that we submitted. I'm running low on time. I'll hold off on any motion at this point, but I hope that people will, in the spirit of understanding that we all want the same outcome, we'll be able to work with the elements that I'm suggesting and that all of us have put in our memo and the elements in Vice Mayor Kamei's memo to come up with a way forward for improving our preservation in San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Maybe just to that point, Jackie, I'll just interject briefly. Can you give us a sense of, beyond Copa, our preservation strategy and when that comes back to CED? And I mean, as you mentioned, in the housing element, there are many, many strategies. So without us getting too prescriptive here on the dais as we're responding to Copa specifically, can you give us a sense of where are the opportunities for us to weigh in on and better understand our strategies, especially given that we have a lot of new council members? Specific to preservation, that is.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Kristen Clements, Acting Deputy Director. The housing element actually captures a lot of what the city staff is already working on and, and will be working on and has been directed to work on now and then slightly into the future. There's a section in Chapter 3 of the housing element calls out about 9 preservation concepts, and one of them was Copa, which was to, if the city council were to approve, we would implement. But given direction, that one would get struck, and then the question is, I think, which other ones could affirmatively further fair housing and help build that acquisition rehab practice.
Yep.
A lot of these preservation strategies deal with existing affordable to help make sure they stay that way. And then there's also a data report that would kind of tie together production and preservation so that we knew better kind of what we were gaining, what we were losing, and where, and at what levels of affordability.
Great. So, and I'm not trying to quiz you on this, but just if you know, so within the housing element, Chapter 3, 9 strategies, including Copa. Without Copa, there are 8 others that have been at least preliminarily vetted by staff.
Correct.
How frequently, I'm no longer on CED, but for those who are interested on the council, how frequently are those coming back to CED? And are we talking about preservation?
Well, I think the whole housing element is coming forward to Planning Commission in May, Housing Commission in June, I believe, and City Council in June on the 20th.
Okay.
But to your point, I think the Housing Catalyst work plan will also be being created with near-term work of the housing element, plus some other things that staff's working on that didn't quite fit in the housing element. That could be an opportunity for us to kind of flesh things out more in a more detailed way, or to do a standalone work plan.
Great, thank you. And that's great. And I'll move on to my colleagues. I wanted to point out that there has obviously been a lot of work and thinking done. There are multiple strategies staff is pursuing. We're not, though we have spent a lot of time on this one, we're not wholly betting on this one to achieve preservation outcomes. And there are some important moments over the next few months where council members can go deeper on and suggest additional work potentially on some of those other elements of our preservation body of work, if you will.
Mayor, if I could just add real quickly again,
Sure.
This is Rosalind Huey. Just wanted to point out that staff we regularly take our work on the Housing Catalyst Work Plan to the Community Economic Development Committee. We present a status report at least annually, and that is cross-referenced to City Council. Many of these preservation items and other housing policy items are included in that work plan, so that is definitely one avenue.
Great, okay. I just say that to hopefully take the pressure off a little bit here if not everybody gets everything they want, and I don't want us to feel like tonight we have to solve these are the strategies for preservation that we should absolutely go after. I just want to respect that staff has done a lot of work. There's a lot in motion, and there are many opportunities in the months ahead to weigh in on and go deeper on some of those. Okay, let me continue here with colleagues. We will go to Vice Mayor Kameh.
Thank you very much. I appreciate a lot of the work that the Housing Department has done. To get to this point after 2 years is quite some time. You know, I really do believe in prioritizing preservation, and I do believe in the P's of production, protection, and preservation. My memo really is a follow-up to the CED committee in which we did not agree with the recommendation. And really just want to be clear that, you know, we've expended a lot of resources on Copa already and really do not need to continue down that road. And I do understand that in terms of displacement policy and trying to look at solutions for displacement, we really need to look deeper. One of the things I wonder about as we're creating more production, why aren't we prioritizing those who are displaced with the new affordable housing that's being built in San Jose? That's something that I don't know if you've integrated that, and that's something that I think would be something that I'd like to see in terms of prioritizing those who are from the community, in the community, into these new affordable housing units, as opposed to opening it up to just anyone who can fall into that income. Because at the same time, it is the community members in the area that we want to ensure that can stay in the area. Or if there's extra points or something that can be done to give them a better opportunity to be eligible for some of the newer units. And as I looked at, you know, what is available out just on the market right now, there are over 20 multifamily units available in San Jose. And you know, I think that working with land trusts and others, including looking at a community development corporation, that's something I brought up at the committee level, is something that I think we need to consider. As my memo says, that I really would like to see the staff explore vehicles for acquiring, rehabilitating, and I guess it's not really building, it's really managing rental units through something like a CED, the Community Development Corporation, Economic Development Corporation, or some similar entity. I do know that the County of Santa Clara gave direction in 2021 to do something similar. I think we should think about joining forces. The city of San Jose had not gone that route because we had redevelopment in terms of the housing. And so I think that that's something that, because situations have changed, that we should really think about trying to address it with other partners. I think I'm going to leave it there. I don't really have a lot of of questions for the staff because, some of it has already been responded to at our committee level. But I really do believe that Copa does not address what we really need. When it came to us at the committee level, one of the things that surprised me was that we're spending $5 million for at most 10 to 15 units a year. And that doesn't even include any of the rehabilitation or anything else. I do respect my colleagues' memos, and thank you so much for trying to come sort of in a more, trying to come to the middle. But I really think that I want to be clear, as I feel that I was in my memo, and just say, this is not the way to go, and we should just look at other alternatives and move forward with that. My intent in my item number 3 is not to be expending a lot of money or studying for the next 2 years. I think that's a lot of time to spend. I'm surprised that you only spent $200,000 of staff time in a 2-year time frame, considering all of the community efforts that were done, all of the meetings that were done. That's pretty good, $200,000 for all that work. That's, to me, remarkable. But I also think that I don't intend in this memo to have it as an expenditure of a lot of time. So I think that just looking into it by way of looking at what the county is doing, potential partnerships, and really making more direct investments with nonprofits such as a land trust. I'm wondering, how does the housing trust fit into all of this? So I would go ahead and move my blue memo.
Second.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor. And second was from Councilmember Foley. And Councilmember Foley, you are next.
How about that? Thank you for the all the comments from the public, and this is frankly the third time I've heard this. But I appreciate the comments from on all sides of the issue. Unfortunately, I think there's some fear mongering on both sides, and that's really unfortunate. But I'm not going to get into the details of why Copa is failed policy, but I will say that this did come to CED, it came to our committee, and we vetted it thoroughly. I was on council when we voted to instruct staff to study Copa. We didn't tell them to come back with a proposal, we asked them to study it. 2.5 years later, they came back with a proposal, which really isn't necessary. Copa isn't necessary in order for a nonprofit to buy real estate. And the reason it's not necessary, and first of all, I want to say that the concern I have, I'm very concerned about displacement, but Copa does not solve displacement. The fact that Copa passes or fails does not mean that if you're a tenant, you're going to be evicted just because Copa doesn't exist anymore. They're not tied together. Owning your tenancy depends on you paying rent and the landlord owning the property. And the landlord may decide to sell. Maybe they need to sell. Maybe there's some reason they have to get out of the rental business. But it doesn't mean that you're going to be evicted right away. So I want you to for those of you who came and said, Copa needs to be passed because I'm going to get evicted as a family, or the child who said, I want to grow up in my home, that's not necessarily accurate. And I want you to take that to heart. That isn't accurate, that just because Copa doesn't pass, you're going to be evicted from your home. That's a fact. You may get evicted for other reasons, but it's not because of Copa. I also want to say that at CED, just yesterday, we heard a report from a consultant on a strategic plan that addresses housing displacement and how we're going to provide more housing and how we're going to displace or how we're not going to displace. That report is coming back to council or coming back to the committee. And we actually asked staff yesterday to include in that a report to come back to CED before it comes to council, so that then the committee, that's Community Economic Development Committee, can then take a look at it, look at the anti-displacement policy, and then send it forward in some form to council at that point. So just because Copa may or may not pass today, and I can do the math and I can listen to what's being said, Copa is not likely to pass today. And I'm hoping that the memo that I just seconded will pass, because it's a good compromise to where we need to be. It does state that we need to work on displacement and look at these alternatives, but then come back with the plan at a different date. So there's, a lot of the realtors brought up particular issues. I am concerned about the $5 million price tag that will be used to implement Copa. That's not enough. If the average price is 1.4 million, let's say, it's a little bit more if it's a duplex. That's not going to buy very, very many houses or duplexes or above. And there's a factor in the Copa proposal that would allow for rehabilitation. So 5 million is really going to come and go very quickly, and 15 units may not even be how many that funds. So we're talking about saving 15 units of affordable housing that may already be deemed affordable. They may already be deed restricted as affordable housing, which means they cannot go to market rate. They're considered affordable. They fall under the Ellis Act. They fall under the other rent provisions, rent control provisions. Also, I'd like to add that because we have the rental registry, at any given day, the housing department has a list of properties that are available as rental units, not available as rental units. They have a list of what properties are rented. And if someone wanted access to that, perhaps they could contact the housing department and say, hey, maybe, do you have any duplexes that you know of, or have you heard of any triplexes or anything like that? The other thing is that on the MLS, the Multiple Listing Service, someone in the audience reported there's 42 units 42 dwellings on the market that total 246 units. That's just one source of properties available. The other source for commercial properties are LoopNet and CoStar. Realtors, real estate agents, not necessarily have access to that, but the public has access to Zillow too, and can see what's available and what's out there. And then you find someone to help you go in and write up an offer. You don't need Copa to write an offer. You don't need Copa to get the financing. You need to be a qualified buyer. I don't want to go into the 1031 exchanges is really problematic. That's kind of getting too far into the weeds, and I really don't want to get too far into the weeds. I am a real estate professional, or at least I came from that business. I help people buy through financing. I no longer have that business, but it's in my DNA, so I understand the business really well. I just want to close by saying there was a gentleman here from Oakland who talked about how Copa is against generational wealth. He was a black man. He was sitting right over here. And he talked about how he wanted to sell his investment property to an auntie or a relative who isn't truly a relative. He said it right here. Isn't a relative, but he calls her auntie, and he wants to be able to do that. Under Copa, he would not be able to do that because it'd have to be offered to a nonprofit first. That, in his opinion, and when he spoke about it, it kind of resonated with me because I just started reading the 1619 Project, and that sort of resonated with me. That it would prevent him from transferring it to someone who's not related to him. Now, I haven't looked at Copa that closely to know whether that's true or not, because that's just one thing that makes me frustrated and concerned about Copa.
Right, Councilman,
All in all-
I just want to say that just isn't that's not true for the policy, because the policy allowed
Okay,
choice.
thank you. I didn't ask you to talk, but that's fine, thank you.
Right, but I just felt like it was important to clarify, because you just finished saying you weren't sure, and just repeating it again just
Now, I
isn't
just
accurate.
quoted what the individual said, is all. I'm not lying, I just quoted what someone said, who's not here right now. He was sitting right there. At any rate, $5 million, 101.4 million average price range isn't going to help with Copa at all, or help anti-displacement. Other strategies will. The proposal that the Vice Mayor put forth will, and that's why I supported it. We need to move forward with anti-displacement policies, but Copa is not one of them. With that, I will yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Batra?
I do want to thank all the people who spoke here, whether they were for Copa or against Copa. And I truly appreciate that the previous council gave housing department the responsibility or the job to come back with a Copa proposal or investigate the Copa proposal. And they've done a good job of bringing it back to us. It gives us the basis for making a rational decision, because Copa is being talked about. If we did not investigate it, we would be accused of leaving a tool on the table without investigation to be able to really solve a problem which we all agree that displacement is a big problem, it's an urgent problem, which we as a council have a responsibility to solve. So I'm very glad that the Copa investigation was done and the proposal has been brought here. Today, when we heard comments from the people who are scared that they're going to be moved out, I think there were at least more than 25 people who said that they are in immediate danger of getting evicted. Then I look at the proposal which has been brought in front of us in the Copa. It says it needs another 1.5 years of development work, and with about $25 million, if my numbers are right from the CED, $25 million, they may be able to help in another year about 20 to 25 families. So the expectations of the Copa people seem to be overblown or unrealistic, that if we did pass Copa today, all those people who were standing up in favor of it, that they will all be helped in the 1.5 to 2.5 years, which is what it is going to take to save about 20 to 25 families. I believe that if we do that, those families will be all back in 2.5 years or sooner to say, where the heck are you in solving our problem? And with $25 million blown away and only help 20 families, those wouldn't be here. It will be all the other 250 who are here today. So we do have to look for a solution which is solved a little quicker than this, and is also addresses a larger problem than 20 to 25 people. So I was the one at the CED voted against Copa. I said, this is not a solution even. People were saying, hey, let it be the solution. It might be a small solution. I said it is not at all a solution. It doesn't help us in solving the problem. I didn't vote against Copa because it was not free market. I wasn't trying to protect the rights of the people to sell their private property. I wasn't concerned about the real estate people trying to make a commission out of it or any of those areas. My concern in voting against this thing were one and only one, which is it does not solve the problem. It does not even attempt to solve the problem. So, and I do want to clarify one thing from the housing director. You said about $200,000. Does that include the cost of the consultant you have on the staff?
It does not include the cost of the fellow, and I just also
No,
wanted to
not the
clarify.
fellow, but you also have a consultant.
Yes, but it does include costs of consultants and the outreach we did. And I just want to clarify, we didn't spend all that time working on the policy because we took a significant amount of time off because we had to deal with the housing element.
Yes.
So we did stop.
Yeah. So that's fine. But the number of what was given to us was $25 million, a year and a half more development before it can be implemented. And in that following year, with the $25 million, we'll address about 20 to 25 families. That's in the report which was given to us.
Councilmember Botcher, hi. I was trying to follow your math, and the numbers that we have is that $5 million a year we estimated to help 15 families. So if it was 25 million, it would be 5 times that.
So let me.
So
let me
75
correct.
families, just
Okay,
just to
let
clarify.
me, so I don't want to go back and forth on this thing. I'm just going to try making one more time the statement. What we were told at the CED was that we will need the $5 million to get started. And then the consultants have told you, in order for this thing to be effective, you would need to get the constant $500 million rolled into on a monthly basis or whenever the properties are acquired. Like Councilmember Pam Foley said, with $1.4 million, $5 million will only buy you about 4 properties or 5. You would need the more money to get in there. So let's leave it then. So we're talking about some number like 15 to 20 families being helped in the next 2.5 years. I just want to know from the people's standpoint, the problem you heard today, is that the right number of solution to be providing considering the magnitude of the problem and the time limits which we are dealing with? That's my question to you.
I'll start, and if Kristen wants to add something.
Sure.
So, we did not contemplate Copa as being the citywide solution for preservation in the city. And we felt that the impact of Copa could be most greatly felt on a neighborhood level. And so it is a strategy, we believe, that on particularly targeted neighborhoods, you could make a difference in that neighborhood or community level. So you're absolutely right. Like citywide, it's not going to make the impact of potentially another type of program, but it could certainly make an impact on a neighborhood level.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that clarification, and I agree with that. And that's because of that size and the urgency of the problem and how we may be able to help people more with some alternative programs. And that is why I'm going to support Vice Mayor's memo and the recommendations given there, because I do not think that the Copa is a solution, and hence would not be able to go with that one. So Vice Mayor, I'll support your memo in entirety.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Dewan?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for all the participants out there. And I just want to remind that our city council here respect all of you, and I would hope that you respect all of us and not making any noise up there and gesture. It's disrespectful. One, I believe that 2.5 years, that's an awfully long time to do a study without finding a solution. I think it's important that as city council, we don't just look at supporting 5 families or 25 families. We're looking at how to support hundreds and maybe even thousands of families from falling into homelessness. And we have to use our finance wisely. As you well know, we are in the economic correction and inflation. It's been a long time since we, what you call double hit. So it's important to all of us to be financially and fiscally responsible. I have a couple questions for our staff. Councilmember Batra asked about the cost of consultant. Tell me exactly what is the cost of the consultant?
Hi, Councilmember Don. We hired a consulting firm that specializes in community-based planning efforts. They helped us convene 2 stakeholder advisory groups that met over 7 months, put those together, run those sessions, do exercises to help people kind of get to a compromise agreement. Although, you know, this was one of those proposals that no one was going to end up agreeing that they loved it at the end because it was truly a compromise. $105,000, including an extension that lasted over a year, I believe.
So the total amount is?
That amount was $105,000 to help staff do that work.
Okay, and the extension didn't cost us any more, or?
The extension cost us $5,000, which was included in the $105,000.
Okay, so if you add all the numbers and the staff time, and you know, I've been with the city for 22 years, and for 2.5 years into a process, I'm having a hard time to believe that, including the consultant, it's only cost around $200,000. I have a difficult time believing that, but
me too.
it's okay.
When our finance people pulled the codes, and then we went through time cards and spent time answering this question, I was also surprised, but it is indicative of the fact that we're doing many different things at the same time as a policy team, frankly. And also, again, as Jackie said, we had a hiatus during that time to focus completely on the housing element. It did not include vacation time, so there are reasons that the numbers go lower. But that 105 plus staff costs plus translation costs, we estimated coming in at under 200,000.
And let me just remind you, we had a full-time staff person here that the city's not paying for. So
No, I understand that.
That's not being included.
I'm very clear of that.
That could explain, you know, why there's not as much staff time on this side.
If I could just also note that, yes, when the City Council passed the anti-displacement strategy in 2020, and they supported staff's recommendations for the first 3 items to work on, when we brought that basically draft proposal, an early version of it, back to the Community and Economic Development Committee in October 2021, we were directed by council members in this room to go do more work, do more outreach, go answer a lot more research questions. And so I have to say that we would have been back here far before this, but then it ended up getting confused with the housing element work. So that is the basis of what we've been doing.
Thank you. I just want to remind people that a lot of us homeowners, we didn't start by inheritance. A lot of us worked 30, 40 years to accomplish what we have. And we struggle hard through the good time, the bad time, the indifference. And I remind you that if this passes, somewhere down the line that you may own a home or a duplex or quadplex, you will be facing the same thing. So we just got to be very careful what we want. And we got to look at, please don't interrupt, we have to look at how do we help majority of the people, not just a few. And when I look at the memorandum from Vice Mayor Kamei, it does state, direct staff to explore vehicle for acquiring, rehabilitating, building rental property for the purpose of preventing displacement in impact communities by using the CDC, the EDC, and other similar entity that can act as a vehicle in investigating, preserving naturally occurring affordable housing in impact communities and otherwise preventing displacement and impacted communities. And I think it's a great compromise to my colleagues who wrote the other memo. And I think that we as council and we as a community, again, we have to be pragmatic about our decision, because we are the stewards of our taxpayer money. And I in support of Vice Mayor Kamei memorandum. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. We had another hand up. I think we're back to Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I'm just going to ask Councilmember Kamei a little bit for some questions about including some of the elements of our memo. And I want to go to number 3 and 4 in our memo, which talks about a housing preservation work plan. I mean, I appreciate, I think, items number 1 and 2 in your memo are important. We need to be explicit about what we're doing. Number 3 is an important study that needs to be done. That some of the things are in our, for examples, in ours. But it seems to me without sort of a work plan and knowing how we're going to fund the work plan that we're not quite complete enough. And so I'm hoping that I can ask for a friendly amendment for a work plan. And and I'm going to ask Rosalind one quick question on this one. Our number 4 says come back to council annually. My understanding is the housing element will have an annual report coming back to council, which will talk about all these, including preservation, which is in the housing element. So it's not necessarily a stretch or something extra work to say that the council has to hear a report every year on preservation strategies. Is that correct?
Council member, yes, that is correct. And as previously stated, our draft housing element currently includes many preservation strategies. And yes, we're required by the State Department of Housing and Community Development to report on our efforts on those strategies included in the housing element.
So that kind of was the spirit of our recommendation. We're going to be getting these reports, and we think as a council it's important for us to hear how we're doing in preservation, because we talk almost weekly about production, about new buildings. We talk a lot about other protection of properties when we do development discussions here, but we don't have this conversation on council of preservation, and I think that's important. So I'm going to ask you for number 3 and 4. Will you accept those a friendly amendment in your motion?
Are you asking to add a work plan?
I'm asking to add the item that says to have a work plan on preservation and report to council annually on preservation.
Oh, I'd like to ask staff about, they already have a work plan. So, and I do know that the anti-displacement strategy is coming back to CED in March. So I don't want to add like another layer of the work plan, because they're already doing that. I would ask staff.
Sure, I can answer that. We are coming back twice a year to CED with results of what we have been doing with the anti-displacement strategy per council direction, and keeping you up to date on what you'll be seeing soon in the way of actions. And that could become a vehicle, because preservation is also in the anti-displacement strategy. That could be a more specific vehicle to report specifically on preservation as a priority, if that's what you wanted to do.
Does that satisfy your wanting a work plan? Or
I don't think that formally saying we'd like to have a work plan, if it's already something that's done, that's great. This council often includes things in motions that are already kind of in works, that are already being done, and asks for a little bit more specific report on something. And I don't feel like this is some outlandish request. I mean, in my opinion, just sort of saying, let's have a work plan. If they say, oh, we got it, let's bring it back to you, that's great. But I just think we're saying that it's important for our city to have a preservation work plan, and that's kind of the spirit of what I'm asking for in the friendly amendment.
Given that we have an anti-displacement work plan, and that there's the housing element, and there's everything I kind of went through earlier that is coming back and is in progress, is there something, Councilor Cohen, you want to make sure is in there as it does come back this year?
Well, I'm of the school of thought that we don't overspecify necessarily to staff what specific things should be in any work plan. I try not to be too specific. I try to be general and say, you come back to us with what you think is right, and I'm not trying to say there's something missing. I want them to tell us if something's missing. I want this to be something where they can be thorough and complete. So I prefer not to answer that question and say, here's what I want.
Yeah, I just wanted to get at, is there something being added here from your staff's perspective? I mean, it is the vice mayor's motion. I was just trying to help get a little clarity. Yeah. But you have the floor, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, so it seems to me that if it's a work plan as part of what is already coming back, I don't see a harm in that because it is going to come to CED. So I think that it just clarifies, okay, we want a work plan to see it in there.
Yeah, I mean, I think, we like to think of it as the 3 Ps, and
Right.
so anti-displacement is not a P. So if we reframe it as, we really want to be addressing that 3rd P, of which anti-displacement strategies really fall under that. We can make that work, if you're comfortable with that.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm a little confused as the maker of the second.
Okay, so the second.
Are you accepting
I think that
the work
I think
plan?
that,
Because I think anti-displacement's coming to CED in May, isn't it, Rosalind? We talked about that, but I think anti-displacement is part of our work plan that we look at.
That's
I think
correct.
Kristen is it twice, so I feel it's redundant and not necessary. But if you want to accept it,
yeah.
as the maker, I'll go along with you.
Yeah, I think that it doesn't hurt and it clarifies the P of preservation. So if we can clarify the P of preservation when it comes back, then we can highlight it. So that's fine.
I guess you say yes. Are you?
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that item 3 of the group memo is being at least interpreted here as giving direction to the housing department that when we come back to talk about anti-displacement strategies, and this is kind of where my line of questioning was going earlier, as we talk about the housing element, which has our 9 preservation strategies in it, that we want to make clear that we're not just narrowly talking about anti-displacement, we want to look at preservation strategies more broadly. Is that fair, or just for the record? Is that okay?
Thank you, that was very clear.
Okay, great. So that's specifically what is being proposed, and is that okay with the maker of the motion? Does the seconder accept?
Vice Mayor, you said yes? I'm just struggling with item 3 in its entirety, frankly. I wouldn't... Okay, then if you're accepting just item 4, I would accept that. I don't accept item 3. I think it's too prescriptive. I think this is an example of where we tell staff to ask them to explore or direct them to take a look at it, and then they come back with something, and the committee has to vet it, and then it comes to council again. So I'm fine with it being part of a work plan. It's already part of our work plan. So that's why I feel it's redundant. But item 3 is too prescriptive, and I just can't accept item 3.
So I thought it was just the work plan in item number 4.
Well, my request was for 3 and 4. I mean, we can
Oh,
discuss
I
whether
see.
the A and
I
B
see.
of 3 get included or not. I mean, I'm okay with leaving out specifics and just asking for the framing of a preservation work plan. And it's basically just saying, if it's already, an anti-displacement strategy, and if it just means we need to be a little bit more broader in our thought process about preservation being the strategy, I think it's important to have a preservation work plan in the city. It doesn't mean it's going to be decided by next month when it comes to CED, and there's no intent here to circumvent CED or any of the things that are already in the works. The intent is that to basically make a statement of the council that anti-preservation is an important thing that the city should have as its element.
Not anti-preservation.
Preservation.
We like preservation, we don't like displacement.
Anti-displacement preservation, it's been too long of a day. But that preservation, it's making a statement that the council believes that a preservation strategy is important for us to have and be enumerated somewhere. I think that's the whole point of that statement.
Okay, I would accept this. Item 3, if you eliminate everything from item B, actually item A all the way down, you don't need it. It's too prescriptive. I will not accept that.
I already said we can leave that out, so yes, that's what I'm suggesting.
Okay, so if all you're saying is, and I'll read it for those in the audience who don't have this in front of you, direct housing staff to study and develop a work plan centered around housing preservation, and this says return to council regarding opportunities to further preservation efforts. That's fine. That's what that's the CED work plan anyway. I would prefer it say return to CED and then to council, because it really should go to CED first before it comes to council.
Yes.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Okay.
And we're accepting number 4 as well.
Again, it's more the same.
Yeah, just looking at all of the annually return to
It's just not.
to CED and council, because it usually comes to us first before it goes to council.
It just says that housing staff annually return to council. Doesn't that already happen?
Right, so it shouldn't be a problem to have that in the memo. In my
But it should
opinion.
go
I mean,
to
look,
CED
it's going to
first.
happen, but I mean, we're saying that deliberative, I think it's important to be descriptively say, it's important for us as a council to have a strategy and to hear how it's going. That's really all that the whole point those 2 items are saying. And I do think that it's an important message to send to the community that we're focused as a council on preservation. That's the reason why I'm pushing for this a little bit right now.
Yeah. And normally it would go to CED first and then to council, so, yeah,
I don't think we'd be changing that.
right.
We're
Okay,
getting into the land of redundancy, but I think we're all agreeing here that
okay,
it's not actually changing anything, but it's a statement of principle. Is everybody comfortable with that? Okay. So just to be clear, from the group memo, recommendation 3, we've adopted the first sentence with the modification that it will return to CED first. And we are agreeing that these strategies will also, and as per Rec 4, come back to council as they do annually as we look at our housing element and our housing catalyst work plan and various other items. It does not mean necessarily that it is a whole new dedicated thing that must come back, just to be clear. Okay. Okay, we have a motion on the floor with a friendly amendment. Councilor Torres.
Great. I want to thank all the folks who came and spoke on behalf of Copa. It's I'm very unfortunate where the vote is heading, but I just want to let our working class and our tenants know that you have an ally in me as a downtown council member, and it's very unfortunate that we will no longer be pursuing Copa, but displacement is real, everyone, and hence why preserving housing is very important. There are 2 neighborhoods that when I walk around, I see it ever changing, and it's very saddening. My family grew up in the Gardner neighborhood, and that neighborhood just saw rapid gentrification and is no longer the Gardner neighborhood. And now I'm starting to see it in my neighborhood, which is the Washington neighborhood. And so displacement just means loss of support system. Displacement means loss of jobs and prosperity. Displacement means emotional trauma. And so we're going to continue to see displacement happening of our city if we do not preserve housing. And the families that are leaving are the ones that built San Jose, and it's very sad. But those are my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Okay, it looks like we're at the end of our speakers on the council. I once again want to thank everybody who came out this evening and voiced your opinion. Let me just, before I forget, I on this question of staff hours, and I'm not going to go back and ask you about hours and dollars, I promise. I think the point behind it that is worth contemplating for a moment is the mind share and attention that we have and what our opportunity costs are. And I'm pretty sure that when we talk about costs and we're calculating them, we're not calculating the time of a meeting like this. It's a very expensive meeting. We have over 30 city staff members here for 5 hours to talk about one policy. I know I've been in countless meetings about Copa that I'm pretty sure were not added to the calculation. So I do think if there is something productive out of that point of whether it's 200,000 or $1 million or how you calculate it, I don't really care. I think it's about mind share. It's about where do we invest our time and energy and just what are the trade-offs? What are the opportunity costs? So I guess the one question I do have is, given that we have gone 2 years down this road, given that a number of us on the council, it's never clear if it's a majority or not, it's always been kind of 50-50 it seems, but have expressed a lot of concerns. Is there any learning we have about times when we need to step back and say, are we right-sizing our investment in exploring strategies? Because the good news is we've got a lot of other strategies we're interested in. And actually, I will say right now, even though I'm supporting the motion on the floor, there is a kernel to this, probably the most important piece, which is the idea that a group of tenants, through a nonprofit vehicle, may want to go buy property and have some control over it. And there are a lot of different mechanisms for that. Now, I happen to have a concern about the idea that we're going to then add a new set of rules and processes to the whole marketplace. But that doesn't mean there isn't something here that could very well be useful and valuable. So I guess, Jackie, I guess my just question here is there a reflection for us? We're 2 years in. I know there's going to be a lot of disappointment. I know we spent a lot of time on this. Again, I don't care if it's 200,000 or $1 million. That's not really the point to me. Is there a point where we need to better get a temperature check from the council on how we're spreading our bets in doing the research and community outreach? Because we obviously went very deep on this one and less deep on others.
So I would say, honestly, I think a part of the community work that we did in the education piece, just about people understanding what that third P is. We don't talk a lot about preservation, I think was an important piece. We have continued to develop very important relationships with our residents who are often not part of the table. That investment of going to community, going to neighborhood meetings, getting to know some of our residents and tenants and hearing from them their experiences is the most important work that we can be doing in the housing department, because those residents rarely come here. The fact that so many of them came here is a huge testament. And we also learned a lot from our landlords who have participated through this process and developed ongoing relationships with them, and we're going to continue working with them because many of them are part of our rent stabilization program. And so to the extent that we have those relationships, that is very important. We did do, because we were required to do twice-a-year check-ins with CEDC on this policy, and we did one very extensive report out. And as Kristen mentioned, we were asked to go back and do more work. So could we have said at that point, we've done a lot of work, things aren't going to really change much from where they are? Perhaps that probably would have been the best part for the staff to be more assertive in that meeting to say. In terms of outreach, we have done a tremendous amount. It's not going to change, in terms of a lot of that movement. I think the one other piece is that perhaps on a staff level, we allowed the process to work itself out and allowed the compromises to be made between the two parties. I would say one perhaps learning lesson for me would be on the staff level, maybe hearing more and then just perhaps taking a more positional piece on, I think we need to move so much farther on different areas in order to get a policy that might be more acceptable to the council. So for me, that would have been the last learning piece.
Cool. Thank you, Jackie. I appreciate you sharing that reflection. And I think in the spirit of what you just captured quite well, this idea that there was a lot of listening and bridges built and a lot of learning from landlords to tenants and everybody in between, I think is an important note for us to end on here. And I hope we can remember as we started this item that we're all members of this community, and I know there's a lot of frustration. I know there's a lot of need out there that's unmet. I also don't think this policy is going to solve all of that need or much of it, frankly. But I do hope we can keep the rhetoric down and remember that everybody on this council is coming at this with the intention of wanting to have a stronger, more inclusive community. So I do get a little nervous when we imply that a vote against Copa is somehow an act of violence against the community here. So I just want to keep us, I want to just try to capture the spirit of what Jackie just said about
Can I respond to that, Mayor? I'm not sure why you quoted my exact words. It is an act against my community.
I'm sorry, I didn't call on you, Councilman.
Yeah, well, you did say what I said.
I will come back to you.
Okay, well, come back to me.
So I see we have more hands up. Like I said before, every time I talk, we seem to bring up more hands. So we will do one more round of comments, and then we will take a vote. Sorry, Councilmember Jimenez. We will go to Councilmember Dewan.
I'd just like to clarify that Councilmember Cohen, that we still specifically remove Copa from housing preservation strategy that are included in the incorporate language from your memo.
So the motion on the floor.
I just want to be clear of that.
Yeah, the motion on the floor is the Vice Mayor's memo with the first line of the group memo, which clarifies that we are interested in looking at preservation broadly, not just anti-displacement, because those are not exactly the same thing, and that this broader body of work around preservation will come back to CED and then to council.
Perfect. Thank you. I just want to make sure that we don't have Copa in there.
Okay.
Thank you.
We will, Councilmember Batra.
Thank you, Mayor. Wanted to clarify one item, I think, from your comments and then our housing director's comment. I think the work which the housing did as per the council's request has been extremely useful. I think it has identified or quantified to some extent the problem we are facing in the society and the urgency of it and the size of it. Our vote against Copa as discovered or defined is really against a particular type of solution to our preservation need. And our commitment is today stronger than it ever was. So the work has been extremely useful in getting us to the point where we are. It's rather unfortunate that some people are seeing for Copa, against Copa. We are all for solving the same problem. It's an approach which we are going to take is going to be faster and will address the real problem for the real people and probably sooner and larger number of people. So that would be my message to it and to the community, that we are all on the same side, whether we voted for Copa or against Copa. Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Ortiz.
I think it's safe to say that many individuals don't understand the struggles that residents in East San Jose are facing, especially individuals on this council, families who are struggling to put food on the table, to pay the bill, who are living multifamily to a home. It's easy to come around and go to events in District 5 and take pictures, but you leave District 5 at the end of the day. My families have to stay there, living on couches, living on floors, sleeping in pillow bags, the bags, sleeping bags, right? This is violence. Displacement is violence, and it's active violence against working people, right? And to say it's not is a fallacy. So I disagree with you, Mayor, and you chose to quote me, and you're going to get a response when you mention what I say.
You're very much entitled to your opinion. I will continue to take exception to the idea that anybody's vote against Copa here is an act of violence. I think there are other ways to address displacement.
My words were for preservation, not Copa. I know Copa is not passing.
Good. Okay, we're going to go to Councilmember Torres.
I wasn't going to speak, but look, Mayor, you literally just pulled words from Councilmember Ortiz's statements. And there are certain council members on this dais, my bookends especially, that question city staff, whether they were telling the truth or not. But also, in the statements of my colleague to my right, he included single home families in his Copa statements. It's been clear that single family homes are not included in Copa. So again, if we're gonna be calling out statements, I hope that you call out statements of other council members who are giving incorrect information. Thank you.
Councilmember Duan.
I just want to make it very clear. I did state it in there, duplex, quadplex, those who earn their way up in this world working hard. And it is, when we make a decision, it's not about violence against anyone. We make a decision that support the rest of the community. I ask you to be respectful, okay? I live in a 10 by 10 room, okay? So please, I have family who live in a single trailer, 4 families with no heat or air conditioning. I understand. I used to be homeless. I came here as an immigrant. I ask that you guys understand and be respectful. Thank you.
Okay. Just a reminder, folks, we're not going to get into a back and forth. Public comment is the opportunity for the public to comment on these items. I appreciate everything that was said, and look, my last intention is to make this personal. My only point is that I would encourage my colleagues to just manage our rhetoric, because our words have consequences, and I think we're better served by focusing on the policies and the data and what we can do to move the needle. So that was my only point, but I will not direct that at anyone in particular. I think with that, we are ready to vote. Once again, I appreciate everybody's comments on this item. Sorry. Forgot which way I was.
Motion passes 9-2 with
Okay.
Jimenez and Torres voting no.
Okay, we are on to our next item here, which is item 8.4, the Pleasant Hills Golf Course. I believe we have a short staff presentation. Okay. And Jackie and team, I do want to thank the housing staff again for all the work you did and all the community engagement. I apologize for neglecting to say that. Thank you. Okay. Michael.
Yes.
Hello. I believe we have a short staff presentation.
We do, sir. So planning's closing out the night. I just want to say, never mind, I won't say any jokes tonight. What before you tonight is a conversation and accepting staff report on a engagement process for the possible redevelopment of Pleasant Hill Golf Course. So I'll go through this really quickly. I just want to acknowledge there's a lot of background in the Evergreen area with a area development policy going back to 1975 that's evolved over the years that had essentially growth controls, particularly for housing in the area. The council directed staff as part of the 4-year review in December to retire that policy effectively. And because we transitioned to a VMT policy, transportation analysis policy, that uses VMT, vehicle miles traveled, as a threshold for CEQA. It has similar growth controls as the old area development policy. And council, we brought back the transportation policy to council in December of last year. Council made a number of changes to facilitate housing, particularly affordable housing, and the conversation tonight is coming out of council direction from that hearing last December. So there's a number of policy amendments that were made, I said, as to facilitate housing. There was the one area that was differed from staff recommendation, but aligned with the recommendation of T&E, was to modify the policy, which the council did do, to allow a override of significant but unavoidable impacts for market rate housing projects that are in areas that have unmitigable vehicle miles traveled. There's nothing you can do about reduce the amount of driving below an environmentally significant level on lands that are designated private recreation and open space, which generally are private golf courses, not exclusively, but that's the most common use with that land use type. And then to return to council with a city and developer-led hybrid engagement process to discuss the redevelopment of that golf course. I just do want to acknowledge a letter that was received by Mattioni, O'Glaughlin, and Heckman, the attorneys for the potential developers, regarding council direction. So council direction was, in fact, to come back with a hybrid city developer outreach process specifically to Pleasant Hill Golf Course, contrary to what's stated in this letter. So just for some of you that are not familiar with the Evergreen area, this is a map, an aerial showing the Evergreen Golf Course. It closed 20 years ago. It's used, I believe, for cattle grazing now. It is just east of White Road and Lake Cunningham. It's in Council District 8, just south of the border of Council District 5. The site is in the county, so it would need to be annexed if it's going to be redeveloped. However, it is under the city's sphere of influence, and therefore it's within our general plan and is designated for private recreation and open space. It's largely surrounded by residential neighborhood, which is a single-family land use designation. So I'm just going to quickly go over our proposed approach. So I think the main thing is that what we're proposing as a deliverable is guiding principles for the potential redevelopment of the golf course. It is not an urban village plan. It is not a specific plan. It is essentially high-level objectives that, from the community and the city's perspective, should be achieved through if and when that golf course is redeveloped. These guiding principles in this hybrid approach are intended or could be used, or hopefully will be used by the developer to inform the development of their actual project. The applicant has submitted a general plan amendment, but as far as we understand, they haven't started to develop an actual project yet. And the guiding principles would be used to inform staff's ultimate recommendation to Planning Commission and Council, and is intended to be and could be used by City Council for consideration of the ultimate project. The scope, as part of this process, we'd be working with the community to identify the type of community amenities they would like to see if this golf course were to redevelop, as well as the circulation and multimodal improvements, at least conceptually, that would likely be needed if this golf course is redeveloped. I should say we'd also be looking at the golf course in the context of the larger area, including the potential development that could occur with the closure of the Reed Hillview airports in approximately 10 years or so. And so we'd be looking at a conceptual level, over for the whole area, the type of multimodal improvements that would likely be needed. It would also conceptually identify the type of land uses, the intensity of land uses, and some urban design concepts in terms of the flavor, the feel of the development. It will not be developing urban design guidelines. One of the things that council did say in December is, as part of the policy amendments that they made, was that if council is going to consider a project on sites under the circumstances I laid out, which includes the Pleasant Hill Golf Course, that a project should provide more than the requirements of the inclusionary housing ordinance in terms of the amount of affordability. However, it was not defined what is more exactly. So this process, could talk about, or is intended to talk about, the level of affordability. What kind of affordability, how much would be a goal for the redevelopment of this former golf course. So the outreach, we're doing a balancing act here between doing deep, meaningful outreach, but also having a process that is on not a tight timeline, but a expedited timeline. So we're intending up to 4 community workshops or charrettes that would start, much more the visioning process, talking about opportunities, things that the community would like to retain, perhaps change, ending up ultimately with a guiding principles document. The intent here is to integrate the developer, and we're assuming they're going to have consultants, but they're consultants into the process, so they'd be part of all 4 workshops, and working with them to make sure that they have opportunities and have a fit for them in the actual process, so they could present their concepts. It's not just a listening process for them, but we want an opportunity for them to sort of present where they're headed and their project as it develops. This area has many languages within it, so that this is definitely going to be a multilingual engagement process. And the consultant team, we're recommending that it include a community-based organization that has deep ties to this part of East San Jose and the Evergreen area, and has experience working with the communities that are there and in the languages that are spoken in that community. So the schedule would have us starting the process to bring the consultant on board in July. We'd actually start that process earlier if we get clear direction from council, and then bring the guiding principles back to council in June of 2023 for council's acceptance of those guiding principles. The budget is anticipated to be upwards of 250, largely because of the outreach that's we believe is needed. Some of the money also would be dedicated to a transportation consultant to help us work on conceptual transportation and circulation improvements that would be needed. Funding is for the consultant team. Existing resources that we'd have would cover the staff side of this work, and it would be managed by existing staff. So the advantages of the proposed approach is it really puts the city more in the driver's seat of proactively identifying the community and the city's needs first, that then would help inform the actual development of the proposed project. And we think that this potentially could lead to a smoother entitlement process, in that it gets the community feeling that they've had some influence and participation in the ultimate project that comes to council. So while on the surface it may seem like it could add time, the process we've laid out, for reasons I can't explain, we don't think it will add time, and ultimately could lead to a smoother council hearing when the thing actually comes to council a few years down the road. And a city leading the process does provide an opportunity for a deeper community outreach than is typically done when a developer does the outreach. And it does give us an opportunity to look at the redevelopment of the Pleasant Hill Golf Course in the context of the larger Evergreen area, including the anticipated closure of the Reed Hill View Airport and potential other development that could result because of that closure. So the next steps, staff will be exploring reallocation of available 2022-2023 general fund savings as part of the year-end budget process to fund this. We'd hire a consultant team. We have a pre-qualified list of consultants, so we don't have to go through the typical lengthy RFP process. We have a deck of consultants already on retainer, and we anticipate initiating the engagement process October 2023 if we move forward with this proposed approach. And with that, I will open it up for questions and discussion.
Great.
Oh, I just want to mention the recommendation is to accept the proposed approach that you have before you. And I just want to acknowledge the mayor, the memo from the mayor, council member.
I think it's Candelas, Ortiz, and Foley.
Thank
it's
you.
the four of us.
Yeah, I need my glasses. Sorry. That we support the recommendation of that memo.
Great. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate the overview. Glad you found your glasses. Okay, Tony, we're ready for public comment.
In person, I have Alex Shore, Mark Lazzarini, and Juan Estrada.
Is it still 1 minute or 2 minute?
1.
1 minute. Okay.
Do you want, unless you want to go back to 2, usually we stay at 1.
Yeah, I think we're staying at 1 for the rest of the evening.
Okay. Alex Shore with Catalyze SV. Great way to end the night, which is with praise. Praise for the mayor, Councilmember Candelas, Ortiz, and Foley for your outstanding memo. Very much in support of the community engagement process you've outlined, as well as staff. Michael, amazing job. You know, at Catalyze SV, we care very deeply about a community engagement process, and we think that this is absolutely on the right track. Compiling all the community feedback, feeding it to the developer to then make a decision is absolutely the way to go. Just a couple things to note. One is, you know, neighbors should be front and center in this process, but neighbors don't always represent the person working for city parks at Lake Cunningham or the Raging Waters employee. So we've got to bring in those additional voices that are key stakeholders that may work or play in the city of San Jose, but not live right next door. And we also want to make sure that the community engagement continues on in this. Okay, I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, City Council members, and city staff for taking up this issue and for your proactive, community-minded approach to developing a vision for former Pleasant Hills Golf Course. I especially want to thank Mayor Mahan and Council members Candelas, Foley, and Ortiz for your thoughtful leadership in your co-authored memo, and also Councilmember Davis for your leadership at T&E as part of this effort. We wholeheartedly agree that a robust community engagement process is essential, and we appreciate the scope, the process, timeline, and accountability measures that are being built into this discussion tonight. And we well understand that the redevelopment of the Pleasant Hill Golf Course is both an opportunity as well as a responsibility. We've already begun meeting with neighborhood and community leaders, and we'll continue to do so and hope that those discussions will allow us to be responsive to questions, concerns, and opportunities for partnerships and collaboration throughout the process. I also want to thank city staff, Michael Brio and Chris Burton, for bringing this forward to council tonight. Looking forward to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Juan Estrada.
All right. Dear Mayor Mahan and City Council, my name is Juan Estrada, and I'm staff with Green Foothills. We, along with 20 other organizations that represent a variety of communities, submitted a joint letter supporting the Planning Department's staff recommendation for a city-led community engagement process. We are aware additional organizations also submitted letters of support, along with a few hundred community members for this meeting and hundreds of others for prior city meetings. Green Foothills also supports the memo from Mayor Mahan and council members Candelas, Ortiz, and Foley. This 115-acre site represents a rare opportunity for the city that merits a community engagement process and approach reflective of the size and magnitude of the opportunity. This is also an opportunity for everyone involved to come together. Green Foothills has been partnering with multiple East San Jose leaders and other leaders. We all look forward to participating in a city-led community engagement process. Let's all begin to come together. Thank you. Okay.
Trammy, followed by Shauna.
Hi, my name is Trami Crone. Thank you, Mayor, Council, and City staff for working on this very important project. And I'd like to express support for a city-led outreach process for the possible redevelopment of the Pleasant Hills Golf Course property. I am Vietnamese, and I have family and friends who speak Vietnamese only and do not speak English. or elders who do not know how to use Zoom or technology. And I think that throughout the years, the city of San Jose is actively seeking ways to improve their community engagement system. Though the process may not be perfect, it is still more appropriate than having a developer who may or may not have expertise or understand the struggles that our community faces, especially the low-income communities of color. And as far as the developer's self-interest, I'm not going to even go down that road, but I hope that you will support
Shauna, followed by Paul.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Shauna Fici. I'm with the Palo Rancho Cabana Club HOA and a homeowner in District 8. I'm speaking to you today to support the city-led process with community leaders to develop the Pleasant Hills Golf Course. The Palo Rancho borders two sides of the golf course, and this land is unique, a large parcel of county land with surrounding established neighborhoods. The community needs to be involved with the process to ensure the land use balances the needs of the city with the existing infrastructure. Thank you.
Paul? Paul Soto?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Paul Soto from Horseshoe. I'd like to make a point here about sociopathy. And sociopathy is a definition of somebody that does not have the capacity for empathy or sympathy or any kind of moral objection to the decisions they make and its impact on society or a person or a relationship, person, place, or thing. Now, when we have this kind of proposal, in contrast, I'd like you to contrast this kind of proposal to the one that we just had previously. And then when you do that, to sit there and think that they each other, that one is not causing the other, is an exercise in sociopathy. It means that you do not have the capacity to understand that the decisions that you are making are impacting other people's lives. Stop doing what you're doing.
Back to council.
Thank you. All right. Councilor Candelas?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to make my comments short. I want to start off thanking Michael and our planning staff for the memorandum and for the community members who spoke in support and also the developer in question. I think we all know the lack of housing in our region and the critical need for it, as we just heard in a heated item. But this is an opportunity to do something right. And ultimately, staff's recommendation to have the city and the community be at the forefront of the process is critical in order for us to get genuine community engagement, community feedback in a project that's for the community and that's beneficial for the residents of District 8. There's a lot of difficulties for the parcel, but as many people may or may not know, but we are going to be hopefully breaking ground on the Eastridge Light Rail extension because we got full funding for it just yesterday. So there is plenty of opportunity to maximize the investments and the opportunities for increased transit for this area. But knowing that, people need to make sure that their voices are heard. Our community needs to be at the table and feel invested and willing to participate. Not a false sense of tokenism that, hey, we're doing this. No, but a genuine engagement process where we're looking for genuine feedback and a two-way dialogue, and having the developer at the table from the get-go allows for an opportunity to solicit genuine feedback, and that's why I'm happy to support the recommendation and move the memorandum that the mayor, Councilmember Foley, and Councilmember Ortiz and I authored to ensure that
our outreach is multilingual. That is, it's for Vietnamese. As somebody who spoke earlier, that's important for the residents. That's multilingual in Spanish, because a lot of us are monolingual and don't have the luxury of being able to speak multiple languages. But I'm happy to support and move the memorandum we authored, and with that I will yield the rest of my time.
Oh, second.
Great. Thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Dwan?
I just have a quick question for the developer. I know that the city agreed upon, I'm not sure the agreed upon, it was $250,000 to do community outreach. I believe there's 4 developers together. Will the developer willing to supplement the $250,000 engagement, community engagement for the city?
Thank you, Councilmember Doan. Yeah, we're certainly open to supporting in any way we can, and even suggested offering that sooner as opposed to the budget cycle if it helps accelerate. But again, we're here, we're at the table, we're ready to get engaged, and all you have to do is ask.
Well, thank you so much, and I'll look forward to that engagement.
Great. Thanks, Councilmember. It's any other hands? Councilor Candelas, appreciate your comments about the importance of community engagement and collaboration on the memo. I have a feeling this is an item you especially are going to be spending a lot of time on in the years ahead, probably along with Councilmember Ortiz, but I know we'll all be following closely. With that, I think we're ready to vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Jimenez absent.
Great, thank you. All right, everybody, we are on to open forum, which is an opportunity for any members of the public who would like to speak on any city business that was not on today's agenda to do so.
I have Alex Eulenberg and Blair Beekman. And then I think this group left, but I'm going to call their names anyway. Ari, Callie, Nara Baker, Caitlin Shelton, Michael Connor, Mark Frazier, Marie Steinbach, and Amanda Malding, in case any of them stayed. But I did see the bulk of them left. But Alex or Blair, whoever gets to the mic first. Go, yeah.
Mayor Mahan, Vice Mayor Kamei, members of the council. My name is Alex Eulenberg. I am completely unvaccinated for COVID-19, and I commute to my San Jose office every day, where my employer fully respects my right and that of all my office mates to make their own health decisions. Meanwhile, down the street, the government of San Jose, staffing shortage be damned, refuses to hire people like me in the name of safety. But we are not a health or safety threat. No county, state, or federal public health agency recommends keeping the unvaccinated out of the workplace. Make no mistake, as long as your employment office blocks us from getting jobs at the city, you will be violating both state and federal law the same way you would be if your city were to require proof of heterosexual marriage or a negative AIDS test in order to work at the city. Disagree? Council members, I ask you, who exactly has promised to defend you in court when an unvaccinated job candidate sues you for medical or religious discrimination? The public is waking up. For your own sake, direct city staff to drop that hot mess of an employment policy as soon as possible. Thank you for your attention.
Next speaker.
All right, Blair Beekman. In the case of current practices of technology guidelines, legal precedents, and open public policies like AB 481, these are the good efforts towards open participatory democracy, better public oversight, and more responsible practices, and how to more openly practice civil protections within a local community. A reminder how these ideas and practices tend to work towards ideas of peace before war or harm in local community decision-making. I feel these are important direct ways in the good efforts at the local level that can start to ask how to collectively work to lessen the future of the prison, military, industrial, and technological state at the national level. Good luck in our continued work on these efforts. And thanks for trying to work towards some sort of good compromise at tonight's meeting. Thank you.
Ilana, followed by Paul. Ilana Kelly. Okay, I'm going to move on to Paul, followed by Ari.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe, and I mean what I'm going to say right now with all sincerity, is that I feel like a child in the room that finally has an adult in the room. And I felt that way with Vice Mayor Kamei and Councilman Batra's comments today. I feel like now there's an adult in the room that is taking control and not allowing this runaway freight train of genocide to happen in this city. You are accurately assessing and looking and seeing what I have been seeing for the past 6 years. I have been locked up for my advocacy on false charges that were created from this council. City Attorney, you're going to be served soon. So I'm putting you on notice. You go ahead and prepare because you're going to be served soon. And you think that I'm going to sit and accept what the city has done to me? Chale. Batra and Vice Mayor Kamei, you need
Let's
any
direct
help.
comments to the full council, please.
Ari.
Hi, the mayor, the city council. You are all have been really wonderful today, talking about the importance of being a community for all, about inclusion. And I know it's just an oversight on the part of the Human Resources Department that they haven't updated the COVID-19 mandatory vaccination policy. It refers to guidance from Santa Clara County and CDC and CDPH, but none of those are now recommending excluding the unvaccinated from the workforce or any public accommodation. So I'm sure that you're about to update your website and update the policy if needed, because the policy was last updated in October of 2022, and the document it refers to, Santa Clara County document, public health orders, was updated this month. So your policy needs to be just updated, and that's all.
Back to council.
Thank you. All right. Thanks, everybody. We're adjourned. Have a great evening.